Charlie's Collectible Show. We're here in Georgia for an amazing Lorcana tournament. You know, Charlie's has deep roots in the Lorcana community. It's where Lorcana history is made. It's been won by greats like Zan Syed. It's where Brendan DeCandio put Diggy Diggy Hole on the map. It's where Lucas Serrano took down his mentor, Kendall Burdett, on the way to the finals. And where just recently we saw Brooms making a splash in the finals, and then that got carried on to Worlds. It's gonna be an amazing day. I can't wait to show you all what's inside.
Yeah, I can't believe we're here. It's happening, and set 9 is officially starting, so let's just go inside.
Let's go take a look. All right.
Liam, we're here. This is the room where it happens. You've been here before. This is my first time, but what can we expect here?
This is the Charlie's. I mean, this place is amazing. Not only do they have a tournament set up, a big snack shack, which we'll show you in a second, but there's all sorts of vendors with goods and products of all kinds here. It's a really fun place to hang out and shop if you're in the area, and it's a great venue to hold a Lorcana tournament in.
Yeah, I think my wallet's a little scared, but luckily we'll be in the booth. They have good taste. Stitch is here, okay? So, gotta love that.
This is the snack shack. This is where players and commentators refuel throughout the day with energy drinks and all sorts of goodies and stuff from overseas. It's kind of cool. And here we go.
And this is where it's crazy, because when you're outside, you're like, oh, it's just a little card shop. But no, this is just a small corner of this giant, giant labyrinthine venue.
It has all the things, all the plushies. There's Bluey. Look at these Huey, Dewey, like
Huey, Dewey, and Louie, and Uncle Donald.
Hanging out together. Look at this, Mickey.
Yeah, I have blinders on. I'm walking past. No, I have to stay in the venue.
It's dangerous for our wallets. This is the start, just the start of the play area. Look, we're gonna have almost 500 players here today. That's a lot of people. So what you're seeing right here is just a bit of where players will be playing today.
Yeah, I was like, oh, this is it? No, there's more, which is kind of the theme here today is, but wait, there's more, so.
It's wave to the broadcast team over there. They're busy.
But speaking of busy.
Speaking of busy, here are the judges getting set up, getting ready.
The best in the business. And more. But wait. They judge you, but in a good way. But we also have more tables. You might say, oh, so that's it, right? No.
No.
There's more.
No. Let's take a look upstairs.
I hope you brought your walking shoes. And shout out to our cameraman.
Whoa.
We made it.
More tables, more judges.
Yeah, the judges, the tables, and even more.
This is the top area.
And this will be where our featured players are. Shout out to the wonderful crew at 20 Lore for putting all this together. It looks just like this. It looks like this, but they're a little bit more stressed than this.
Katie, what's in here?
Here, this is where the magic is made for the commentating team. We're gonna be in this room here today. So you might remember this stream from the other side, but this is our view. And we're gonna do our best to bring you the greatest stream possible.
It's gonna be amazing. Hang out with us all day today. There's gonna be some amazing Lorcana. There's almost 500 people. It's an incredible event. We can't wait to see you in the booth.
Absolutely.
There we go. Are we live? We are live.
We're back again.
We are here. I'm fixing my coat.
Yeah.
That's how you know.
That's all you got to do is just talk about what we're doing. What we're
Good
doing.
morning. I know, yeah. We're just chatting.
Yeah.
We're talking into our microphones, having a conversation.
Exactly. It's just a great time.
Yeah. We're commentators. All we do is commentate on what's going on around
That's true.
us.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. Toops. What's going on, man?
Nothing much, man. I feel pretty good. You get enough sleep last night? I got enough sleep last night.
I got enough sleep.
I feel pretty good, man. I'm actually excited for this. Ready for top 8 today.
I know. Top 16.
Top 16, yeah, top 16 and stuff. And then we'll
Yeah.
do top 8 and then top 4 and then see who actually wins all the marbles. You know,
That's
like
right.
$7,000.
$7,000
That's a
up
lot of
top.
money.
That's
We said that's a lot of money, a lot of Dumbos.
That was my favorite quote from you yesterday.
Yeah.
A lot of Dumbos,
Yeah.
man. That's at least 12 Dumbos, I think.
We had some good deck techs yesterday too. We had a lot of stuff that was a little bit different from what we thought would be the trifecta. You know.
Yeah.
So that was good. Today I'm
some
eager to see
spice.
what else is. You know, it's kind of a little bit smaller, so now we can see what else. And then we also got the 5K going on too. So
That's right.
they're giving away a lot of money this week, dude.
We got the ladies event. We got we got the scholarship event.
Yeah, there's just so much stuff here. That's why I love Charlie's. They just give away so much
They
money.
know how to do it.
For sure. For
Welcome, one and all, everybody. We're here at Charlie's Collectible Show in Stone Mountain, Georgia. I'm Brent. Please introduce
I'm
yourself.
Tupaloop,
Tupaloop.
a.k.a. Toops, Robert Toops.
Robert Toops. Robbie, can I call you Robbie Toop?
You can call me Robbie. It's cool.
Can I call you?
You can call me whatever you want to call me, okay?
All right, Frank. That's so we are on our way. You know, the players' meeting, I'm sure, is about to be happening. We're going into round 8 of Swiss. Yesterday, we finished off with round 7. Today, we are starting with round 8. We have 2 more rounds of Swiss up to round 9 because we started with, do you remember how many people?
It was like, wasn't it like 400 and something or 5?
450.
Okay, 450.
450 is, I believe, what we ended up with, which is insane.
Yeah, that is a lot of people. We're going to see how the best of the best is today, though, out of those 450 people.
Absolutely.
So,
and we still got some exciting names left.
Oh, no, we do.
In contention.
Yeah.
I mean, I was talking with Dragon Johns earlier. We got, of course, Zan Syed.
Yeah, Zan the man.
Zan the man.
Zan the man.
Tons and tons of great games, of great matches, and of great players coming at you soon. But we're just chilling in the meantime, man.
Yeah.
Dude, what do you want to see the finals? Like, what do you want to see?
I just don't want to see one of the trifecta decks in there. I just kind of want to just see like something new that I haven't seen, and I hope.
Oh,
that,
you want to see two extra spicy decks?
Yeah, 2 extra. I see 2 extra spicy decks.
Yeah.
I don't want to end the night with Blurple, you know, and just like Blurple on Blurple. It's just gonna be awful.
Emerald Sapphire and what? And like Emerald Steel. Would that be kind of?
Pretty
that
cool.
would be kind of fun.
That'd be pretty cool. I'd like to see that.
That'd be kind of fun.
It's funny. I brought to build some decks. I brought all my stuff. I didn't bring none of my Emerald stuff though. So like I was like, dang it.
Ooh. Ooh.
So
ooh,
but I'll fly back and get some. So because next week's PPG, so I gotta get ready for that.
Of course.
Yeah.
Next week, over in, and tell us a little bit about that event.
Denver. Yeah, they're giving away a lot of like prizes and stuff like that. I think it's like there's like a 5K Friday and like a 15K Saturday, and then like just a 5K.
There's a
sealed
5K
event.
sealed event.
Sealed event too. Yeah.
Going on
Sunday. Yeah.
PPG in combo with 20 Lore Pro. I mean, what better combo is there? We got peanut butter and jelly.
I know.
We got peanut butter and chocolate.
Yeah.
We got peanut butter and bread.
Yeah.
Is there a better combo than those things?
I don't. Think
I don't know why. I just want peanut butter this morning.
I got you.
Maybe.
Yeah. No, peanut butter with a little honey. Good.
Ooh, yeah. Peanut butter just goes good with anything. That's what I'm learning.
It does.
I'm slowly learning. You could just pour peanut butter over like
It's almost like
cornflakes and I'll
ranch.
eat
Just
it.
anything fried, you can put ranch with. You know.
Ooh, you ever had peanut butter with Rice Krispies treats? That's some of my fave.
I've had it with rice cakes. I haven't really had it with the Rice Krispie treats, but I gotta try that.
Sorry, I derailed the conversation. PPG next week, they are doing the first American CCQ, so you can actually get qualified for nationals at this event. Is that correct? That's the way that it works,
correct.
right?
I think, yeah, it's correct.
With support from Ravensburger. I mean, they were showing off some of the promo cards that are going to be available on the prize wall, I believe. You're not going to want to miss it.
Man, I signed up for both events, so I'm excited for. I'm trying to sign up for the sealed event.
Oh, you're going to play?
Oh yeah, I'm not working.
Oh, no. I was like, okay, you're going to be there in the
I'm not working
commentator
that
booth
one. No,
doing the whole thing.
No, I'm gonna be playing.
You're going to be there grinding.
Yeah,
we're going to see you on stream.
Hopefully, we'll see.
We're only going to see your hands on stream because you're going to be tearing it up.
Probably, I hope so. My hands will be smoking a little bit. You know,
Yeah.
So quick. I'll do that little stack shuffle we talked about.
I know. Yeah. I need to learn that. I need to learn this. It always looks so impressive.
I'll send you a how-to video. Don't worry. You can practice at home, and then when you get back, I'll be like, "Dang, look, Brent, learned it all."
Speaking of some great events that are coming up with 20 Lore Pro, I mean, you are out in Texas area, correct?
Yeah, again, Central Texas. Yeah.
So, are we all going to be seeing you at the Waco, Texas Lone Star Open? Happening over at Nexus.
Yeah, I should be a part of that event.
The weekend of the 27th.
Yeah.
Everybody, September 27th.
5Ks back to back, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a 10K weekend. I mean, we're talking about, people giving away big prize money.
Yeah.
That sounds like some big prize
money. No,
it
is.
Right
and
there.
it's a good venue to host an event like that. Like, they have so much room there.
Tell us about the venue. I've never been. I've never seen it. Like,
it's a great event. Like, one side is like a kind of like a card shop. And they have like a bunch of tables.
This is Nexus we're talking about. Yeah.
Other side is like we have a bunch of computers lined up and stuff like that. We have the arena on top with the big screen TV kind of showing like we'll be playing like League of Legends Worlds or whatever up there, or like whatever event's going on.
Oh,
but
so some fun stuff. You can be watching stuff.
Yeah, it's like a 5v5 computers too.
Yeah.
So teams can go up there and play each other.
Ooh.
There's like so much stuff you can do there. There's party rooms and stuff like that. There's
Party rooms?
private events. Yeah.
Party rooms?
Yeah, you walk
in a
and-
card shop?
Yeah, you walk in, you turn the light on, disco ball goes, and it's just like it's a party room.
That's where I want to play.
There's
D&D.
a Nintendo room, like it's all Nintendo themed. So there's also a 4-player tournament. A 4-player area where you can play games together with 4 players.
So you're telling me that
pretty cool.
even if I show up and lose in the first 3 rounds, I can just go play Nintendo for the rest of the time?
You can play that. You can play PlayStation, play Xbox. They got everything. You can just do whatever, man. And then they got a sandwich shop in there too.
A sandwich
called
shop.
Save Point.
Save Point
Yeah.
at Nexus. What's your favorite
Yeah.
sandwich
Oh,
over there, man?
The Hadouken, the PK Fire.
They have the Hadouken
Yeah.
sandwich.
Yeah.
What is it? I'm going to guess what's in that. A Hadouken, when I think of a Hadouken, it is like the hottest form. It does the most
It'd be
damage.
the PK Fire's got a little bit more spicy.
It's a little more spice. Okay, okay. So
Yeah.
the Hadouken, to me, is going to be, some salami, some ham, some capicola.
It's a little bit of stuff like that. There's also the boss. That's a good sandwich. And then there's the final boss, which is double bosses.
What is in this? It sounds diabolical.
It's
you gotta
it's
evil
huge, dude.
grin
It's
on your
huge.
face.
It's
yeah.
huge, and I can't even eat it all. Like that's why they call it the final boss. Because
Is it like turkey, ham,
it's
roast
got,
beef?
It's like 2 sandwiches together. It's crazy, man. That's why they call it the final boss. It's just you're not. It's hard to beat. You know.
Go down to Nexus
Yeah.
the weekend of September 27th for the Lone Star Open. This is going to be the first of its kind, isn't that correct?
Yes. Also, too, if you pre-register here, you'll get a free T-shirt and stuff for the event and stuff. So.
Pre-register for a free tee.
Yeah.
A free T-shirt?
Just giving them out, dude.
Man.
They're flying off the shelf right now.
And you can do whatever you want with it. You want to slice it up a little bit, make it a crop top? I might do that with my T-shirt. We'll see.
Maybe, yeah.
I think that's a good look for me.
Yeah, I think it would be too. I'd watch that.
Yeah, would you? Oh, you'd watch me. You'd watch my Instagram video of, hey everybody, here's how you make a crop top
here's
out
how
of
you
the
make a crop
Nexus
top,
shirt. You'll just rip the
Zach could be
sleeves
like,
off.
no, what are you doing?
You can rip your sleeves off, man.
Yeah.
Show the people the guns. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You know,
more like water
put 'em off
pistols.
on- If that I
Water
just
guns.
got water balloons, bro.
Yeah, water balloons.
Lone Star, Texas. Oh, Lone Star, not Texas. Lone Star Open happening in Waco, Texas, the weekend of the 27th.
Yeah.
And I believe that there's one more event that 20 Lore Pro is going to be partnering with. Maybe
I got
October 23rd.
I know
Does
we're
that
going
ring
to
a bell?
we're going to Milwaukee.
Oh, Milwaukee. Isn't
Yeah,
that where the DLC's happening?
I think so. Yeah.
Do you like my QVC style way of
I like that
of
because
queuing this
dude,
up?
there's so many
let's
events
go, just
going
go.
on.
Let's go just full QVC. Oh, I see. So you're saying that Milwaukee. Oh, the DLC's going
Yeah.
to be happening, but
We are actually able to get tickets to that. All of us are going to compete in that.
you're going to be
actually.
competing in
Yeah,
the
we're gonna
DLC.
compete, yeah. The
But
20 Lore team, yeah.
how are you going to be doing this? How are you going to be doing this amazing event when the DLC is happening? When is this event taking place?
Jesus Christ, I got so many events. in there.
It's the Thursday before.
Okay.
Let me cue it
Okay,
up. Let
okay,
me,
gotcha,
let me
gotcha,
break the
gotcha.
QVC. It's the Thursday before
right.
the DLC.
You're right, it is because there's an event going on that I'm part of that's like a party for that event. Something like that.
Yep,
There's
yep,
so
yep.
much stuff because we're hanging out with WCC, World Class Cards.
World class
Yeah.
cards. I mean,
Thanks
I've
for
never.
reminding my dates, man.
I've
I've just been planning.
No problem. October 23rd, the Thursday before the DLC in Milwaukee, to kick off the second season of Disney Lorcana
Yeah.
Competitive. I mean, who's in World Class Cards? What's that? Who might I be able to see there?
That team's great.
Anybody that I know? Any players?
Yeah, there's a few people in there.
Yeah,
What's
I
his
mean,
name?
maybe like a Worlds event winner.
Yeah.
DKP.
The one who got first and second.
Frank Karsten.
Yeah, Frank Carson. Yeah,
we
Frank
got
Carson,
a whole.
that's it. DKP.
You're not going to want to miss that karaoke games, the whole 9. But I'm being told that we are going into the first round today, starting off round number 8 of Swiss. Let's get into it here. I'm excited to see who we got here, too.
Who we got going against?
We got Ed.
Oh,
We got. Speaking of worlds, we got worlds runner-up finalist Ed Chu on the Blurple. We got Haymaker on the Blurple. We got a Blurple matchup this early in
Good
the
old
morning.
Blurple. Yeah.
Good old Blurple. I believe we're going to be seeing a lot of it today.
I'm excited for it.
I mean, there is rock, paper, scissors. People are saying, the scissors are a little bigger than the rock and the paper, maybe because we're seeing a lot of Blurple
We are.
action. We're starting with the mirror, and I mean,
unfortunately, this might be the reign of Blurple right now.
it might be, but we got some rogue decks.
We do.
that have been doing
This is
extraordinarily
just one of the
well.
matches we have today.
And any of those rogue decks,
Yeah.
if they've made it this far, have had to go through Blurple. So we're going to be seeing not only Blurple today, but the matchups and the decks that go into Blurple well. Meanwhile, Ed, I'm excited to. I've never commentated a game with Ed before. Have you?
No, I have not. I've just watched like him play and stuff. So
I want to see one of the great minds and masters of the game at work here. Let's see as they go ahead and draw their cards. Ed looks to be going first because he is going to alter first. I'm seeing a second star to the right. I'm seeing Tipo. I'm seeing a lot of the. I'm seeing a Monstro. That's an interesting ad.
a Monstro?
Yeah, he just put a Monstro down, and there's no way he's keeping that Monstro.
Oh no,
which means that he's keeping the second star to the right, an uninkable 10 cost. That's insane to me.
That's a really big card in this event. You know, this matchup. You know what I'm saying?
That's true, but it's going to be so long before you can play it.
It is. It's going to be a little bit while, but maybe he's just planning for. He's like, look, I got this turn 2, turn 3.
Yeah, maybe he's.
I could get there.
He's seeing it. Yeah. He's seeing the vision of it. He's
like, and if I can get this off, I can more than likely take the game away because drawing 5 cards against a purple deck and getting more. It's about who's drawing more cards here.
Exactly. So I mean that seems and maybe
this game's gonna go late. Like this game is gonna go late. So like he's probably planning for the late game.
He's also looking at the composition of the rest of his hand and seeing like I'm gonna be able to get characters out who can sing this. So especially going first too, you're gonna be lower on cards than your opponent because your opponent obviously draws on the first turn. But we're going to start with a develop your brain into the inkwell.
Looks like he's got a Robin Hood in his hand, too.
Nothing here, yep. Looks like Iago, I'm seeing. Tipo is going to hit the inkwell. And that Basil is going to come down.
Oh, he drew
a one drop here. Monstro is going to hit the inkwell.
Tipo?
Tipo got to be, right? Yeah. So
there he
Tipo
is.
comes
little
down.
Shirtless kid.
Yep. You point that out every time Tipo drops down.
It's like, kid, go home and put on some clothes.
Get a shirt. Pacha, get this kid a shirt.
Yeah, somebody get this kid a shirt.
Royal Guard is going to come down and sail the Azurite Sea here. All right, so
it's cute when he does it, but it's not cute when I do it.
You let me be the judge of that.
Okay.
All right, so Hypnotic Deduction is also going to come down. No additional 1-drop for Haymaker, and what that Tipo does is it discourages the Basil from questing because Haymaker would be able to be up 1-0 if that Tipo wasn't there, dissuading it. And we've seen the power of Basil this whole tournament, so you can feel comfortable putting in the Tipo, and you feel fine if they trade the Basil in because that's one less character that can give support here. The Genie's going to come down, which is odd to me in the face of the Iago, but I think
we're going to take out that Genie right quick. Oh, there he goes.
You're right. You are absolutely right. Yeah. The Iago is going to finish it off.
What can we sing right now?
Ooh, you're right. We are setting up. And that's the thing. If Haymaker does not take out the Tipo, that Tipo will be required to sing. So we'll see how heads up Haymaker is. You don't usually want to trade the Basil into the Tipo. But who's assuming that you have second star to the right this early?
No, for sure.
Right? But does Ed even play it next turn? I don't know. I
wouldn't swing that into him. Like we know he's got it, but like I wouldn't swing my Basil into a Tipo just to take it out. Like, it just doesn't make any sense.
Exactly. Unless you think to yourself, well, you know what? I'm counting 5, 4, 2. That's 11. You need only 10 to sing second star to the right, so you even got a little bit of change there. We'll see what Haymaker decides to do. Another Genie is going to come down.
And those Iagos, man, they just take Genies out.
They are the Genie
number. Yeah.
They do got that Genie's number. As Sail the Azurite Sea comes down, another Basil, and of
course,
let's go. Let's go. We are seeing high-quality play here. Haymaker probably understood exactly what the situation was.
Yeah, for sure.
We're going to Sail the Azurite Sea here with Ed. We are going to draw an additional card, and I wonder. I mean,
we got to get those. We got to get another character out so we can start singing now because you're starting to like ink a lot of things.
Oh no! Yeah. Ed didn't draw an ink, so you would want to draw into the ink. I'm assuming that if he was looking for a little bit of ink so he could play the Iago. Yeah. Didn't draw it. I think that's a Hades in hand. Yeah.
He had looks like he's got a Hades too.
But Haymaker just. Haymaker just passed.
Oh, there we go. We got a Hades now. Okay.
And now we got the Hades down.
And the last card in our hand is guess what?
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Yep, second star to the right. But are we going to be able to sing that? Because Haymaker definitely is on a critical turn, has 7 ink already, would be able to Hades the Hades.
Oh, he does have a Hades in hand, too.
Okay,
I
so
just
he
saw. I
draws
got
the
a
card.
glimpse of it.
So Ed, once again, will not be able to sing this song here, and it'll be even worse if Haymaker, if Haymaker has, let's say, a hypnotic strength, he can pay 2, draw a card, and take out the Iago.
Exactly.
Right?
There's
Because
that
of the
vanish
vanish.
mode. Yeah.
Okay, here comes Robin Hood, though.
Okay, Robin Hood's
what a
coming in
great
to save it,
pickup.
yeah.
Oh, what a phenomenal pickup. Sail the Azurite Sea. This is Ed at his finest. He loves drawing cards.
Yeah. Oh, who does? Dude, that's like one of my favorite things.
That's the man of the.
For sure.
Yeah, that's the man. He just keeps drawing, no matter what the threats are. A lot of times he just says, "You know what?
Let me
But
draw
I'll
a
draw
card."
into the. I'll
I'll
draw
draw
into
it,
it.
yeah.
I'll draw the answer." Haymaker here, looking to have a bit of a decision, but now it's going to be tough because now you have to take out at least 2 characters to dissuade Ed, or not dissuade Ed, but to take away the second star from the right play, right? It looks like Ed's going to be drawing 5 new cards. He's low on cards. Oh no, the Hades. But I don't think that there's any way. I mean,
He might be able to hardcast it with all that ink.
no, all 7 ink. So he didn't ink last turn.
No, I'm talking about Ed might be
Oh
able to
yeah,
cast
but
a
you don't want to. You don't want to.
I know you don't want
the
to.
second star to the right.
But I
Come on
mean,
now.
yeah.
Oh wait, no. Oh, I was incorrect because now we're back to 9.
Okay.
We're now back to only 9, and the Hades another. What
It's just
is
Hades and back and forth.
Ed
man.
is just picking this up, and now he will have to. Now Haymaker will have to get rid of 2 characters because if he even leaves a Tipo, Iago, and Elsa, we're singing second star to the right. So this is turning into a game of who.
Man, Haymaker's got a big grip though too.
Haymaker does. No need for second star to the right, but I mean Ed is way ahead on board. Next turn, if he gets off this
that
second
TikTok?
star to the right, that is TikTok, which means that Haymaker does not have any way
Here we go.
to take out the. Okay, so who do we sing it with is the question, right? Probably we just go Hades, Iago? Or do we do Iago, Elsa, Tipo?
Yeah,
Just-
those 2. He probably doesn't want his Iago to die.
You know, that's correct to the TikTok. I see what you're saying. So Ed will just draw
Golly.
5 cards.
And he drew a Dumbo too.
Drew a Dumbo. I mean, has all the ink now, right?
Yeah, this is the card that kind of just puts you back in the game, especially with Ed only having 1 card in hand and Haymaker was having he has about 4.
Absolutely.
So-
And now, I mean, Ed was ahead on board. Ed is ahead on lore.
Yeah.
He's ahead on ink as well. And
I got
now
a
he's
full
ahead
grip
on
band.
cards.
Yeah.
I mean, Ed just putting on a masterclass here. Of course you keep that second star to the right. I don't know what I was
Yeah.
thinking earlier. Why
Now I
would you
know.
not?
Now I know. Keep a 10 cost in my opening
Yeah,
hand.
if you have a Tipo,
Yeah.
why not? And
Yeah.
now Ed's going to dig a little deeper even, not with the card, but with the Visions of the Future. We'll pick up 5, pick his favorite of the 5. What are you choosing? I saw an Into
I like
the
a Hades
Unknown.
and Into the Unknown.
Into
I like
the
a
Unknown's
Hades
great.
though.
Yeah, Hades is
Yeah,
great.
he took the
Oh,
Hades.
You
Way to
got
go, Ed.
It's a body, right? It's
Yeah.
it's Into the Unknown, but with a body, with
Exactly.
a 3/6 question for 2 body here. 7 cost uninkable, but who cares when you have as much ink as Ed
For
does?
sure, yeah.
Right?
Oh,
He's
let's
taking
go.
it to the
Let's
bank.
do
And
it.
here we go, the Hades, and now this Iago can quest freely. Do we even do the Tipo as well? I don't think we
quest with
quest.
it.
Do we quest Tipo though? I
No,
don't know.
no, I don't think we question it.
Yeah, because we leave it on board and then it can take out the
He's
bezel.
questing
He's
Tipo!
questing it.
That's
We're
why
wrong.
he's a world champ.
This is why we're wrong, man. Every single lore counts. That lore might be
For
the
sure.
difference between Ed
Yeah.
winning and losing this game in the mirror match.
He did Dumbo.
Oh. He inked the Dumbo, you said?
Yeah, he into Dumbo. Yeah.
That's nuts.
Oh, he's got 2 more in hand.
I was
That's
taking-
why.
I was taking a look at chat. Oh,
got a
yeah.
Hades.
Nobody needs 3 Dumbos in
Yeah,
hand.
yeah.
Unless they're not playing the game and they're going to trade it. That's when that's when you need it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at that board presence though. Like Ed's got so much board presence right now.
That's
With
right.
that second star to the right, just put him back in the game.
And the one thing that Blurple can't do, no board wipes.
There's no board wipes right now.
No board
It's
wipes.
just we just Hades each other until one of our Hades days, you know?
Yeah, and it's the last Hades
Yeah,
standing.
yeah.
That's whoever the last Hades standing is probably winning the
Yeah,
game, right?
exactly,
That's the
yeah.
way we play. People in chat yesterday were saying whoever gets the second star to the right first is probably going to win the game, and Ed's the one who got it off first here.
Ed's probably like, I got this in my opening hand, but this is probably going to make the difference of this whole game right now against
Yes.
each other. And he's like, you know what? If I can get some board presence on the board and I can set this up, I can probably win this game.
And that's the thing; it's already tough enough.
Ooh.
Oh boy. Oh boy. What do we do here?
Oh, you play that to
Take
play
two to
Tipo?
Tipo? We're taking out the Tipo?
Oh, and there
Oh,
we go.
the hypnotic strength. There we
nice.
go.
There
Doesn't
it is.
matter. Yep. Maybe a couple turns too late, honestly. I mean, I feel like Haymaker
I feel like
probably
that bell
just
could have
drew
used a
into
little
it.
bit more, but I mean, that's the only place you kind of have, you know. But the
Yeah.
hypnotic strength on the Iago is a perfect choice.
And if you leave damage on your opponent, then you're opening the door for Ed to just bell you right back, right?
sure.
And then nothing's
Ooh,
happening.
into the
the
unknown.
unknown coming down here. All right, Haymaker is doing a great job at, I'm seeing why his name is Haymaker, throwing some Haymakers back, and just like that, he's ahead on the board here, 3 characters to 2. Let's see what Ed responds with.
And look at all this ink we got. We can play so much stuff.
Yeah, there are answers for days. I mean, Ed could...
Ed's got an Into the Unknown, 2 Dumbos, so like he's
Yeah.
got enough stuff.
And now this else is going to gain a lore, draw a card. Easy,
Ooh.
easy, easy.
And it's evasive.
It's evasive also. It's going to be tough for Haymaker. And Haymaker has used a lot of his resources, a lot
And
of
you
his removal
Gain
already.
1 lore 2 off that draw, so I
Yep.
mean that's pretty good.
Gain a lore. Now, I mean, Ed is looking in firm control. But again, yesterday I kept saying it looks like this is Blank's game. And then out of nowhere, the Blurple Mirror match just swings back in the favor of
For
the other
sure,
person. Haymaker definitely the one on the back foot here, though. Did a great job in the last turn. But let's see how good he is at maintaining this. Ed has that Hades here. And the question is there really
How many
such a big
Hades have we
threat?
seen today?
We've seen at
Jeez.
least 3, so I believe that this would be the 4th Hades. And we're going to put the bell down. Okay, Ed is going to go ahead and quest. So Ed's
He's like, how many Hades have you played?
yeah.
He's like,
well, we don't know because there's a bunch of the inkwell. Yeah,
they're in my inkwell.
we're usually inking that guy. Hades is going to quest for 2. We're going to get to 7. And, I mean, Ed just putting on a masterclass, showing exactly what you do with Blurple, right?
sure.
When to be the aggressor, when to be questing aggressively, and when you want to leave your characters standing up so they can maybe sing second star to the right,
I
right?
think this is a great match to see how you would play against a Blurple if you're playing Blurple yourself and you're in the mirror.
Absolutely.
This is like
I
the
mean,
moment to take notes. You know?
I am definitely taking notes, Tubes. I mean,
Yeah.
like, look at this. Haymaker, on the other end, is not any slouch either. I mean, he is seriously doing a great job of fighting back. This other Hades has just gone into the, just as we were talking about,
Yeah.
right? Hades going into the inkwell. And, I mean, if you're Haymaker here, what else are you looking to play? Maybe another Genie? Maybe...
We need some more removal. We got to get rid of this other Hades. This Dumbo's going to start going to town and kind of getting the card advantage he needs again.
absolutely.
And gain him a bunch of lore. That's a problem we got to deal with. That's definitely something.
I don't know about you, man, but that's exactly why maybe Ed quested out the Hades, because he wants to get ahead on lore. If Ed was maybe a little lower in lore, maybe you hold on to that into the unknown for the Dumbo for when it turns sideways. But now because that Hades becomes a threat and Ed starts questing, and you see Ed is just going for it, you kind of got to take out the Hades, and you can't wait around for the Dumbo to exert, right?
Yeah.
I think really smart plays here from Ed, and the bell is gonna help take it out. Look at this gorgeous bell, by the way.
That is. Oh, is that enchanted? What
This is
that?
not the enchanted
that?
bell. This is the one that you could only get at the Disneyland or Disney World parks. It is the promo bell.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's fancy.
It is very fancy. It is very nice. And if you look at the bottom, the very bottom, it has like a little park logo.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, it's very,
That's
very
cute.
cute. Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking too much. We got a second star to the right, but
You
Haymaker
hard-casted it.
had to hard cast it, and that is not what you want to do in Blurple.
That's not.
It's unfortunate, but Ed has been doing such a great job of controlling the board. That bell play absolutely back-breaking. I mean, when do you challenge in? When do you make the smart trades? When do you now the bell is such a back-breaking play because not only are you taking out his Hades, you're also putting another 4/4 big body 2-quester on board.
Yeah.
I mean, is this just it for Haymaker? Is this a point where you're playing the Blurple matchup? Maybe
Oh
you
my
think to yourself,
Gosh, dude, I just saw Ed's got another second star to the right.
"Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does." And
Did you see it too?
Yeah, all those characters can sing that
Yeah.
together. You know what I mean? It would only take 2 characters. I mean, and Ed's ahead on lore here. I mean, if you're Haymaker in these Blurple matchups, something you have to consider is: do we maybe in some world say, I'm going to scoop here? Also, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry. We are seeing on the camera has frozen. We have noticed that, but if you see on the side, like Ed, Haymaker are still moving.
I
we
wonder if
can't
somebody
see it either.
bumped it.
Yeah, maybe somebody might have bumped the camera. Maybe a wire got jostled loose or something. But from
like
what I can see, Haymaker has scooped anyway, so we are moving on to the next game. Hopefully we can get this settled. It looks like somebody is talking to them and saying, hey, we're going to try to fix this so that we don't have to waste any of this game. We are aware of it, chat. Thank you so much for pointing it out. Rascalot? There we go. We got the camera reset, and just like that, we're going to game 2. All you missed was Haymaker looking through the decisions, going, you know what? I scoop. I'm scooping it up. You didn't miss any crazy plays there. I guarantee you. Haymaker scoops, and just like that, Ed is up 1-0. Haymaker is going to be on the play here. Gotcha. I'm being told by production, Ed cast the second star on the right, and that's when Haymaker scooped. I think when you see Ed draw another 5 cards with that board,
you're like, I'm done here.
Yeah, let's move on to the next.
I'm in danger. Remember?
Exactly. Something that these Blurple matchups have to consider also is the time.
Yeah.
That can be their worst enemy because these long games can get grindy.
For sure.
When you decide to scoop, definitely a part of the meta game too. You have to know when it's time to call it quits with these long, grindy, controlled decks.
No, I agree.
When they're in a mirror matchup against each other. When do you usually think is the best time to call it quits, Toops?
Oh man, once I start getting pretty behind, I'm like, you know what? I can't.
All right, so turn 4 for you, or
Prince.
What lady into Nala? Oh, I'm scooping.
I'm like, I'm already done. I'm like, I'm in
man.
danger. Yeah, I'm
Exactly.
gonna scoop it up. Usually when I get my opponent, I'm like, you know what? I can't deal with all this board presence. I'm too far behind. I gotta. I'm done. So.
Absolutely. Haymaker here. I guess the cards have been drawn, and I mean, if you're Haymaker, what do you want to do here? What's the strategy in this second game here? It's
the game is about who's ever drawing more cards and getting more card advantage. So what I want to do is get more board presence out, maybe do a scene together, maybe get a Dumbo out, and maybe have it live a little bit.
Yep.
I'd probably go ahead.
I'm so sorry. I was just seeing a Monstro on Haymaker's side too. I thought that the Monstros were going out of style.
No, man, they're still hot.
Ooh, I guess so. We just as I was saying the last round that there's not really a board wipe, Monstro kind of is because you can discard a card, ready the character again, keep challenging in with an 8/8 body. You're so good to go.
It's just a huge monster, like a 6/8.
And I want to point out what was just inked on Haymaker's side. He inked the Magic Feather, which gives evasive to one of your characters, much like a Monstro, perhaps, so he can actually do a complete board wipe sometimes. Absolutely genius pairing. I mean, we are seeing a lot of the Magic Feather at play here. Ed, meanwhile, playing the Develop Your Brain leads me to believe he might not have the start that he wants. Does he have the ramp? I haven't seen Ed's hand yet.
Turn 2's very critical. We got to sell or we got to Tipo.
Yeah. And with Haymaker putting that Tipo down, I mean, the Sail the Azurite Sea was played, yeah.
We got to sell.
There we go. We got to sell. Did he just draw that? Did he just top deck that?
I think.
I missed. I may have missed it, but he puts Visions of the Future into the Inkwell, and
there's a Dumbo early.
That's a Dumbo early, but you usually don't want the Dumbo this early, right?
I think Ed has the Into the Unknown too. Or no, another.
Dumbo to Dumbo, but it's who plays the Dumbo first. I mean, if Haymaker elects to draw a card, gain a lore with this Dumbo, if you're Ed, do you challenge in your Dumbo, or do you do the same thing? Are you just mirroring back?
I don't know. I wouldn't. That card's so expensive. I wouldn't have run it into another card.
Yeah, that card's so expensive. I don't even want to touch it.
Yeah. That's a good question. I don't know what I would do in this scenario. I'd have to see his hand.
I guess we'll see what Ed does. Aurora comes down. It's the Aurora that gives ward from set 1. That is a back-breaking Blurple mirror matchup card because so much of the targeted, much of the removal is targeted.
So he has to go 2 at it. Wow.
Whoa! Ed realizes that it's such a huge threat, and you might be wondering at home, well, how does the Aurora exert? She gives everybody else ward. Aurora herself does not have ward. Ed smartly realizing what a threat that card is, especially if you get a second Aurora down. What do you even do? With 2 Auroras, now you can't exert either. Now you can't do anything to either of them. I mean, that is a rough way. That is a rough way to lose a match.
He definitely had to get rid of that off the board there. He's willing to sacrifice a Dumbo to get that. And you have to get that off the board.
But now being on the back foot, I mean, everything going right in for Haymaker here. And I hate to say it, but are we looking at a meta where it is like, okay, it's the mirror matchup, it's Blurple versus Blurple. Whoever goes first is going to win. There's got to be some skill expression, right? There's got to be some way to swing matches, especially with Blurple.
Not, but maybe.
I feel like if there's any deck that where you can have wild swings and win on the draw, it is going to be Blurple.
Yeah.
I mean, it's such a powerful deck. There's so many tools.
Especially like late game, you get so you just ramp so much, and then you just you're just dropping bodies, like huge bodies, and they're doing all these effects and stuff, and you're able to like take things out and remove stuff. So like, it's just it could go any way. I feel like with Blurple.
I mean, check this out. If Ed has a bell in his hand, the Mystic Sorcerer, right?
Yeah.
Like Accomplished Mystic, rather, he will. I mean, he'll be able to transfer that 3 off, put it into Dumbo, and now just like that, out, you know, you have 2 characters, no damage on them. Yeah. So yeah, these games seem very swingy. We'll see if he challenges. Yeah.
Oh.
Haymaker deciding to challenge in there, I think, because of exactly the threat of that play, right?
For sure.
You might as well get your value out of your Dumbo instead of opening the door to the bell. And that's the thing with these mirror matches. You got to know exactly what your opponent might have and play around it.
Yeah. Ed's kind of a little bit behind, but that TikTok has evasive, though, so like it can take out that Dumbo if we need to.
Yeah, but I mean...
But I feel like Ed's going to play something that's going to remove something and then like remove that TikTok.
True.
Into the unknown could be a good thing. I don't think he'd risk his Dumbo tapping it sideways like that.
No.
Unless he had something.
I mean,
he quest with the genie.
Yeah, I think you quest with the genie. I think you quest with the genie probably because that TikTok can only choose one, and you're probably choosing the Dumbo, right? I mean, the question now though is, do you exert the genie, pay the 1, and then draw with the Dumbo, or do you just quest for 2? What's more important here?
I think right now board presence is pretty important. So what I would kind of do is hopefully get a removal, and maybe like do that. And try and draw a card.
Absolutely.
Depending on my hand.
Yeah. It looks like Haymaker has a full grip.
He hasn't inked yet, so I still can ink.
Has not.
And pay 3 and then
is electing to draw the card.
Let's see what we can get because we need to get card advantage. So that's like a big thing.
There's a certain part in the game where that 1 extra lore instead is, and that 1 extra ink might be more important.
I'm losing 1, lore, but I'm also gaining a card. So I'm getting 1 lore in a card. So I'm trading a card for a lore. So
absolutely. At this stage in the game, when everything's still early, I think that it's just makes a lot of sense.
Now if we're at 19 to 19, I'm going for that lore.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We're going.
Yeah, we're going for the lore. It's just early, so I feel like card advantage is great right now.
So we're going in here. Haymaker taking his time, thinking this through. I mean, that's why I don't like to play these long, grindy control decks.
Yeah.
I take long sometimes when I'm just playing my mid-range, Emerald Amethyst, my Ruby Amethyst. Like, a lot of decisions.
Well, sometimes you're like, okay, if I do this, what next turn can he do, and then what can I do in response to that? Like, especially like when you get to like these great players like that are good at Worlds and stuff. Like,
ooh, we're getting the Dumbo back, right?
That's really good.
Oh no, we're pulling back the. So we're just saying, TikTok, go ahead, eat it up.
What did he pull back?
He pulled back the genie.
Oh, okay.
So he said, you know what? You wanna eat up the the Dumbo with your TikTok. You go right ahead, Ed. And that might. I mean, that's a play that.
Interesting.
That's a play that.
There's a Hades.
You may end up regretting.
Got rid of both of them.
Wow. Should be 3 damage on that TikTok. Yeah. No, am I missing something? Did Ed just put the wrong damage on that?
Probably.
We're supposed to put 3 damage onto that TikTok. No.
Yeah, I'm gonna get somebody to check that out.
Okay, thank you. We'll get it in editing. We'll get it in.
Yeah, he's gonna.
We'll get it in the edit.
Watch one of our producers walk up there right there because I'm like, hey.
Yeah.
3 damage.
Unless we're missing something, but I don't think so. I don't see no Cogsworth on board.
Me neither. Oh, there we go.
There we go. Ed gives the thumbs up, a sly smile and a thumbs up.
Such a classy guy.
I mean, look at these guys. What a friendly match, right? Haymaker smiling too. We're that's what I love about this game in particular.
No,
right?
the people are really nice,
sportsmanship,
I played Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh and stuff. I mean, I've come from like the slums a little bit there.
Yeah.
Different with those games, but
I have played against Yu-Gi-Oh players that don't say a single word during the whole match. They just point and it's so intimidating.
I've seen guys come walk up to me and be like, "Hey, you want to play for Dex?" I'm like, "Whoa, man, chill."
Whoa,
No, chill,
what?
dude.
Play for Dex?
I'm like,
meanwhile, Hades is coming down. Oh, and now the board is getting out of
control. It's the Hades on Hades action now.
It is, yeah. That Hades
We're
on
past
Hades.
turn 7. where Hades starts coming down.
It's shining. Hey, and just like I was saying, you know, this deck seems to be the one where the play draw disparity seems to be a little bit less. You can actually win on the draw quite a bit.
Well, you see that like Haymaker was doing really well with Dumbo now, and then Ed's kind of has the board presence and position now. He's kind of ahead now, able to remove those other characters. So, you know, we got to get more. Oh,
Now the
Hades.
Hades.
Yep. He's like, which one do you want?
Too funny. And does it matter?
Yeah.
It might. That's the
It might,
crazy
yeah.
part. It
Right.
absolutely might. I mean, we could even see like Monstro come down, couldn't we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If we get an Ink, we get a Monstro. That takes out the Hades clean. And
Yeah.
then that's only 3 damage on the Monstro. You're setting it up for the Bell.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see. Oh, it looks like he's turning it. Oh. I was mistaken.
got
There
a
were
little
7
excited there.
ink.
I saw you
I got
get
way
excited.
too excited.
Yeah.
He used that 7 ink. I was like, he still has all this ink available.
Oh, there he goes.
Wow, Ed just hard casting it. I guess recognizing that because Haymaker doesn't have a very large board, he doesn't need to wait. So he can just draw all
We got
these
a little
cards
time.
this turn.
Again,
Yeah.
Haymaker's only at 2 lore right now. Ed's at 2 lore. It's still early in the game.
I mean, that is not the optimal play. That is not the play that you want to do. You want to get some characters out. Maybe Ed was struggling to find some characters to sing this stuff.
I think Ed would think he would get behind, and you know.
Wow, but
Yeah.
look at this. I mean, we're in some dangerous spots here because now
For sure.
Haymaker is in the position where you have 2 unexerted characters that each are 5 cost, which means that Haymaker could sing second star on the right next turn.
For sure.
If he is able to do that, if he is able to pull that off, it is going to be looking very, very dire for Ed. I know that the score is only 2-2, but I mean, man, yeah. You get your Elsa and Belle to sing that. It feels kind of over.
It does. It does feel kind of over. Maybe I know Ed's got an Into the He might have 2 Into the Unknowns. It looks like.
Yeah, but he won't be able to exert the. Well, I guess he could. I guess there's a world where he could play down the.
Looks like he's got a Robin Hood also.
Okay, yeah, not a lot
Ooh,
of
and a
clean
Iago.
answers.
Iago, that guy takes people out.
And a lot of
Into the
yeah,
unknown.
that Iago does put in the work, doesn't
I
it?
wonder if he's gonna Into the Iago. Okay.
There we go.
He's got another Into the Unknown in his hand, so like he could, if things get desperate,
Does-
he could do it. Oh, there it is.
oh.
You called it.
I did, and this is not looking great because now Ed is behind on the cards. He's behind on the board. Well,
We got a
you
little
know,
bit of board stage.
prospectively,
Oh,
we're
there
going
it
to be
is right
yeah,
there.
absolutely. And now we take out the
That
Iago
hypnotic
nice and
strength
clean.
is just so good against Iago.
It is. It's such a powerful card. It's
It has
such
two
utility,
yeah,
isn't
it has
it?
2 purposes. You know, it could take out a character, or it can definitely just take out a Iago.
And
or
at the
an
end of the
illusion.
day, it draws a card, so
Yeah.
it replaces
Oh,
itself
it replaces
anyway.
itself, yeah. It's very good value.
This hypnotic strength into it. See the
Oh.
utility
Yeah.
right here takes out the genie. Gives your Elsa just enough to take out a genie. You know what else it does in the
Wow.
oh boy
Yeah,
oh boy.
That's how it's crazy how that.
It gives your
that second
Iago
star, yeah.
just enough to take out a Hades, right? Like there's so many different
That second star
options.
to the right just it makes the dramatic in the game so much different. You know?
Oh, yeah.
Whether you sing it or you play it, you hardcast it. You know.
And now Haymaker is in a dominant position. I was thinking like, oh man, it's not great to have to hardcast it. And then when your opponent comes through, has those 10 up, you know exactly what's coming, but there's nothing you can do to stop it.
You're just
Feels
sad.
bad.
You're
Just
sad.
feels bad. Yeah. And a Tipo comes down. We're just establishing a wide board presence. Haymaker being very intelligent here and understanding, okay, I don't need to use the Tipo's effect. I don't want to put another card into my inkwell if I don't have to.
That's just an extra lore I can get
It's
right
just
there.
one more lore, one more body, one more threat you have to worry about.
One more can make a whole difference.
Absolutely. In a mirror match, in any match, one
For sure.
lore could every lore matters. That's it. ELM, everybody. This Robin Hood, I'm probably coming down, right? Oh no. We're gonna bell
It's
first.
at Disney.
We're gonna bell into the into the Basil. Makes a lot of sense. Robin Hood's gonna come down, draw a card. We're gonna put we're not gonna put
gonna
Sell the
ink.
Azurite Sea into the inkwell.
He wants to draw cards, man.
Yep, and it's the character count just for everybody at home, 4-2. I know you can see it, but I'm just giving you a little bit of extra here. Alrighty. Yep, we are at 2 rounds of Swiss, and then into a top 16 as far as I have been told.
Yes, that is correct.
Yep. So we're
Ooh,
watching
a
round
Dumbo.
number 8 here. A Dumbo comes down, and
Here's where things get interesting.
Yeah, here's where Haymaker draws another 2
I'd probably
cards
scoop it up right here.
off of these Elsas. Yeah, it's It's looking.
There's so many cards he's gonna draw. It's
He's
like
gonna have so many cards. He's gonna have so much board presence. I mean, he has all the answers. He has all the ink. He's ahead on everything. I mean, look at how much ink we have here.
Yeah.
We were able to.
And he's only
and
Haymaker's
here we
only
go.
got 4, but Ed knows it. It's just like it's too much card advantage for him. You know. It's
Once that Hades comes down, then it's time.
Yeah.
It's time to scoop. All right. We are coming to a decisive game 3 here. The main thing to note is that Ed is on the play.
for sure.
So he wasn't able to win on the draw. He was doing everything he could, was staying kind of on the back foot.
Had to hard cast that second star to the right.
Yeah, that was really it.
Yeah, that's how you know you're in trouble a little bit. You know.
When Haymaker was able to throw down the Hades into the Hades, take the 14 cost singers off of the board there, right?
Yeah.
That was a critical play.
Again, Ed doing it with style. We know, like, it's just sometimes you get stuff removed from the board. You can't sing that. You can't sing your songs. You know?
And he understood that he had to
and
hard cast
both these
it.
players are good enough to know, hey, I'm gonna keep my guy from getting 10
Exactly.
characters on the
That
board.
is-
I'm gonna keep them down that way so they can't sing this, and that's the difference in the game.
That's what I'm learning as I'm getting better at TCGs, right? At trading card games, at
Yeah.
Lorcana specifically. You are always on the lookout for the numbers. You want to make sure, you know, when your opponent is playing Ruby Amethyst or Ruby Sapphire and they're at 6 ink, you got to be aware next turn they're getting to 7, and that number
be prepared,
is evil. Yep. Or they get the little Sisu out, right? And they're getting up to 6 ink. You know that big Sisu might be
I gotta
incoming.
kill that little Sisu, yeah.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's just those plays that make the difference between, being a really good player and kind of like still learning the game,
Yep.
So.
You got to know the important cards here. Ed is chucking back. It looked like an Iago. Visions of the future. He's got
kept
the
Sail.
wow. He's
Kept
kept
the
Sail.
Iago.
He's kept the, and you know what that last card is?
It's Hades, right?
No.
What,
I'll give you one more guess.
Is it second star to the right?
You got it, brother. Tubes, we're looking at another repeat here. Ed says, you know what? I'm tossing back 4. Of course I'm keeping second star to the right. So everybody, if
That's
you're
such a classy guy.
I know. He just casually keeps the
He's so
10
brave, like a
cost
10 cost, and
uninkable.
I'm moving with
And
hand.
he's like, you know what? No.
He's like,
this
you know
is
what?
too important.
He's like, he truly loves to draw cards because I love to draw cards too, but I get scared keeping a 10 cost.
Uninkable?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this guy beats me definitely. I thought I was like the biggest guy to draw cards, but I don't know if I could keep that. But again, start taking notes. Get that notepad. Start taking some
Exactly.
notes.
Keep second star to the right. Yeah.
In the Bloodful Mirror. Got it.
Oh, man. Draws 4 new cards, though. I'm always like, what if I draw 4 uninkables? What's going to happen?
Yeah.
Ed, not so worried, and no right to be. As TikTok hits the inkwell here, passes the turn. Haymaker is going to go first.
He's got another TikTok in hand.
Yeah.
TikTok. He's got a sail. Again, second star to the right.
Yeah.
Looks like a Hades maybe.
Might be. It looks like he might have the Iago in there as well for a nice turn 4. Okay. Royal Guard is...
Royal Guard's a good card right now. I like it.
Oh, it's phenomenal. Especially with second star to the right. I mean, dude, you're taking out everything.
Or even Hypnotic Strength, man. It just takes out the gerbil guy, doesn't it? The resist 2.
Oh, yeah. Rhino?
That's it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you second star to the right. Right?
Oh,
With the Royal
And I
Guard
just
out there.
run my Royal
1 or
Guard
2.
into like
yeah,
a
you're making trades
7-drop,
into Hades.
Yeah.
If a 3/6 Hades, you're like, oh, no problem.
Yeah. Second star
Challenging.
draws 5 cards, right?
Second star to the right draws 5 cards.
Yeah. So he's a 6.
So
he
that
can take out
with
a
your
Hades here.
with the additional card draw that you
Oh,
draw
did
for
before,
turn,
yeah,
so
he's-
you become a 7.
Yeah.
Oh,
You can, and then let's say you just throw a Hypnotic Strength, like you take out a Monstro or something like that.
yeah. If Chin Po was still around, you
Yeah.
could take out a Chin Po. Like,
For
what,
sure, yeah.
what are we even doing
Oh,
here?
man.
Okay. Sail the Azurite Sea comes down. So both of these players off to the regular start. You know, we're doing the thing. We'll see if Haymaker has a 1-drop. The thing is, with these Blurple decks that I would never know to do, right, is I don't know when it's right to play down the Basil. I don't know when it's right to keep the Basil for ink. Iago is going to come down. You are right. It is a Hades, but it looks like... Is that a double? Second star to the right? Hypnotic Strength comes down. That's the worst card that you want to see right now.
For sure.
Uh-oh. Ed is running out of inkable options here because I believe he has 2 second star to the rights as well as a Hades. But look at him. Look at the composure. You wouldn't know by looking at his face. These poker faces of these players, absolutely critical. Haymaker is going to go ahead and ink, but... I don't think he has anything left to
He
play.
does- okay,
oh,
you-
Ed draws into the Monstro, but he doesn't have anything to play. This
For
is
sure.
not looking good here. Ed, if I'm correct, and I believe maybe he has a TikTok. So if he has that TikTok, then he will be able to play something as long as he draws ink. But Ed must draw ink here.
Yeah, for sure.
The last thing you want to do, a Baymax is coming down.
Baymax?
Armored Companion, that's absolutely right.
Is that the remove 2 damage one?
Remove 2 damage, gain a lore for each damage removed that way. So a little bit of that tech, bit of that tech here. Oh, and now there's a TikTok and a Robin Hood. Both cost 6, so which do you ink? Ooh, Robin Hood.
You gotta play the TikTok just in case we get some evasive characters out. This TikTok can deal with them. You know that's one thing you gotta kind of keep ahead.
That's
and
absolutely
Ed right now
right.
cannot do a Hades right now to him, which is good. So you know that's kind of the scary part. You never want to play one character and then the next turn they Hades it and they got two guys.
Now we're going to be able to Hades down that Baymax.
Yeah, and then he Hades either
and
Hades
then he
TikTok.
can Hades the Hades.
Yeah, or TikTok,
I mean,
whichever one.
Did
I
Ed
would
not
get rid of
draw
TikTok.
ink? If Ed didn't draw ink, he doesn't have a play here. Oh, okay. He drew the Elsa, but the question is, we take out the Baymax. Ed says, you know what? I'm going to get another body on board. I'm going to try to sing the second star to the right next turn. I don't need to ink right now.
That's right, yeah. He can sing it next turn if none of his guys die.
A lesser person, I'm talking about myself, would have played that Hades. I would have inked that Elsa immediately, gone, oh, thank goodness, I have ink.
Yeah.
Ed saw the other line of play, and I think that this line is absolutely
I feel like that's the
here.
only way he can catch back up. Like, you know, I could sing it and I'll get a bunch of ink and I'll be able to ink and I'll be fine.
Because the thing is...
The scary thing is we're on
please.
turn 7, though, and we can get a Hades, so we just get any other character and our plan's just foiled.
But you need to draw. You need to draw that Hades.
But the scary part is, like, they always have the Hades more than likely.
You think so?
Haymaker might not have it. If he's slow rolling us, he's a pro at it.
Haymaker,
I would drop a Hades so
thinking
quick.
about this, yeah, you would drop the Hades immediately.
And get rid of the TikTok.
Yeah, look at Ed's body language.
There it
He's
is.
chilled out, man.
There it is. That's it.
Here's the Hades. What was Haymaker thinking about? What was he thinking about? He's like, I got 7 Royal Guards. Maybe I just play those.
He's like, I hear him in there. They're talking about whether I'm going to play the Hades or not.
And now, dude, here's the most brilliant part of this, right? If Ed had inked that Elsa, put down the Hades, put the Baymax, not only is that Baymax going to be sitting in Haymaker's inkwell, but when the Hades war ends, Haymaker is going to be the one with the last laugh because he has the Hades. This is going to give the support to the Elsa. He's going to be able to take out the other Elsa.
Nice.
And now Ed is going to have to. Not nice if you're Ed, because now Ed
of course,
does not have
but I
the
do
singers.
like how the support there was
Exactly,
there.
absolutely. Haymaker doing everything right now ahead on lore. Seems to be ahead on ink as well, because Ed had to maybe miss. But that was the brilliance of Ed making that play. Now we are not in as bad of a spot as we thought. 2 damage is going to be added to that Elsa here. And now
Let's hope we 2 guys can stay on the board and we can sing something.
Absolutely.
Unless Ed Haymaker plays another Hades.
Haymaker has a ton of ink here and a ton of cards in hand. So, I mean, he's got to know, right? There's no way that you don't know.
It's like, man, just don't play a Hades this turn. Come on, man.
Second star to the right is coming.
Let me untap 2 characters, please.
If Ed gets, I think this match is going to hinge on if Ed is able to play his second star to the right.
No, for sure.
If he is able to draw 5 fresh cards and have
And
your other second star to the right.
Yeah, and
still
play another
in hand.
character, another big character.
Oh boy, it's gonna be
Oh, boy, here we
over.
go.
And
It's just a battle of keeping 2 bodies off the board
Yeah.
to sing.
It's keep-aways.
Yeah, it is.
That's all we're doing. We're playing keep-aways from having 10 singer on the board. That is the toughest part. Agreed. Ladies, what does that say? Ladies read a lot. Ladies read a lot. The California Belle promo is absolutely gorgeous. I've seen it in person. Sorry, I interrupted when the Hades comes down, and now the
Did
Hades.
we just miss another Hades? A
We-
Hades?
Hades
No,
and
you
the
look
Hades,
away
man.
and you got a Hades and Hades.
You take 1 second and you miss the Hades again. It's just breaking.
By the way, I love that artwork of that card. Looks really beautiful.
Oh,
Hades, I just like the fire. And
the
Hades is a
new
good character.
Enchanted Hades is bonkers.
I gotta check that out.
I don't know if you've seen it
I
in
haven't seen it
person.
yet.
It looks crazy. The new gold foiling around everything. But Ed, is starting to catch up a little bit in cards here. Has a few cards in hand.
Yeah.
His characters have been getting. Ooh,
What are we doing here?
another bell. Another bell here. I mean, I guess it's.
Huh.
That's genius. That's absolutely genius because now we're putting 2 under the Hades, and now either of these bells can challenge into that Hades. You cannot. Ed doing the most optimal play here. I don't know how many players would have found that. That's crazy.
Oh my!
Oh, and
bells?
we put 2 of them into the 1 bell, and just like
Jesus.
that, Haymaker throwing the Haymakers, living up to the name.
10 ink. That's 10 ink he just played. I mean,
And Ed does not have any singers available now. 7 lore on Haymaker's side, and now you got to be worried about Haymaker just running away with the match. Forget about just getting to play second star to the right and singing it. Now you got to be worried about what are we doing about all of these questing characters.
all these big drops, like you said, you just drop 2 bells. Jesus.
I believe Ed only has 2 cards in hand too. This is looking dire. This is looking absolutely dire. Now there is a world where we go 7-2, and we're gonna put. We just got to hard cast it. You are not happy to do that. Meanwhile, Haymaker, this is going to be a repeat of last match. If Haymaker is able to sing second star to the right, if he has it in hand and he's able to sing it with 1 bell,
he's got a Dumbo
oh,
though. That's
this is going from bad to worse.
So we can draw like a lot of cards and like still have a good board. We're gaining 1 lore.
That's right. I mean, Ed having those inkable troubles early on. I mean, there's just a lot.
Dumbo.
Another Dumbo's going to drop.
He's just getting
here.
everything out there.
And now this is looking not great. Ed is going into the tank here. He's already thinking on his opponent's turn here. What do you do?
Look at the crowd back there behind Ed. Look at him.
Oh yeah.
I mean Haymaker. Sorry, Haymaker.
Everybody watching. A little bit of a crowd forming behind Ed.
Yeah, they're all long. There's a huge lineup of like chairs right there, just so we can see. Everybody can see.
Oh yeah. Who doesn't want to watch? Who doesn't want to watch one of the greats? One of the
Haymaker's
DLC
at 11
winners?
now. Wow.
Haymaker's at 11, and Haymaker doesn't even really need that second star to the right. That's the most tragic
Dumbo
part
came
here.
into play.
Dumbos came in. There's 2 Dumbos. I mean, how is Ed going to deal with this? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Ooh.
Oh, this is not a bad start. This is not a bad start. Ed will be able to discard a card. We'll be able to take out both of these bells. I mean, that's exactly it. And this is why we put the big boy inside.
Yeah.
Do we have? Oh, we don't have enough ink. I was gonna say if we had
for a bell.
If we could bell here.
Oh man, that'd
and
been
then
great.
take out what
He's
Dumbo.
still gonna
play
attack
a little,
with 2
yep,
Dumbos though.
Yep.
So
But
brutal.
now Ed has taken away most of his advantage that or most of the cards that he had in hand after that second star to the right. And I think this answers our question because if you go back, Ed was the one who was on the play this turn or this game.
Yeah.
And Haymaker is the one way ahead. So I do think that Blurple is one of the rare exceptions where, and maybe that's why it is such a powerful deck, the swings can be so big that you actually, on the draw, can be winning a lot of games.
For sure.
I mean, 2 players at the top of their game here. You don't go 6-1 in a 450-player tournament without being one of the best players in the world, right?
Yeah.
I mean, let's go.
It's gaining 2 lore there.
Yep. Drawing cards left and right here. And Ed, I mean, I cannot. The composure of Ed is something else. It's like next level because if this was me, I would be like stroking my head. I'd be sweating.
I would have done hit the table probably once.
Exactly. Ed goes ahead and scoops. What a brutal way to go out. But
what a good start of a game. Like I thought Blurple was going to be a little bit boring, but that was actually a pretty good game.
I'm telling you, man, these Blurple mirror matches are actually pretty fun. I love watching the swings. It's always exciting.
Yeah.
Ed was ahead for
seeing
so
how
much
they
of that.
attack and seeing what they're going to do and how they're going to get
who
advantage.
draws, what they need to draw, when. Like it's not just whoever's on the play automatically wins.
And I know a lot of people say that, but sometimes like these great players that they play at such a great level, like they can get out of certain situations, you know.
Right.
So and they see that line, they're like, okay, I can make this work. So.
And there are so many decisions, right, that you have to make, and I feel like the common knowledge is the more decisions that you have to make, the better a player you should be for that deck.
For sure.
That's why. I mean, yeah. I mean, I usually only play mid range, and I feel like I'm making too many. There's too many decisions for me to make. But oh man, what a game!
What a game! Yeah, no,
what
that
a
was
game!
a great game.
Yep.
That's a good way to start the day, I think.
Oh, Haymaker living up to the name, taking out
great player.
one
Haymaker
of the champs,
doing great, yeah.
one of the great champs, and that's just a part of it, right? Like. Sometimes you just don't draw what you need. Sometimes your opponent is just finding the answers.
Yeah.
Right. And when you're 6-1, and you're up against an opponent who's 6-1, you know that your opponent is no slouch.
Yeah.
right?
Now I know I got to get my scene together whenever I do Blood Bowl and Blood Bowl matchup. I got to get my, you know,
Yeah. You
got to
keep those second start of the
Right,
rights.
yeah.
I think one of the big issues was Ed just kept drawing too many uninkables early on.
Kind of slowed him down a little bit, and you definitely want to ink every turn for that
Yeah.
matchup, so you can start doing 2 bodies per turn. You
That game is a completely different match if he does not have the Hades to answer the Hades back
For sure.
on the turn that Ed could have sang the second start of the right. I mean, man.
Because Ed was constantly just trying to keep 2 people on the board just so he could sing that. Like, that was his big play. And if he can do that, he can take the game away.
That brilliant
and
play by
Haymaker's like,
Ed.
no.
Yeah. I mean, learning even in defeat, right?
Yeah. No, for sure. For sure.
Absolutely. Man, and that's the thing, right? People get tired of seeing the same decks over and over. We've seen the Monstro, we've seen the Bell, we've seen the Elsa.
Yeah, but with different pilots, though. That's what makes it
Exactly.
great. You know,
And
a different pilot in there, you get a different one. You know, they can be a great character. So, but yeah, we're gonna get another game up here in a second for you guys. So we should be good here in a minute.
So stick around because round number 9
Round
of
9.
Swiss.
Exciting.
The last and final round is coming up here. Toops, you got to get out of here, man.
I gotta go interview somebody.
You go ahead. You go ahead. I'll hold the fort down. Yeah. There's a lot of wires here, people. You just navigated that masterfully. A lesser man would have tripped and ripped out every wire that was under there. Not Toops. Are you coming in, Sasuke? You chilling? You just chilling? You chilling. Okay. Well, welcome everybody. Let me set the stage for you all. Let me stop leaning back. Let me get in here because we are entering into the last and final round of Swiss. Every player's dream right now is to make it into this top 16. However, we have a lot of 6 and 2s. We've got a lot of, I'm sure, 7 and 1s. I haven't checked the melee. I don't know if we have any 8 and 0s. Do you know off the top of your head if we have any 8 and 0s? We don't know. I got to check. Got you. Yeah, that's absolutely right. So, yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Why would there be an 8-0 when you can 7-0-2 and make it? Yeah. Okay. Well, we are going to the last round, and everything is going to be on this last round, right? I mean, we're talking about hopes and dreams. We are talking about getting this far and just falling this short, falling shy by this much. So we are going to go ahead and throw it over to Toops and a couple of familiar faces in the Lorcana community. Toops, take it away, man.
Hello and welcome to Charlie's Collectible Show. I'm Sir Ashtown, and we're here for the day 2 of the tournament. Very excited to be here. We have seen a lot of Blurple matches, honestly. It's been Blurple on Blurple damage, and I'm here for it. It's been a great time. I want to tell you about some of the upcoming events that we have here on 20 Lore Pro. So this weekend, we're covering Charlie's Collectible Show. It's been a great time here so far. Next weekend, we're going to be live in Denver with the Pro Play Games Summit Denver. Should be an exciting time. That will be live on Twitch at Pro Play Games Live. So that won't be on 20 Lore Pro's channel, but we will be there in spirit doing the production behind the scenes, audio, video. That'll be us helping the Pro Play Game team as they give y'all the best in competitive Lorcana. Then on the 27th of September, we're going to be heading to Nexus. It's our 20 Lore Pro LGS. It's the one that I go to every week, that I play at, I enjoy. Luxac, he's behind the scenes, you can't see him, but he's the one who helps own and runs all the tournaments at the store, and he is hosting the Lone Star Open. It is a 10K weekend where you can have a chance to win 5K Saturday and Sunday. So if you can't make one day, you can always make the other. Again, that is Nexus, the Lone Star Open weekend. That should be a fantastic time for some Lorcana. Then, gearing up for DLC Milwaukee, we have a special evening called the Enchanted Evening with the World Class Cards team. That'll be hosted by the World Class Cards team in general. They're going to be there having party, games, karaoke, all sorts of fun things for us to do. So if you want to see Ed go up on stage and sing Strength of a Raging Fire, that is your chance. You can check out, again, the World Class Cards Enchanted Evening October 23rd. That'll be on the World Class Cards Metafy. That should be a fantastic time for everyone to come together right before the DLC event to have fun and games with the whole team. Try to play test against them. Pick their brain and find out what would work best for you before you go and compete at the DLC Milwaukee. The 20 Lore team, we have competitor tickets. We're going to be playing. It's going to be a fantastic time for us. Haven't gotten to compete in a long time, just like many of you at home. We were thankfully lucky enough to be able to get tickets. So we're going to be looking forward to that event and looking forward to see y'all there. And again, this is 20 Lore Pro. We're here live today. We have the Feature Match 2 channel, which you're watching right now. We have it on Twitch and on YouTube, their own separate links. Then for Feature Match 1, we have their own Twitch, which is 20 Lore Pro, along with the 20 Lore Pro YouTube that matches that feed. So again, tons of action all weekend for y'all. Thank y'all so much, and we will see y'all here very shortly.
Hello.
I'm in the forest. You guys might have seen me in the other room, but now I am in a green. I'm in a labyrinthine topiary maze. And what are we about to see? It's the final round of this whole thing. We've done 9 rounds, or this will be round 9. We've done 8, and it is exciting, and I think this is something where everybody needs to keep playing. I mean, it is a very, very, very congested top right now because we're cutting the top 16. So we saw at the Ink yesterday, there was a player, a Skylar of Team Maelstrom, who was able to get in with 2 losses. So even if you have 2 losses, people are like, "Oh, I'm done." You're not done. Keep playing. And is that your same feeling? Is it keep
There's
playing
about
these cards?
1, maybe 2 spots open for that bubbling place.
Yes,
so
the bubble.
Yes.
And
Well, because then the rest of them is really just going to be the top 32. So they get the points for that 50K, but then, they're kind of just out.
yeah, so it's good to keep playing. And honestly, I mean, I heard somebody yesterday say like, "Oh, well, you're out, right?" He's like, "Well, I need to keep playing. I need reps on this deck." So high pressure reps are extremely important. But the match we're about to see is going to be a very high pressured rep because we're about to see players who are going to be kind of at the top here. We know that ultimately, when you play really well, you don't necessarily need to keep playing. We see 2 tables already have done an intentional draw, and that is Thiago, Ivan, who we just saw on stream, Humble, who we saw yesterday, and Dylan Crowley, who said, "You know what? I'm good. I'll see you guys in the top 16." But everybody else appears to still be playing. There's a couple other players. Looks like Frank Nicola. I think Nicola is Luxury Gaming did a draw, and so did Mitchell Rusk. So there are players that are like, "Listen, I'll play my odds." And there's a couple ways you can do it, right? Because if you do a draw, you get 1 point. If you win, you get 3. But if you lose, you get 0. So players are going to do that calculated thing where what's better, 0 or 1 point? And that can matter. I mean, that's something you probably thought about before as a player.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just one of those situations where it's like, okay, if I can win the first 7 rounds, I don't really care about my placements. I'll just draw, and it doesn't really matter, right? In these 9-round series. And then if you get to that 7-1 mark or 6-1 mark, it becomes very, very scary. Because you lose that game, you're pretty much out, and then you just have to hope and pray that you have the good tiebreakers.
Yes, exactly. And tiebreakers you don't really have control over. It's something where obviously you play well and you play to your best ability, but you can't control the people your opponent plays and how they did. But we're going to switch over to the match very shortly, and I think we are about to have a match that people might be excited about. Now, I know, if you're out there, you're probably like, "If I see Blurple, I'll pass out." And okay, I can't not show you that. But what we can show you is a different color pairing that we talked about. We know Zan, Jeremy, and Joseph quickly are on it. We have another player here, Mark Zelf, who says, "I'm playing it too." And what is this beautiful pairing of colors?
Yeah, and I mean, both of these players here are just like, if you win this, you are in. But if either of these players lose here, they're just out of the tournament, out of the running. I know that Kendall Burdett yesterday started off really great. I think he was 4-0, ended up losing to Christie, and then had a draw, and then rather than get that win and just have that hope and pray to keep going in, I think it was actually to Atlas Nathan himself that actually ended up dethroning Kendall and taking him out of this this tournament here. So Mark Zalf, hopefully, I mean, we know that the green or Emerald Sapphire rather is kind of set there just to prey on the Blurple players. So I expect Mark to have the advantage here, whether he's on the play or on the draw, just because both of these decks are relatively mid-rangey, almost control-style decks. So, I mean, Katie, do you know what key cards the Emerald Sapphire player is looking for to be able to take down these Blurple players?
This Emerald Sapphire deck is looking for a couple things here. I mean, we saw things used to great combination here. Under the Sea is such a powerful card. So we are looking to go Under the Sea, which is a card that you can sing together. We also saw a card that was used to great success is Heads Held High, which is essentially kind of like a homebrew Kita that we saw from Into the Inklands, where it's going to reduce the power of your opponents by 3 strength, which makes them primed and ready to send them to the deep blue sea. Another thing that was kind of interesting, we saw some players are teching in. Ooh, there's that Monstro. I talked about this in another match here, but yes, those are 2 cards, but also we have the Universal Shift Baymax that can be quite good. And then these cards, which dig for answers. And it's not necessarily, I saw Zan's list. This could be very different than Dan's list. I think he did not run Develop Your Brain. So we shall see. Are there any other cards that you think you might see in this matchup?
I mean, I think both of these decks are probably running some sort of Visions of the Future, just some deep sort of dig effect. Obviously, Baymax, a very key card, very easy to set up that under the sea, right? I think the ideal, especially into aggro turns, is like turn 1 Basil, turn 2 Tipo, turn 3 you shift the Baymax onto the Tipo, and then you have that under the sea active if you so choose. And I think that both of these players are definitely going to want to hopefully develop an early Tipo just to get that sing together power just that much, inched closer. But yep, and it looks like both of these players just inking the Tipo, playing the Tipo. And yeah, I mean, pretty stock standard stuff here. I think no player here has really gotten any sort of advantage. It just kind of feels right now that both of these players are just jockeying for position, trying to find that early game presence that they're looking for. And so now just a 3-4 evasive being put onto the field. Definitely don't see that too often here. And a Sail the Azurite Sea going to be propped up here, potentially into a second one because we do see it in hand. It looks like it is going to be put into the Inkwell potentially here instead. That is going to be the case. And so he's got 3 ink remaining now.
Yeah.
And Clarabelle going to be put down. So I think that Clarabelle very likely going to be coming down this next turn.
Yes, and I mean, something to mention is we saw in the match that I was casting, and possibly you saw on the other stream, is that there is a lot of card draw in Blurple, specifically second star to the right. And Clarabelle, who is light on her hoofs, is happy to take advantage of such a thing. We saw Zanziad play this deck yesterday, a similar build, and he was happy to empty his hand every turn because at the end of the turn, that cow says, "How many cards you got over there?" Now me too. So here we go. We've got, another card that we saw to use to great success. Unfortunately, not in the Inkwell, not so helpful in the Inkwell, but that is John Silver, which can be a lot better in matchups necessarily that isn't built on challenging. Having a challenger on board makes it a little bit different here. But John Silver does give Reckless when he comes into play, and he is a 5/5, which is quite nice. That's quite a nice body to have on the board.
Absolutely, yeah. And as you had just mentioned just a few seconds ago, that second star to the right finally going to take some use here. Tipo being able to be utilized alongside that 4-drop, 3-4 evasive with that Elsa to second star to the right. And so now Dumbo going to make his way onto the field. And really, I mean, just a lot of board presence here being developed by Atlas Nathan. And Mark Zalf really just kind of struggling to find his way onto the board right now. Is going to drop down a Developer Brain, has that Clarabelle light on her hooves, going to put it down right now, and very likely draw up to more than just 1 card here. Looks like he's at 3 in hand, so 2 cards going to get picked up. Definitely not feeling as good as Nathan is about that second star to the right, so... Dumbo going to be able to be utilized properly. We assume that Hades is in hand, so this Clarabelle very likely not long for this world either. And I mean, really, this board presence is just...
It's menacing.
It's a lot.
Yeah, and this is a matchup I'm sure that Zelf has played all day. Not necessarily, so I did ask Dan, I said, what do you think about the next day as we move into day 2, playing this Emerald Sapphire list? And he says, well, it's other people that have to prepare for me. People need to know I've played against your deck all day, but you haven't played against mine. So there's a chance Atlas Nathan will trip up and not necessarily know how to navigate the curves of Mark's deck. But he might not have to. If he just has the draw and the power and all the things he needs, then he doesn't necessarily have to negotiate around the curves of Mark's desk. But here we go. We are cruising along. We're losing the ability as time goes on to do Hades, but we might get to see an Elsa with an Into the Unknown, which could take care of that Clarabelle, and Donald and Tipo by himself, not so menacing.
Yep. And so now it's kind of a difficult situation here, right? It's just one of these places where you don't really have great board presence. You kind of want to keep drawing, but you no longer have the ink to play that Hades. So the more cards you keep putting onto this board here, the more cards you keep giving Mark. And I think Nathan's realizing this and really just doesn't want to exert his evasive to continue to draw, but I think he just needs to find this Hades. And it looks like Nathan does agree here, so he's going to be able to draw himself just 1 more card. Now up to about 5 or 6 cards in hand now. Going to spend 5 of it instead, just to drop down another Bell here. Very likely just going to use it to get rid of... the Tipo, but instead not. Just decides to develop it onto the board and pass the turn.
Yeah, interesting. Did he move the damage onto... just did nothing.
Yeah.
Crazy, but you're allowed to do such things. You're allowed to do what you want here. Now, Tipo could become an armored Baymax at any moment. So that does give me worrying here. And then we will never get to know because Bell is now being sent into the hand. And that's one of the effects of Basil. Basil's got a double effect here where he can go ahead and bounce a card, and he can also cause you to do a discard. But here we go. Ooh, does that stop chaos in his tracks? We all need to read that together, folks. I think it must be another bounce effect here, given the fact that we just saw some cards go back into the hand. And now we're seeing your welcome, which shuffles back into your deck. So now we just have two Tipos hanging out by themselves. A little scary. Tipo is a child that does not want to be by himself. So that's another thing together. Return up to 2 characters with 3 strength or less to their hand. Very good in this deck. Well, into the hand is not always the greatest, but if you're going to pair it with discard, can be good. Because honestly, I don't want to bounce some of these cards back to the hand because they're very scary when they come back. But it is a nice tempo play.
Yeah, I mean, that stopped chaos in its tracks here. Just going to put 2 cards into Nathan's hand. That you're welcome going to put another 2 cards into Nathan's hand, and that Basil putting another card into Nathan's hand. So 5 or 6 cards went into the hand here. And that meant that Clarabelle just drew 8.5 million cards. So these Tipos kind of really the only thing left on the board here for Nathan, which doesn't feel good at all. And really, it felt like it was kind of getting out of Mark's hand, you know. But I mean, that Sing Together really just did a lot of work there. That Into the Unknown finally going to get rid of that Clarabelle, but not after all of that damage was done. Let's see how many cards was drawn. It looks like 9 cards were drawn here from that Clarabelle on that last turn and 2 on the previous turn. So 11 cards for 7 ink, and then also enabling that that Sing Together effect. I mean, just an absolute house is this Clarabelle here for Mark Zalf in this mirror or in this matchup. So looks like the Tipos are just going to fight Tipo. A lot of violence.
Yeah.
A lot of Tipo and Tipo violence.
And the last bounce of the meta here, we have a Madam Mim Elephant, which when you play her, you do have to return one of your characters to your hand. So this we lost a lot of great bounce cards out there, but we still have the set 5 Shimmering Sky Elephant here. And at the start of your turn, you may move 2 damage counters from his character to choose the opposing character. Not necessarily relevant here, but she's got another effect. She bounces, and she's there to help move some damage as well.
Yeah, I mean, Madam Mim is just one of those cards that's like really good into steel in general, just because a lot of steel characters have very low willpower, not to mention that they don't actually have that capability to do a lot of high damage. So, you know, I mean, it's just a decent card here. I feel like he's just trying to develop as much of the board as possible, try and dump a couple of cards out of his hand and hopefully find something a little bit more relevant in these next couple turns. But, I mean, Mark Zalf was at, what, like 8, 9 mana. Nathan really just doesn't have enough lore lead to start pressuring the lore and just start racing instead and trying to fight that way. So it kind of feels like this game is being stalemated pretty heavily here. And this is exactly what the Emerald Sapphire list is looking for. So Mark Zalf has a plethora of answers in hand. He's still just deciding. I can't quite see what he has in his hand. Otherwise, I'd try and offer some sort of guidance here. I mean, it looks like there's another stopped in his tracks, but
You're going to offer it, but he can't hear us, right? So, guys, we need to let you know they can't hear us. We're not offering real guidance. But
Yeah.
to your point, sometimes I do feel good when I say, you should do this, and they do it. I'm like, yeah, that's what I said. I feel very good about myself. But my goodness, how do you make a decision when you have 40,000 cards in your hand? That is, I feel like we're back in set 7 when you look across your Ruby Sapphire opponent and they're like holding their entire deck and they're like, well, let me look at all my cards. You're like, where did you get those? Who gave you this many cards?
yeah. And then you remember that Hiram was not banned at that moment, and you're like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, you say, well, honestly, that was insane. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and see if Mark is able to stay in here because now it's discard. Now, how many cards he has? How many cards in hand? Is that his hand up here with 4,000 cards?
Actually, I think it's 9,001.
Yeah, right, over 9,000, as they say. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards, and so it suddenly discards a little less cool. But you know, questing is cool. So we'll go ahead and here quest to 2, and say.
Yep. And then they're just going to have to decide how to do the random. I mean, honestly, when it's like this many cards at this point, you may as well just shuffle and pick the top card. But they figured it out. They got some dice. Looks like Bell going to hit the banish pile there. So a pretty decent hit overall. I mean, but, you know, Blurple just kind of known for having a ton of gas. So probably not too detrimental in the ways of
Exactly. I mean, they draw cards like it's light work. I mean, between second star to the right, I think we saw Finders Keepers. We lost Friends on the Other Side, which people quite liked it, but not so scary when you just say, you know what, I'll draw cards literally forever. In this case, 5 cards. Now, we can't sing it right now, but as we saw, Atlas Nathan is doing a great job of inking. Sometimes people just pay 10 and draw 5 cards. So it's always a menacing presence to know that Blurple wants to draw cards. They do draw cards, and then they punish you spectacularly with those cards.
And so that Tipo going to get removed there. And yeah, I mean, this board presence really just starting to kind of become almost insurmountable here. The fact that there's 2 Basil on the field right now, which just means that Nathan's going to be forced to discard 2 cards at random if both of them survive on this following turn. And it's just going to continue to create pressure as as these turns continue. Really just a very late game card, but the ability to return a character to to their player's hand when it's played has really had so much more of a significant impact than I think players were ready for. It's really just doing a great job of making it splash here. So Monstro here going to be put down onto the board. I doubt that Nathan's just going to discard a card because I think that he just wants to make the Mark wants to make the trade anyways, or maybe Monstro just wants to ready so that he can't be challenged here, but that does mean that Nathan has to discard yet another card from his hand. And, I mean, this is a game of resources between these 2 players, and right now it looks like Mark is just trying to strip away Nathan's hand while developing his own board state. So the fact that this Monstro here is still on the field is a little bit scary. We'll have to see how Nathan decides to navigate the rest of this turn, but it looks like that is going to be discarding and just getting rid of that duck while it is available. And so Basil now going to hit the field here, just that 1 drop. Practical Detective, I think is the name of this Basil. So,
All right. So I was doing what might be called my favorite thing in the world, which is bubble math here. And it does look like there's a chance there might not be a bubble. There's a small chance because we have some players here sitting at 19 points. So in theory, 18 plus 3 would be, everyone playing at home, 21 points. But if these 19-point players go ahead and convert to a win here, then that puts them sitting at a 22-point, which is far past the bubble, because if there is a bubble, it'd be at 21 points. So it'll be interesting to see how that shakes out as we watch this round keep kind of grinding along. And we see these 2 decks being control decks to each other and saying, you can't, no, you can't. Now, control with card draw is kind of a little devious because they just have answers. It just means we go on for a long time, which we saw in the featured match on Stream 1. It can mean that you might go to time. Unfortunately, if you keep controlling your opponent, you don't let them do the thing, then neither of you getting to 20, as we see here with a 5-5 lore count here.
yep. And I mean, you do have to realize that there is still 7 lore on Mark's side of the field, and Nathan's just down to 3 cards in hand. Is going to use to develop your brain to try and find something a little bit more useful here. Doesn't seem to be finding what he's looking for, as I think it was just to sail the Azurite Sea, and I couldn't quite see what that last card was. But he's sitting there mulling it over. He's got 2 cards remaining in his hand otherwise. And yeah, I mean, these Basils just continue to do the work, man. I mean, next turn, 2 more cards going to get stripped away from Nathan's hand, and at that point, the game basically feels like it will be over. That your welcome then becomes this ability to just shuffle a card into your opponent's deck. Yes, they get to draw 2 cards, but with 2 Basils on the field, they just discard 2 cards anyway. So, would like to see something a little bit more impactful, hopefully here on Nathan's side of the field. But the fact that, there's only 3 cards remaining in his hand just means that there's just so little he can do. So,
yeah, I mean, and this is this is kind of interesting matchup because, I mean, obviously people have seen how this Amethyst Sapphire deck can operate, but we're still not entirely sure. People keep saying, is there going to be a 4th deck in the tier 1 deck list? And I don't know. This is a great time to see, is this Emerald Sapphire a tier 1 deck? What are your feelings after the past few days seeing so many of these bubble to the top? Is it totally a tier 1 deck, or do you think it's something that is just situationally based on the current meta doing really well? Oh, well, I mean, he's scooping, so he's saying, I
I mean, I want to say it's like almost tier 1.5. It's not that it's not a good deck. I feel like there's going to be, like, as the meta evolves, this Emerald Sapphire list will, I feel like, slowly get pushed aside. Not necessarily completely out of the meta, but in one of those situations where it's like, okay, there's too many rogue decks that prey on my list that I can't quite effectively can't quite consistently make it to that top 8, top 16 mark that you're looking for with these Emerald Sapphire lists. And that's kind of where I'm at with it, because I feel like it's really good at targeting one list, and that's kind of what it's doing right now. And it's, obviously Mark's Alpha's found great success with it here, obviously picking up game number 1 and on the draw at that. So Nathan's going to have to find a way to get himself back into this series here, hopefully pick up a game here in game number 2. But then game number 3 on the draw is going to be even more difficult, as this play draw disparity has become increasingly more impactful as time continues, just because with the fact that there's not as many catch-up mechanics in these area of effect style cards, that play draw disparity matters that much more.
It does. And play draw disparity, we saw matters a ton when you have things like Basil on the board, because we have Basil first, and then you're able to get things with Rush on the board, like an Elsa. That is truly crushing. So Atlas is going to go ahead, or rather Nathan will go ahead and say, okay, I'm going to be on the play. I want to put pressure on. I think he now knows that you got to get rid of that cow, Clarabelle, out on her foot right on site, because he wants to draw cards, and Clarabelle kind of messes that plan. Sometimes when you see Clarabelle, you have 2 options. You say, well, I'm going to play around it. I'm not going to draw cards. But unfortunately, Blurple needs to draw cards. Especially because we saw Nathan has Monstro in there. Now, I don't know if he'd deploy Monstro against Mark's deck. That's better titrated for lower strength, wide boards. So that is something he might not necessarily deploy, but he definitely cannot do a Monstro without some kind of massive card draw.
Right.
So he has to just decide. There we see Monster right off the top card. And I'm interested to see if he's piloted that card. I did posture to Liam that could be a card that we see is kind of like a homebrew board wipe. We don't have Be Prepared anymore, but we can cook it up in the kitchen.
Monstro is really just be prepared at home.
Yes, Be Prepared at home, but my goodness, so much cost. You need to, it's 8, and then you need to make sure you drew a lot of cards, because you do not want to empty out your hand. You need those cards. So you really have to make sure you save up for the day you want to cash in that Monstro check.
Look, all I'm going to say is, like, if Be Prepared is Gucci, Monstro is the Be Prepared at home. That it's the makeshift one that your mom made for you.
Yeah.
Because she can't.
It's Fucci, fake Gucci. Now, what would you call Heads Held High plus Under the Sea? Is that like mega fake? Be Prepared. It is. My goodness, that is.
That's where you have like a
14.
whole ring. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
like you're selling the fake product.
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
14 ink worth of. Be Prepared notably was 7, and you're saying I gotta pay 14 now. This thing together. Most people are not paying out of pocket for that combo, but it is crazy to see. What things used to be easy, we have to work extremely hard for these days. But we are going into game 2. As we mentioned, this is round 9. There are many, many players, and by many, I mean a total of 14 players or 7 tables that said, you know what, I'm good. I will roll the dice by not rolling the dice, and took an intentional draw. And so everybody else is fighting for those remaining around 4 spots, 3 spots really. And so it's going to come down. There might be a couple people that come in at 22 points, and I think one person will bubble in at 21. I think there's going to be a ton of people at 21, and only one person will pop on top of the bubble like an angelic angel coming like, I did it. But my goodness, the other people come out on the bottom covered in bubble sewage.
Bubble sewage. Oh no.
Yeah, it's one of those kind of bubbles where you're like, don't breathe it in once that pops. But we will see. It's exciting though, because that just means that one person, it's kind of exciting to know, right? Like if one person's rewarded for not giving up. And that makes me excited. But I don't know if everybody else who's like, I just played 9 rounds. I don't feel good about that. I don't know. But it is exciting when you win the bubble.
It is. It is. And so for now here, both of these players just going for their early game. Unfortunately for Nathan, no turn to ramp. Instead, just drops down a Visions of the Future. And we do know that Mark has that Sail the Azurite Sea in his hand, as we can see it at the very top there. So now he just has to decide how he wants to develop his ink here. Looks like he's considering getting ready this You're Welcome. Very likely not going to be able to find room for it here in these next couple of turns. And so Tipo actually going to be the card that's developed here over that Sail the Azurite Sea. deciding what he wants to ink here as his final card. Really just wants to stop this Basil from getting any free lore, as in these later turns. You know, if both of these players just keep going back and forth between each other, it's really just going to be coming down to the fact that, you know, who has that early chip damage that they were able to get. So Tipo just going to wall that off here. Another Vision's going to be put down, which means that ramp still not available for Nathan here. And definitely struggling a little bit because of it. So Tipo actually going to be put in the inkwell, just decides that he doesn't want to ramp anymore. So Sail the Azurite Sea going to be played here for Mark Zalf in response. Clarabelle going to get sent into the inkwell, as well as a stopped in their tracks. I can't remember the name of that
Stop chaos in his tracks.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then along came Zeus, but that card was rotated out. Either way, so stop chaos in his track. It's great. I mean, honestly, bouncing against this deck is complicated, right? Because a lot of these cards have on play effects. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword. Like you're saying, go back, but I'm like, but don't come back, kind of thing. And that's when we might see things like bend to your will. And my goodness, okay, so he said, what happened?
That Clarabelle, I mean, you turned around for just a split second there, but the Clarabelle got shifted down, and then a stopped chaos in its tracks just got used to return Nathan's 2 cards to hand. And at that point, Nathan said, listen, I did not get the start I wanted. My hand is so
Holy
full.
cow,
And the fact that you were able to draw 7 cards off that Clarabelle right there just means that this game's over. And I understand, you know, you spent 9 to 10 hours playing this game. At this point, you feel like the writing's on the wall, and it kind of feels doom and gloom. So
I've not seen such a thing, though. I mean, 1-0, game 2, and he said, I am done here. Which, I mean, but that says something so powerful, right? For those watching at home that are going, hey, I am terrified. I can't sleep at night because all I think about is Blurple. Mark says, hey, I got something for you here. This is my Blurple. I mean, that man did not like what he saw with that deck. So wow. I mean, do you feel like it is the antidote to Blurple, or wow? What do you think the takeaway from that is?
I think really what that means is that Mark is the main protagonist.
I mean, yeah. I mean, Mark's feeling the aura just radiating off of him. He's wearing a Bleen jersey. He's playing Bleen questing or card draw machine, and that. I will be honest. I was having like a moment where I was like, oh, I'm just going to say something. And yeah, like you said, I looked away and I looked back and like, it's done. And I'm like, what's done? So that was really a spectacular thing to see. But I will note that these players, like you mentioned, this isn't their first round. This is round 9. They know when they have it. They know when they don't. Now, do I think it might have been beneficial for Nathan to stay in maybe another turn or two? Maybe. Would you have played a few more turns past that?
Absolutely. I would have played it out till the bitter end.
Till the wheels fall off.
It's one of those situations for me. It's like I have everything to lose and nothing to gain if I just quit here.
Exactly.
So I may as well just play it out and hope and pray that I can get something.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing we talked about is like the players that are going to be able to make it in. And so Atlas was, if he had that loss, then he would not be able to win. But I mean, if he went to time, he still maybe would have a chance because he was sitting, let's see here.
6-1-2. I don't know what that makes.
No, he wouldn't. No, he would not, because right now only there will be one, maybe more of 18 points, which is going to be X and 2, but the tie of 6. No, you would have to have at least 7 wins to make it in, and that could be wins and a tie, but you would need the wins specifically to get in. So, that was over faster, which I guess we have more time to talk about the bracket, but that is exciting for people who are afraid of the big bad blurb. Who's afraid of the big bad blurb? La 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 la. So we're gonna go ahead. Saskia's gonna head out there and interview this fine gentleman and say, "How did that feel? What are you gonna do with all this?" You could do the longest interview, quite frankly.
Yeah.
So I'll vamp here. I'll talk about this beautiful, beautiful bracket that I don't have. I can't make a bracket because I'm talking and I can't. I'm good, but I'm not that good, unfortunately. But as far as like how many people are sitting at that 18 points that we're talking about the bubble, it's a lot, folks. We have, let's see, starting at the 18th goes down to 59th place, and we'll see where it starts. I think it starts over here on page 1. It does. So 18 points starts here at, oh my goodness, it's still going. It goes all the way to 19th. We start with Joseph Quigley. We go all the way to 59th place. So for those who are really good at math, that means we have a total of 40 people fighting for this bubble. So it is a tight amount of people who are desperately trying to get into this spot. So in a moment, we'll have Sasuke interviewing the winner of the last match, who is probably feeling quite good, just doing a little bit of short work on that match and having a little bit of time to relax. But yeah, I mean, we are going to see some exciting things here. So like I mentioned, we have 40 people sitting on the bubble. But my goodness. All right, so let's go ahead. I'm looking at the matches as they come in. There are people reporting. We did see R&B of Team Maelstrom went ahead and secured a win. It is fighting for that spot on the bubble. I'm watching a match that I'm trying to see what's going to come out is Mark Eligo versus 2 Gaming Nathan. And then Mark, that's what we just saw. Mark, 2 Gaming Nathan, that set him, Mark just went up to 22 points and is now going to be definitely in the finals here. So Mark is at, like I said, 22. And now that makes the bubble a little bit smaller because the only other option here is if for some reason Akira and Darcy tie, then that makes the bubble bigger. But otherwise, there really is only one spot. There's one spot that these players are trying to get into. So let's go ahead and see if that is wrapping up. But yeah, otherwise, we have 40 people who can bubble in. That means 40 people, assuming they all have a decisive victory, that's 20 people. So 20 people in the bubble, 1 person going in, which this is the kind of story I love, is trying to see. So we'll have the interview momentarily. It looks like they're about ready to get started. So I will go ahead and throw that over in just a moment. But until then, are you guys excited to see that? And somebody just said, hey, did Mark win? Yes, but also he kind of just got to 2 lore, and then the other opponent said, I've seen what I need to see, which was spectacular and bittersweet and strange, finding you can lose, learning Blurp was wrong. But we're going to go ahead. The Mark is getting ready. 2 Gaming Nathan was the Blurple player here. And so that means with Mark, with this win, that means we'll definitely have at least 2 Sapphire Emerald decks or Emerald and Sapphire in the top. So very, very exciting. And I'm just looking over. So if you see me look over there, it's because listen, I'm doing math. I'm talking and looking at this I just typed it as green. Green is already a color. So that is not what it is. It is blue, green, which could be glue. I don't like that. So I'll call it bleen. But I will say I'm looking at the top. So right now we have a total of let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 people. 14 people 100% locked into the top 16. Names that I'm seeing here. Looks like we have Humble. Actually, we'll go ahead and cut over to the interview, and when I come back, I'll tell you.
All right. Hey, guys. I am Sasuke here, joined with Mark Zelf. Kind of a crushing win there. Absolute domination. I mean, has that kind of been the game plan?
Yeah, pretty much. I took this deck hoping to see Blurple, and I did.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of showed there, especially in game number 2. I mean, he missed his early ramp. You got to see both a Sail and a Tipo, so no Basil questing, nothing. And then that Clarabelle came down, returned 2 characters to his hand. I think you were about to draw 7 cards, and he just said, you know what? That's enough. So, I mean, has that kind of been the game, like what's been happening? I mean, tell me, what's the main strategy with this Emerald Sapphire list?
That is the perfect strategy to get Clarabelle down, to bounce stuff back to the hand and draw 1 million cards. Our deck tech on our team, Steven, came up with this list about 2 weeks ago, and it's been cooking the meta. So, yeah, I'm very excited I did well.
Great. And so one of my concerns with Emerald Sapphire is historically it does horrible into aggro. I mean, stopped chaos in its tracks. Seems like it has a little bit to help with that situation. Have you run into any aggro today, or have you tested into any aggro, and how does that matchup feel?
Aggro is a tough matchup on the draw. It's not unwinnable, but it can be that way. If they high roll and we middle or low roll, yeah, it can be really tough. We have to get our board wipes, but we're the only deck in the format with real board wipes, and we can rush them out.
Great. I know that. I know that a lot of players were going for Basil as an early drop, just so you could have some sort of shift target. So like the turn 1 Basil, turn 2 Tipo, turn 3 Baymax under the sea. Are you guys running that kind of combination, or did you kind of veer away from the run drops because we didn't see any that you were running in that matchup?
Right now, we're trying to get higher value cards on the table, so we often are skipping that 1 drop, which it's been a debate within the team whether to go with it.
Okay. So, what's been your top pick for this meta? I mean, obviously, I feel like a lot of players are going to say Dumbo, but what's the number one card that you think is the card?
In the meta from every set or just set 9?
Just here in core set 9.
That's a good question. I mean, there's so many good ones. Hades. I love Hades.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? Hades has been kind of everywhere, both in any Sapphire list. I feel like right now it's just, if you're in Sapphire, it's kind of for Hades, it feels like, almost a little bit. And then obviously you have Tipo and Sail the Azurite Sea, probably 3 of the strongest cards in the meta available right now. Have you played against any rogue decks? Is there anything that you're afraid of seeing here? Or how do you feel like you're going to be able to do here in the top 16?
I'll have to see what else gets into the top 16. If it's mostly Blurple, I feel pretty good, but we'll see.
Okay. And then finally, any shout-outs you'd like to give before we pass it off here?
Oh, yes. I would like to shout out my wife and my kids at home. Let me come out here. You guys are great. Love you guys. Shout out to my teammates, Craig, Steven, John Henry, Kiki, all of you guys, Charles and Matt, all the support, Kelsey. Too many people to thank. I appreciate everyone's support, and that's why I'm here.
All right, well, great. Thank you guys so much. And so with that, we'll just send it off to you guys.
3, 2. All right, guys, I'm here with 2 people from Team Maelstrom, and they're running a deck today, and they're doing pretty well with it. How you guys are doing well? Are you guys doing well in the tournament?
702 drew just now drew in the top 16.
Oh,
so
nice,
feeling
top
pretty
16.
good.
I ended day 1 6-1. I lost round 8, unfortunately, to Ambersteel Aggro. It was a pretty rough matchup. But I won round 9, so I'm X2. There's potentially like one person that makes it in at X2, so I'm on the bubble right now.
Okay.
I've got pretty good tiebreakers.
That's good.
Both the people that I lost to are currently in top 16.
Oh,
so,
okay,
like,
that's really good.
I feel, like, I feel like one of them is X01.
Yeah.
So, like, that's like the best possible tiebreaker that I can get. So here's to hoping.
Yeah, for sure,
we're
guys.
playing bubble
And
play.
what's awesome is we actually have y'all's deck list over here.
do,
What are you actually playing today, and how did y'all come up with what you already play today?
We are playing Blurple, no surprise. The community kind of already knows that this deck is cracked.
Very good.
We are on some different card choices.
I
from
was
a lot
looking
of
at.
the
Yeah,
people.
we'll get to that in a minute. Yeah. How did the deck come to be? Like, I know y'all said y'all kind of like made some tweaks or changed 9 cards
Yeah,
or something like that.
so we went back and forth on one of our 1-drops. There's one of them has a lower floor, one of them has a higher ceiling. We went back and forth. He was on higher ceiling, I was on lower floor. I convinced him that the lower floor was just a better play.
Yeah.
80% of the
It's
time.
a safer pick.
It's just a safer pick. It's going to deal more damage 80% of the time. I had a fever dream. Like, he woke up at like 7 a.m. yesterday.
He's like, oh, God, I got something.
It was like, I don't want to play this card. Let's play this one. And I was like, convince me on it. And he said 3 words, and I was like, I'm in.
Okay,
There's a little more than 3 words.
More than 3 words. I gotta know.
Develop your brain.
Oh, okay.
At the time, I was kind of tilted. I was like, I'll just do whatever you do. Fine.
Okay.
And it turned out to be the most cracked change we've
We
made.
changed 9 cards. Like, we did testing leading up to this event and then tested all the night before the event.
Yeah.
And like, I just woke up and was like, yeah, let's just change 9 cards in the deck, which is like, that's like a pretty sizable change.
It is.
Normally, if you do something like that, like an hour before the event, like you usually falter. But like, I think the develop your brain over vision.
So do you think those 9 cards you changed kind of helped out y'all through the day and made the change?
Every change we made was hyper relevant
It
the
was
entire day.
incredibly
Okay. And we're actually going to see that deck list right now. Let's go see y'all's deck list. I'm excited for it. All right, so normally you're playing like a normal Blurple, right?
Yeah,
But
so-
what do you want to kind of see 1 through 3? You know, you kind of want to.
So we'll kind of go with our 1-drops. Like, typically you see 6 to 8 1-drops in the character lineup. Typically Rafiki as Royal Guard is kind of the change that we made. We went to Rafiki from Royal Guard.
Got you.
That's the card we were talking
So
about.
we took out the Royal Guards. We went Rafiki. Why did we go Rafiki?
So he said, I said 3 words to him, and that kind of convinced him. It says it banishes Calhoun.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. No, that's valid.
So the cool thing about the strength plus Royal Guard or Rafiki is strength on one of those cards clears daisies and rhinos, which is something we're really worried about.
Yes.
But on average, the Rafiki will always deal 3.
Yeah.
Sometimes the Royal Guard will deal 3 or more. So like, we didn't want to get ourselves in situations where we just had a worse card 80% of the time. We just went with the Rafiki.
But sometimes Royal Guard clears an opposing Hades when you're second star to the right. And like that was my contention for wanting to run the Royal Guard.
Yeah, he did it once and was like, oh, I'm just going to switch. I was like,
And
I'm not convinced.
You'll also run a package of 4 Hypnotic Strength. Like, usually people play like 2 or maybe like 3. I've never seen anybody play 4.
A mistake. So like, you also see over here with the Iagos.
Yeah.
It's an illusion. So like, at worst, it's just 2 ink, banish your card, and draw a card.
Okay.
So it's just can be a very swingy card.
So it's a kill card and also can kill an Iago, like kind of like that. You know, it can boost somebody that's small.
Yeah, especially if you're like, there's some purple steel lists also playing more illusions with the Treasure Guardian lineup.
For sure. Yeah, I've seen that.
So like, it just becomes 4 copies of Dragonfire essentially.
For sure. Yeah, I agree. You actually got a Baymax in here too. How has that been working out pretty well?
Yeah, this card has been absolutely insane all day. This is
really.
I'll let R&B talk about it.
Do you know how much it took me to convince my team to play Baymaxes like this weekend and last weekend? Like, so here's the thing. I love Baymax. It's one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite cards in Disney Lorcana. It never got a chance to shine because of the fact that like Brawl and Big Sisu existed prior to rotation.
For sure.
And like, I always loved this card. I always wanted to play this card. I was like, man, this card just like steals the tempo when you're on the draw and just allows you to like continue to challenge into your opponent's board while also like equalizing the lore pressure by like he goes for 6 almost every single time, which 6 lore for 1 card is
pretty good actually.
That's insane.
It's really good.
If you watch my feature match, like I made a lot of use out of this card, and it just made the mirror match not close. It was just so good all the time.
Also too, y'all got a package of 4 bells.
Yes.
Like, that's different. Like, a lot of people play 2, maybe 3.
No,
I've never
no.
seen 4. Y'all said, hey, we're going to play 4 of these.
4 bell, 4 else.
Yeah,
like any purple deck.
With as much like this format without the existence of like a board wipe or just a finishing removal overall is very challenge heavy.
For sure.
So being able to challenge into the opposing board and then turn that damage into
that tide,
another removal spell.
For sure.
Also, it costs 5, which is very relevant for a card like Second Star to the right.
Yes.
So being able to like play Elsa on turn 4, banish their thing, play Bell on turn 5, banish another thing, and then sing Second Star to the right is a very huge tempo swing that not a lot of decks can come back from.
Almost none of them.
Yeah, literal 0.
My last round opponent was a Blurple Mirror, and I 2-0'd them because I did exactly that, where I went, like, on the play, I went Genie, Elsa, take out your Genie, play Baymax, or no, play Bell, removed his Basil, and then the next turn I sang Second Star, and he conceded.
That's just a blowout.
He doesn't need a blowout.
He didn't even watch you shot.
There's nothing I can do. I had like 5 dudes in play. He had 1.
I do kind of want to talk about this card really quick.
Oh, no, go ahead.
This was the biggest.
This is the brain.
change.
Yeah, gotcha.
If you look at this list, shout out Zenulos. He played essentially this exact 60 at Inky. And did pretty well. He went XO at the last weekend as well.
Yep.
The only card different was these were Finders Keepers and these were Visions of the Future. We like this over Visions. Like, again, this is Ryan all day at 6 a.m. yesterday. We had the 1 is relevant because you have a lot of times you end the turn with 1 ink unspent. So it's always good to just filter.
I have seen that.
You're gonna cast this card 80% more than you cast Visions because Visions is only really good in the hyper late game.
Yeah.
Now don't get me wrong. When it's like turn 9 or 10 and like my opponent Visions on me, I'm like, oh man, that's
for
rough.
sure.
Significantly better.
Yeah.
No, but I have, to your point, I have seen a lot of people play something out and they have 1 mana open. They could have used that to play develop.
Yeah.
And that makes sense.
It helps you find your turn 2 ramp too. Like
Yeah.
it allows, like, so the inclusion of Develop Your Brain allows you to mulligan a little less aggressively.
For sure.
Because like if you full ship 7 with no ramp in hand and you draw like a Second Star, an Elsa, 2 Hades, like you're
in
chopped.
trouble. You're in
cooked.
trouble.
You're
Yeah.
cooked. So like Develop allows you to take a little more timid mulligan strategy because you have the ability to filter. Like I had games where I would mull 4 cards and keep a Develop. And I develop on one, I didn't find the ramp in my opener, didn't find the ramp in my like first draw step, but because I developed, my next card was exactly Sail the Azurite Sea, and it like single-handedly just won me the game.
Yeah, that also happened to me a couple times where I was able to just use Develop Your Brain and either found a better inkable card than what I had in my hand, so I got to kept all the heaters in my hand, or it just found me Sail or Tipo or some form of ramp on turn 2, which was really huge, especially in this deck. Like going first, you can kind of dodge it on. If you play it on 3, you're still fine. But going second, if you miss turn 2 ramp, it's kind of detrimental. So having extra copies of like just Develop Your Brain on turn 1, because you typically don't want to play a character on turn 1 in a lot of cases.
No,
but you almost always want to play a Develop.
Yeah.
So like Develop on 1, filter your draws.
Plus 1 drop in the game.
Put your T-Posts to the bottom, put your Basils to the bottom.
Yeah.
Put all the cards that don't matter. Like I had to Develop Your Brain on turn 1 and it found me 2 Second Stars. So I was like, well, I'm glad I'm not drawing both of these.
Yeah. You don't want to be drawing both those. Yeah. You also got the same package here. Your Dumbos. How's Dumbo been working out today? Were they hard to get? Did you have trouble?
There's a reason that card is like $80.
Yeah.
And I don't want to say it's worth the price because I want that card to go down, but like it's worth the price. That card is insane.
Well, hold on. Let's be fair. It's worth the price given the context of the current meta because there just isn't efficient removal to answer.
For sure, okay.
I think so here's the thing. As time goes on, as we start to get more sets in this season 2 of Disney Lorcana, I think Dumbo will get worse because we are going to get better removal. We're going to get more efficient removal. Once we have song-based removal that can answer it, on par, like the card will still be good. Will it be $80 good? Probably not.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I think the card it's cracked for right now. Like R&B said, it might get worse, but I think the card is just very powerful. Like I've seen a lot of players this weekend, like in my opinion, play Dumbo incorrectly, where they're just slamming it on the 4th turn. I don't think that's not really something you want to do. Like you want to be able to, when you play it, get immediate value and draw a couple cards off of it. So in that context, like. Yes, sometimes Dumbo seems bad if it's like you play it on 4 and they remove it immediately.
Yeah.
But if you're able to just stick to evasive threats, like a TikTok and an Elsa or something, and then like play Dumbo, draw a bunch of cards, and like the card is just absurd.
Yeah, and you got your package of Hades and you got your Elsas. Elsa's been working out pretty well for you today.
Elsa has been very, very good.
Single-handedly
turns the tides of the game sometimes.
Yeah. It like there was a turn where I got to shift my Elsa, freeze 2 of my opponent's things, and then sing Second Star to the right, and the game ended almost immediately.
Okay, if you could, so like let's say another tournament was like next week or something like that. I'm going to PPG next week, Denver. Would you change any of the 60 or would you just go with it?
No, I'm going to be honest with you. Like When this card was Visions, I was real low on this. With this card being Develop Your Brain, I would not
Huge
change.
difference.
I would not change a single card.
No 60. You take it again.
Multiple people have messaged me asking me if I would make changes. I would not change a single card from this list.
Okay.
I wouldn't either.
So this is the deck list you would take to another tournament next week.
Yep.
Well, guys, you heard it from them. Maelstrom, both playing Blurple, doing really well in the tournament today. Good luck to you in your
Thank you,
top
appreciate
16, and I hope you do well in your bubble.
Yeah, I
So,
hope so.
guys, yeah, and that's it, guys. I'll see you guys later.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tubes.
Yeah. Is your mic on? I don't think it is. There. No, wait. Go.
All right.
All right, we're back. Right now we're playing Pack Rush right now with Sailor and Humble. So we're kind of excited here. Let's see what we got going on. They got 2 ink right now. I think this is 2 packs or 1. I want to say. Looks like he's gonna go ahead and he's gonna play a Lawrence. I love Pack Rush. Have you played Pack Rush?
No, this is actually the first time I've actually got to see it being played. Everyone's
kind of fun.
talked about it, but I've never quite seen it being done yet. So it looks pretty cool.
Kind of exciting here. Ooh, he's gonna play a Timothy.
Hidden Cove.
And a Hidden Cove. Okay. Kind of exciting.
All right.
Got
Some
Timothy.
gas.
Yeah, I like it. That Lawrence though is looking pretty big though. Quest for
Lawrence
2.
was pretty big.
Yeah, he can take out the Timothy. But if he suits it up with the Hidden Cove, then, it's a 1/5 then. And then he can take out, maybe he can just
2/5.
hit Lawrence with 2 times, and take him out. So.
Yeah. Well, the thing is Humble has to watch out for.
Ooh, discard a card. Oh, Daisy.
Potential.
Make him discard a card. Oh yeah, discard that. Yeah, you're gonna discard that. Yeah, that is that Mufasa?
That is Mufasa.
Mufasa.
It's kind of a bomb in a limited format like this, right?
Yeah, it's kind of it's pretty awesome.
I mean, that just tells me that Humble's hand is straight gas, or he just doesn't
have
feel
enough
like
ink.
he just doesn't have enough ink.
Yeah, ink. So, oh, there's a Daisy back. He's like, I'm gonna Daisy you back. Discard a card. What did he discard there?
There it is. That was some dead. I don't even know what that card is.
I've never seen that in all my 20 years playing Lorcana.
Back in my day, that card didn't
He's got a
exist.
mirror. He's got a mirror in hand. Nice. He's gonna draw a card there. Ooh.
Okay, Beast Mirror.
He's
gonna take out that Hidden Cove.
Might as well.
As
You gotta take out the Hidden Cove. You gotta take out the Hidden Cove.
You really do. Okay. So now, going back here to Humble. Humble's just going to ink and consider passing here. Instead, just decides to take the trade with the Daisy Duck while it's available. So now this Lawrence is kind of going to be free with impunity to attack in here. He might even consider just a quest while it's available. So he's going to put himself onto the mat here, or onto the table here is Sailor, a.k.a. Pierre. Mark.
Oh, a TikTok.
TikTok.
TikTok hits the board. That's a huge thing, man.
That's a bomb and a half.
That's a big one. That's definitely a big one. It's a good card. Really good card.
So Humble just going to quest himself up for 2 here with the Timothy. He has that evasive in play, so Timothy quests for 2. And now Timothy is actually a real threat, so we'll have to see if Sailor decides that is not going to stay here. And so now, what's her name? Lady something. I can never remember her name.
Which one? Oh, the Lady it starts with a
Lady
M.
Marion, right?
Maid Marian. That's it.
Yeah.
Maid Marian. Yeah. That's from the Robin Hood movie. That movie's great. I love that movie. It still holds up to this day.
It actually really does.
It's one of my
watched
favorites.
it like 6 months ago, and I was like, wait, this movie actually still holds. And then Queen, interestingly, going to make her way onto the field here.
That mirror is really good
super
right now.
rare. It looks like she got downgraded to just a rare, though.
It's like they're taking out Eeyore.
Yeah, poor Eeyore.
Hits him for 3, and then TikTok finishes him off. That Eeyore's a 4/5, I thought.
Wait, what? How does Eeyore live?
Hold
on.
That I don't know. Let's see. I thought it looks like a 4/5. Maybe it's a 4/6. I don't know.
Might have resist. Yeah.
Oh, resist 1.
That is
I couldn't see that from the small
boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at him. He looks sad.
Poor guy, dude. Look at his tails. Like, it's not even between his legs, but it just looks sad.
Yeah. Oh, a flounder. This guy, he's going for all the lore there.
Yeah, I mean, Humble's down to 1 card in hand. He's only got 2 cards onto the field, too. So it's just going to be increasingly difficult here for Humble to find his footing back into this game. It looks like he's considering just taking out the Lawrence while it's available. And then Maid Marian going to get taken out. This Aladdin going to make his way onto the field. Definitely don't want to see anything like that, though. This Queen very likely just going to get taken out by the Flounder as well.
More than likely, yeah. We got to get really, got to kind of, a Mickey.
And just more and more cards. A second card going to be drawn from this Beast Mirror here. Flounder going to take the trade while it's available, and an additional 3 lore going to get picked up here. So Humble going to scoop it up, realizes there is nothing left in his gas tank.
Oh, is that a... Oh, no, it's another Dumbo. Sorry. It's the other Dumbo. I got excited, dude. I got really excited. I like Pack Rush. It's pretty fun. It's good to pass the time and kind of hang out with your friend, you know, and play a few games or whatnot. So that's just an interesting thing to do. Well, we got more stuff coming up for you guys. I know we got the top 16 coming up. We got top 16 is going to be playing. Yeah, it's going to be exciting.
Oh, yeah. We got Humble in the top 16. I know that Zan made his way in there, as well as Jeremy. So quite a few big names still left here into the scene. Hopefully one of them, one of those games we get to cast. That would be an exciting one.
Yeah, that would be exciting. I'd be excited to see that, yeah. I mean, we got, there's just so many decks out there right now, so it's kind of exciting. So I will see you guys. We'll be back in a little bit with some more content. Bye.
Between rounds at Charlie's Collectible Show, and we haven't got a chance to walk around much. So, Brent, you want to go shopping?
Yeah, I want to see these Enchanteds, man. Let's go.
Let's go.
We got some Pokemon. Got a little Pokemon here. Some Slabberonis. Anything worth looking at? I'm not a Pokemon aficionado, man. Gorgeous looks, gorgeous looks. I am looking specifically for Lorcana. And it's tough because a lot of other cards look exactly like Lorcana. Not quite, not quite.
Brent, do you like...
You want to come down to Charlie's Collectible Show. You like listening to music, but in an old-fashioned way. I mean, we got Booker Irvin. We got all the hits. We got Graham Parker and the Shot Steady Nerves. And my personal favorite, Epic.
Epic.
And that's what I'm hoping to pull in some Lorcana packs.
That's Miami
the Miami Sound Machine. All right. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, okay. Oh.
Pretty.
This Kyogre, this prestige. Dude, the Black Label 10s on CGC. The detail. Give me a flip. Give me a turn. I mean, if you want a backflip, feel free. Man, the detail on this hat is great.
This is awesome, dude.
So what? $100? $800? All right, Liam, we got to get out of here, man. I'm about to make a mistake.
It's beautiful.
I thought this was Hulk. What is this?
It's like, maybe?
It's like Gulk. It's like it's like the Costco Hulk.
Maybe.
It's the Kroger Hulk. Hi, I'm Brent. Charles, nice to meet you.
Are you a pop collector?
You know, I'm not. There's pop collectors, and then there's like people who just have a few. I just have a few. But I would never call myself a collector because I think that denotes like, you know, you got a wall, you got a stash.
Yeah.
Oh, you're into, what is this? Cha-Cha? Oh, you're into the Umbrella Academy? Well, I have a pop for you and a pop for somebody who likes Squid Game, right? You a pop guy at all?
I have a few, but I wouldn't call myself a collector.
Yeah.
But I do love Animal Crossing. Tom Nook is my boy.
Were you playing a lot during the pandemic?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Do we go this way? Can we go back in that way? I don't know.
Sure.
And we do magic.
Wow, this is absolutely gorgeous
And
stuff.
then
Oh, they glow!
we do glow in the dark, and we do like micro glitter and shimmer paints.
Don't bother, I'm stuck. Oh. Big giant cards. A lot of anime. These are some of the most gorgeous playmats I've ever seen. This is probably my personal favorite.
These are official like Ravensburger Lorcana playmats that Mattified has taken and put a foil treatment on, so it's really, really cool. Dodge the tree. Nerds.
Okay. Do you have Lorcana singles? Oh! Oh, yo!
Brent, there's some epic cards down.
In person
I've
before.
never seen one in person.
What do you think, man?
It's beautiful.
First
The golden
impressions?
embossing,
Yeah.
it's perfect. It's
Yeah.
beautiful.
We'll show it off to the camera a little bit here. Oh man, yeah. Even as beautiful as it is on camera, it really doesn't do it justice. Like this thing, the way that the gold outline is across everything, I mean, oh.
It's beautiful. Thank you so much.
The Enchanteds, I'm kind of like, I mean, oh. Shout out Kendall. Aggro decks.
Aggro decks.
That's the aggro.
the symbol of aggro.
Did you have a Dreamcast? Did you ever play
Yeah.
on your, you did?
I had a Dreamcast, and I missed out because it was like, you can either get a Dreamcast now or we can wait a little bit and get a PlayStation 2. And I was like, give me the Dreamcast now. And that, they ran out of games to make for it. It was like a whole, yeah. Ooh.
I didn't know this existed.
You doing some shopping? You getting some Legos?
654.
Okay. All right, so we just circled the shop. Brent, did you see anything you want to buy?
I saw too many things I want to buy. Mainly that enchanted case. I'm sure you'll cut to the B-roll here. It'll look really nice.
Possibly.
That is going to, I mean, I want to buy them all.
Yeah.
I just don't have, $9,000, unfortunately. Just
Well.
burning a hole in my pocket.
Maybe one day.
Maybe one day.
Super fun to walk around. I'm gonna go take a look at a few more things, maybe make some silly purchases.
You need to buy that Magikarp hat, I think.
Maybe the Magikarp hat.
I think it's a good look for you.
We'll go see. We'll see. All right.
We are back at it again. We are about to get into the top 16. I mean, these players have been playing grueling 9 rounds. Sasuke, I mean, we got a lot of we got a little bit of spice here in the top. I hear we have an Emerald Sapphire deck. I hear we have some Amber Steel. Of course, we got the Blurple. You can't have 0 Blurple. But I was just skimming through. What are you excited for, man, in this top 16?
I'm excited to see Bleen eat Blurple.
Is that what we're making happen? Bleen? We're doing Bleen?
The Bleen Blaha Blast?
Yeah? No glue? I just said it out loud for the first time. I'm gonna scoot in just a teensy bit here. I feel like my shoulder. I'm like, oh man, I gotta get back in.
I'm just asking, are you a lean Bleen questing machine? That's really the question.
A lean Bleen questing machine. Oh man, you're getting them ready here. So I'm going to just read off real quick. Is it all right if I read off and just say what decks are in?
Yeah.
Is that you think the people want to know what the numbers are looking like here? I'm not going to reveal who's who, but we're going to talk.
I don't know if you know this or not.
Yeah.
But that's the top 16 out there.
Yeah, that is the top 16. Out of 400, over 450 players showed up yesterday. We are down to the top of the top 16. We have Amber Steel. We got a little bit of Amethyst Steel, of course. We got some Emerald Sapphire. We got the Blurple. We got more Blurple. We got, you're not going to believe this, more Blurple. Whoa. Hold on to your seats, folks. We have some Amber. What? Whoa. Hold on. Am I looking at this correctly?
What we got going on here?
Wait a second. Wait just a second.
Hold on.
Oh,
folks.
no. Okay. I thought I was looking at some Amber Emerald. This is actually, I was thinking of the wrong character. It is Amber Steel. Ooh, but wow. This is an interesting looking Amber Steel, I gotta say. Okay, we got some more Blurple. We got some more Blurple. We got some more Blurple.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of Blurples. I'm not gonna lie.
It's mostly Blurple.
We are looking at a lot of Blurple, but
then
whoa.
I do know Jeremy's on the Bleen, so.
Emerald Saph. A little more Emerald Saph here. Let's go. We got more Emerald Sapphire. Emerald Sapphire, not a deck that people were talking about this weekend, and yet everybody's kind of coming to this same conclusion. It might be the Blurple killer.
It's true.
Are we watching a new deck to be introduced into the rock, paper, scissors here? That's the question here.
I mean, it really felt like it was supposed to be rock, paper, scissors, and then like the scissors were like 60 feet tall. You know,
that's absolutely. Yeah, exactly.
And the rock was really
the
just
scissors
a
was way too big, but now people are coming in and saying we don't care. We're going to bring a bigger rock, and that bigger rock is Emerald Sapphire. A little more Amethyst Steel action for you. We're going to try to diversify up the top 16 here. What's up?
Just want to hit that. Right there. Players are shuffling.
Oh,
I want to see what's going on here. We got Spice versus Mitchell.
Yep. One of those Amber Steels. The players are going to be able to look at the deck lists here.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, actually, I believe Mitchell Rusk was the guy that knocked out R&B from the top 16 here. I think R&B made it to 18th place, so good placing. Is going to be able to get a little bit of money back, get those points for that 50K, but...
And the fact that Spicy is 7-2 coming into this, I believe I overheard that Mitchell Rask is our top #1 player right now, the top seed, numero uno, top dog. I mean, Sasuke, we're looking at #1 versus number 16 here, and Mitchell is going to be able to go first. On the play, Amber Steel into Blurple. I mean, I don't know how much you've played that matchup, but it looks pretty unbeatable from where I'm standing. What are you thinking, though?
Well, if this is the list that I understand is the list that beat R&B, I mean, obviously I could be completely wrong, and this, he could have just dodged R&B.
Yeah.
Because there's a ton of players that were here, this weekend, but this might just be that Amber Steel aggro list. So he's trying to go under the Blurple players.
Yep.
Just finish the game before really they can start developing those Dumbos.
We get those ladies out, playing out, getting 4 characters on the board on turn 3. I mean, what do you do if you are Blurple, what is the answer? Obviously, we have certain answers, getting out some of those Basils early on to get some smart trades in, right? Take out some of the 2 questers, cut out the legs from under Mitchell. That's really the only way. But yeah,
I mean, if you cut his legs off, he will have to go to the hospital.
that is absolutely right. We're glad that you got exactly where I was going with that, Sasuke. As the players are shuffling up, yes, we are confirmed. Mitchell is the first, and when you are Amber Steel aggro, that is so important, because this deck in the last matchup we saw looked absolutely unbeatable into Emerald Sapphire. I mean, on the play, our Amber Steel player Nicholas basically just got it done within just a few minutes. So this match could potentially not take very long at all. We will see how grindy this gets. I mean, Sasuke, what are you excited to see here?
Well, I'm excited to see a little less Blurple.
Okay, so you're
like I'm not trying to play favorites.
Yeah, of course.
But I'm gonna play.
But you always need a hero. You always need a hero, and sometimes in a sea of Blurple, an Amber Steel hero emerges, and that Amber Steel hero might just be Mitchell Resk. No offense to Spicy.
Look,
yeah,
I'm not gonna say that Amber Steel is my hero.
Yeah,
but the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Is your friend. I'm gonna say this, Sasuke. I just like being a contradiction. So I'm going for Spicy all the way, 100%.
Okay.
I'm a Spicy fan. I have been a day one Spicy fan.
A day one Spice.
Me and Spicy, we go all the way back, dude. Spicy was there when I was born. He was the first person to hold it up. But let's go, Spicy. You're on Mitchell. I'm on Spicy. We're making the match a little spicy here by we're picking sides.
We're picking sides. It's
picking
okay.
sides. Yeah.
And you know what? It kind of fits too, because you're on the left of me.
Yeah.
And Spicy's on the left. Mitch is on the right. This is great.
Absolutely. Do you know Mitch?
I don't.
You don't. Okay.
No, we just saw.
You
like
said Mitch, and like you said it like you knew him. Yeah.
Yeah, me and Mitch go way back to yesterday.
Oh yeah, he was the first one to hold you as a baby. Right? Yeah. We go way far back with these players. The stakes are high. It is top 16. I don't want to undercut any of that. No, we are playing for. Do you know how much number one gets?
7,000.
7,000. That's a lot more. That's 10 times more than 700, man.
That is.
700. You could buy 2 enchanted Dumbos with that. Probably not. Probably they've gone up.
Yeah, I mean, after next week, dude, it's probably going to be 700 just for one.
Exactly. Oh, boy. Blurple showing up today. Will Blurple be able to take the narrative and take this tournament, or are players like Mitchell Resk about to upset the Blurple meta right here and now? It's shaping before our eyes. Do you feel it, Sasuke? The importance of these matches and what it's going to do globally to the Lorcana meta. I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I am very, very much excited for this. First off, I haven't seen Amber Steel all weekend. It's kind of gone under the radar. We know that there has been some whispers of Amber Steel here and there. We just haven't had the opportunity to get it on stream.
Looks like,
or at least for me personally. So, you know, I'm excited to see this Amber Steel matchup. I know that the aggro list is supposed to be able to go under a lot of these Blurple lists, and, you know, it probably makes a lot of sense why Mitchell is here in this first seed. He kind of decided to go for some sort of almost dark horse style list of this Amber Steel, which not a lot of players were prepared for. And as you can see here, he is the top seed because of it.
I mean, we were talking about it. I was talking about it with Liam on the other stream. I mean, Amber Steel, people were afraid that it was going to be way too powerful. People were saying, it doesn't take a lot of skill. You just kind of turn things sideways. But you have to know. You have to know what your opponent is on. Lorcana is a game where you are reactionary most of the time. And the swings that Blurple can cause if you do not know what's coming and you do not play around certain things like Bell, right? Like this Elsa, things that can swing the match back in your favor, it's going to be tough. But, I mean, Mitchell on the play, what more can you ask for? Amber Steel aggro, first seed here. Will we see the upset of the 16th seed beating the first seed? Will we see Amber Steel aggro on the play all day today? which means that if Mitchell keeps winning, he will be on the play every single time. We get the fist bump. 7 cards are going to come out. And if you're Mitchell, I mean, what are we looking to see here? I mean,
Definitely
I know. Really? You think the Rhinos? I think you want the Daisy Duck also. We are seeing the Rhino, but do we have the Shift Rhino? I don't know.
Well, we got the Daisy Duck in hand. I don't see Rhino, but I think there's 2 Daisies in his hand, so he's going to be able to get off to the races here early on. We also see that Tiana, which makes that challenging just so difficult to deal with. So if these Daisy Ducks are going to be able to get online early here, it's going to be increasingly difficult for Spice to try and find his footing, considering throwing away one of the Daisies. Which makes a lot of sense, you know, unless you have a couple of 1-drops to play here, you're just not going to go for it here. And instead, he elects to hold on to it for now.
Oh, it is the bodyguard. The bodyguard, the 2-cost bodyguard 04. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. Ooh, what is his name? Not the Prince. It's the guy in control with the dogs. Jim. That's it. Good old Jim Deere. Jimothy Deere. Yeah, you know him?
Yeah, me and him go way back.
You go way back. He was the first one to hold you as a child.
He was.
It's crazy how many people were the first. All right.
Well, actually, it was Mitchell and Jimothy.
Yeah, one
and
hand
they held
each.
me at the same time.
Yeah, and he bodyguarded you. If you look behind Jim, right next to the puppies is you as a baby. The hidden lore. Folks, you're getting it here first. Anyways, enough of our goofing around.
Family is family no matter what.
Oh,
all right?
boy. Ohana is Ohana no matter the Bana. Okay. We can all rhyme here. All right. It's going to be Mitchell on the play here. Let's see what he does. I mean, obviously, we got to go Daisy, right? So Jim is going to hit the inkwell. Oh, and we see Rhino.
We do see the shift right at the very top. So I think after his altars, he managed to find him, and he is going to be able to draw here. Finds himself a
another
third Daisy.
This is going to be crazy here. Crazy Daisies. Oh boy, is he going to have to ink the lady? That Daisy is not what you want to see. Actually, that's actually really, really bad. While you do like seeing the Rhino, yeah, I guess we're going to go with the Daisy route instead. And say, no, we don't. Oh, boy. Because he's holding on to that Rhino for dear life because he might need it as ink. Isn't that
interesting?
Oh, no. But he'll be able to ink the Rhino and play out the Nala and the Daisy Duck. And just like that, you already have 5 lore on board, Sasuke.
Yeah, I mean,
after the Nala and another Daisy, do you know how much that is? 8 lore.
10 lore.
10 lore. You're right. 8. Yeah. Because I was forgetting about the other Daisy. Here we go. Oh, and you put a Hades. Yeah.
Listen, you know, it's okay if your opponent draws cards as long as they lose.
That's right. Couldn't have said it better myself. That Madam Mim Elephant though is going to wreak havoc on the deck of Mitchell because we get that Nala going. Oh, and the Pluto bodyguard. Actually, I guess he's saying, okay, cool. We're already going to get to 5 lore here. So with the Rhino shift, that would be 2, 4, 6, 8,
11. So he's going to 16 on this next turn if nothing gets removed here. And I mean, he has to into the unknown really just to kind of try and hope to slow down this.
Yeah, but
Daisy
if you
train.
sing that into the unknown, you don't have really any ink to play anything else other than maybe a Basil.
Yeah, I mean, this game just feels like it's done and dusted here.
One
damage just going to be put onto the Daisy here. Definitely doesn't feel good.
We're going to Madam Mim Elephant, and it's just too slow. I mean, look at this. We're going to get to 16. Here we go, and we got double Rhino here. So we're going to play out the one Rhino. We keep the other Rhino in hand. If he gets an ink, he'll be able to ink it, play the other Rhino down. And I mean, look at this. We're hopping up to 16. Oh, and a Visions of the Future, a card that would have been absolutely devastating for, not devastating for Mitchell, but a card that would have helped out Spicy a whole lot. And now Spicy's saying this game might be over. I mean, this game is over.
I just don't see how you
Is
get
this
out of
game
it
not
here.
over? What do we even do? You can't get Monstro down. You don't have any board clearing. We're at 4 ink. Sasuke, this game is done.
This game is done and cooked, my friend. And I think Spice was just trying to hold on for dear hope here. Realizes there's literally nothing that can be done.
We're in the top 16. You gotta think through. You gotta look at it. But at the end of the day, how are we going to get rid of 3-4 characters on the side of Mitchell with only 4 ink? There's no way.
There's just absolutely no way there. So exactly what we were talking about earlier, Mitch is on this aggro list, just trying to go under all of these Blurple players. And guess what? On the play there, he kind of did.
Absolutely. Bella Calic saying, not the double daisy. Say it ain't so. I'm sorry. I'm going to say it's so because we just saw it happen. This Rhino looking happy.
I have to correct you here.
Yeah, okay,
it was
please.
The triple daisy.
You're right. It was the triple daisy. But we don't know when they said that. Maybe they said that when there was only 2 daisies on board. Mr. Smart Man. All right. Can you imagine if we were just passive? If we were actually seriously passively aggressively just going Well, you know, I would have actually thought that.
Well, actually.
All right. So, I mean, on the play, we both know the matchup can look completely different because any kind of aggro on the draw is going to look a lot less powerful. But, I mean, you never know. If Blurple breaks, you know, Mitchell gets off to the right start, he can start really, really getting there. Oh, my gosh, what's going on here? Oh, just a sleeve.
Broken sleeve. Those happen.
Broken sleeve, it happens. That's why you bring your extra sleeves. We're here at the Charlie's Collectible Show 25K weekend. We are in the top 16. What started as over 450 players is now down to how much, Sasuke?
Down to 16.
16? About to be down to 8. I mean, we might be down to 15 here in like a few minutes if Mitchell has the start that he had last time, and if Spicy can't find the answers on the play when you're playing Blurple. I mean, are you a Blurple player at all? Do you know anything about the deck? Do you know what we're looking for here?
So, I mean, on the play here, you obviously want that turn 1 Basil. You want that turn 2 Tipo into the turn 3 Elephant. And as long as you can get that lineup here, you can really stave off a lot of the early aggression from the Amber Steel players. But that said, Lady is a house of a card. It creates a lot of pressure early on. It's very mana efficient. So I would like to see potentially Mitch hold on to that Lady in his hand, hopefully find himself a couple of daisies early on. And it looks like that's what he's holding on to here.
But you have these like Strength of a Raging Fires here. You're going to keep the Strength of a Raging Fires? Are you kidding me? No. We keep both of them.
Oh, wow.
We keep both of the Strength of a Raging Fires. Mitchell going, you know what? I'm going to take a little bit of the attack too Spicy. I mean, those Strength of a Raging Fires might just be the thing that turns around the game. Definitely a powerful card. Perhaps the most powerful steel card left in the meta.
Now, what's interesting for me is that there's 2 possibilities for him holding on to the strength.
Of course.
One, it's a dead card. He doesn't want to top deck it, so he's holding it onto it for exactly ink. That, or he has this game plan that I'm not quite sure what he's going to do with it. Maybe find some way to get the reach over the Elephant. That's really the only thing I can predict. But
if Strength of a Raging Fire hits the Inkwell first, then we'll know that your suspicion is correct. We get the Royal Guard. That card is a 1/2, but every time you draw a card, which includes the draw you get at the beginning of your turn, you get +1. So it is essentially a 2/2 card. And no daisies, notably, no daisies here. Sven is going to hit the Inkwell, and a Mulan is going to help cycle. Do we discard one of these Strength of a Raging Fires here? Not exactly the start we're looking for. Penny goes down into the discard. We have a better 2-drop. Can you see what the better 2-drop is? I can't quite make out anything.
I believe it was Jim Deere.
Ah, okay. Makes sense. So we are going to draw a card, and just like that, right? Like this Royal Guard up to 3, it's not going to do much because we couldn't quest the Mulan. There's nothing to challenge into. We're not going to be able to utilize the extra ink off of that Sail the Azurite Sea. Spicy probably wants to see another Royal Guard, another Basil there, right, to be able to drop it down, get some early board presence. But another Mulan is going to come through. And
Daisy found.
This is, yep. Daisy found. That is huge. What do we discard here? Do we discard? Oh, is that a big Rhino that we're thinking about? Maybe the big hamster, the big old hamster. The small hamster.
One-drop hamster.
It's the 1-drop hamster.
So now he has to decide what to ink here, and it looks like it is going to be one of these strengths finally here.
Yep.
And
for
Daisy,
the
coming down. He's considering
Then we
questing with this
quest. We
Mulan.
gotta.
I kind of like it here too.
I do
just
too.
because the Royal Guard isn't really doing much. If it, it's got 2 health. Or,
Right.
Yeah.
It's only got 2 willpower, so if it challenges into that Mulan, you're making a trade, but then that means I still have a Mulan and a Daisy Duck sticking on the board. But now it's 0 to 1, right? We're about to get to the 3rd turn for each of these players, and a Genie is going to come down, another card that will be able to contest onto the board. Nice, thick willpower of 4, right? And I do think that all of that matters. Oh, he's not going to challenge in with the Royal Guard. He's going to save it.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with this per se. I mean, really, the issue is I need this Royal Guard to trade up here, and a 2-1 for 1, that quest for 1,
Yeah.
ain't it? So, I think this Royal Guard here is very much looking to try and trade into this Daisy Duck because otherwise he just does not have the strength to deal with these high willpower characters.
Mitchell thinking about this here, and he just gives a Dumbo to Spicy. This game might be over pretty quick, too. Do you go Lady into Nala, or do you go Tiana first? That's the real question here. I guess he's electing to go Tiana first. I don't know the answer, man. I don't know why. I don't know how. But we're going to take a look. And now that Royal Guard and that Genie will be able to go into that Daisy, take it out cleanly. The question is, do you want to do that? I think that's absolutely what you want to do. We're at the 5. We're at the 5 ink. We're at a crucial inking here because this is where you can start playing the Belle. This is where you can start playing the Elsa to exert a character.
Yeah, and I like this line a lot here from Spicy. He understands that the longer this game goes, the better it is for him. So this elephant going to just, I mean, he's not exactly got the script right down pat, but I mean, he's got pretty much everything he could have wanted here in this early game, is able to redeploy this Royal Guard as well. So going to be protected here in this long term. And now it's going to be up to Mitch to figure out what he wants to do, and it looks like it's just going to be that Lady there. Does have a strength of a Raging Fire and 5 characters as well, so he can remove one of these bigger threats if he so chooses in this Genie, or I guess not necessarily the Madam Mim Elephant.
Yeah, the big problem is that Madam Mim Elephant, because every turn, at the start of the turn, you can move 2 damage counters over, which means that it bypasses Tiana's effect. Tiana's effect only triggers when you're trying to challenge into a character, not any kind of damage or damage counter moving. So, yeah, Mitchell kind of at a standstill here, doesn't want to quest anything out. But Spicy is going to be coming up with answers here. The longer this game goes, exactly what you were saying, the tougher it's going to be. Now, if I'm Mitchell, I'm probably waiting for next turn, hoping that I get something that maybe another Nala, right? So that I can redeploy the Lady as well as the Nala, right? And then go into 4-7, hitting that Madam Mim Elephant. Now, if that happens, Sauce, if this happens and he pulls that Nala, we're able to Lady in. We then sing the Strength of a Raging Fire with either the other Lady or the Tiana. That's going to be a back-breaking play, and that's one of the few ways that Mitchell is going to get back in this game. As it stands right now, though, it's not looking good for him.
Yeah. I mean, I tend to agree with you here. Spicy, just considering whether or not he wants to do something with this elephant, he's considering singing something.
Yeah, or maybe he's considering questing it or not. I don't know. What are you afraid to quest the elephant into? Ooh, but a Mr. Arrow, just as good. So he is going to be able to get 7 characters on board and take out this elephant clean.
Yeah, I mean, Lady just showing exactly why this card is in the list here. Just such a house of a card. It's so efficient in its mana cost, able to put down 2 lore threats, essentially 3 ink for 2 characters, but also 4 lore in threats, and also Mr. Arrow able to have that resist. It's essentially a 1-3 for 2.
Sasuke.
That quest for 2.
I think this game is over. The Tiana is exerted. Unless Spicy has some way of dealing with that Tiana, he's not going to have enough ink to make all these challenges that he needs to make. Every single challenge is going to cost him an extra 3, and none of the characters on board will even be able to get through the Tiana, because the Tiana says that once she's exerted, you have to pay 3, or the challenging character gets -3 unless the player pays 3. You have to do that every single time. You have to pay 3 every single time, and he has to get it off the board. We have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 13 lore on board with 10 already.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely ludicrous.
This
to
is
deal with
bonkers,
here.
man.
So that Nala right now is just so much pressure here, all its own, representing 3 of that 13 lore. If he's able to deal with this Nala and potentially deal with, I don't know, maybe the lady perhaps, then he might have a shot here. But even then, that's still asking a lot.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, I think this game is over. Spicy's going to go ahead and make the challenges. He's going to do everything he can here. He's going to pay the 3.
Going to be able to deal that 4 damage that he was looking for. So Nala is going to get taken out.
Yeah.
However, there is only 1 ink remaining for Spicy,
6,
and
8,
yet there
10.
is still 10 lore on the field here. So he's going to have to figure out how to get rid of all of these issues here. And so it's going to be that into the unknown.
Oh, I didn't see this play. Now he's going to be able to challenge in, and this game is not over. I forgot the into the unknown. That is the one way to get back in this. But now we are about to get to 15 here. We're about to get to 15 anyway, and will Mitchell just... I mean, a Doc seems like the absolute nuts here. Another Tiana is going to be a little bit too slow. He'll have to wait a turn, and in that turn, is Spicy going to be able to find a Hades or not to prolong this game even further? We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, the issue is here, right? You know, this Mulan is able to okay, so interesting line here from Mitchell. He understands that right now this game is kind of starting to slip out of his hands.
Yep.
Doesn't quite have the lore lead that he was looking for. And this is one of those situations where it's kind of that play-draw disparity issue, right? If he had been on the play, he would probably be sitting at around 16, 18 lore, but because he's on the draw, that means it's not the case.
Yeah, and now Spicy's
the
able
unknown,
to draw, yeah.
Yeah, because of that into the unknown, he was able to find his footing back into this game. But this Tiana is going to represent a lot of pressure still. Looks like Bell going to be able to strip away another character here. Very likely going to heal up this Dumbo and get rid of this Mr. Arrow.
Yep. We're going to heal up the
Dumbo
Genie instead. Yeah, because he can't really touch it. Mitchell can't really do any damage here. I mean, we could Strength of a Raging Fire, but this looks like primetime scooping range here for Mitchell. Not that he needs to. This game can go as long as we need to, but Blurple pulling ahead now, and this is what I'm talking about. This is why I'm rooting for Spicy, man. He makes the nice, spicy plays. He has the into the unknown. Right when it looks like everything is hopeless, he gets that into the unknown onto the Tiana, brings it all the way back, and it looks like we might be heading to a game 3 as Mitchell does get down a Rhino, but he's going to need to get down 2 more 2-questers. Meanwhile, Spicy's going to be able to draw a minimum of 3 cards next turn if he elects to with the Dumbo and the Genie out with the evasive powers here. So I don't know. I don't know what else to say. This game looking pretty dire here for Mitchell.
Yeah, and this Dumbo just, on top of the draw is able to get all of that lore as well. So going to bring himself all the way up to 4 here, get himself another card, decide if he wants to do anything else before drawing yet another card potentially with this Genie. So it looks like 7 ink going to be exerted. That Hades that you were alluding to earlier finally going to be played.
Yep.
And I mean, this game just feels like it's going from bad to worse here for Mitch. So for all of those Blurple fans right out there right now, I mean, he's probably going to pick up that Elsa. It looks like that is going to be the case there.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, 2 Hades get set to the bottom, but I just don't think the game's going to last long enough.
Yeah, I don't think it is. I think it's done. I think this game is definitely over.
So Spice has to decide how to navigate this turn as efficiently as possible here. Going to quest himself up an additional 4, bring himself up to 8 in this game.
Absolutely.
Is basically even now.
It's pretty much done, I would say, because Mitchell has no way of answering back. Sasuke, I'm going to step out for a quick minute, but luckily we got Toops here. He's going to take over. I will be back in just a moment.
Oh, watching the game. This game is pretty crazy. I saw how Amber Steel just like, I thought it was going to end up taking it, and then he ended up doing the into the unknown and coming back. Like it was a crazy move. I thought the other guy had it. So like that's what makes it so good. Blurple can just come back like that. Oh, we got an Elsa, and he scoops it up. That's going. We're going to game 3. We are going to game 3.
I mean, that Elsa really just sealed the deal there, right?
For
Mitchell
sure.
was kind of hoping and praying that,
For sure.
Spice was out of cards there, but the fact that those Dumbos just keep drawing cards, keep gaining lore, keep snuffing out your opponent's ability to really come back into the game.
For sure, and give you that card advantage and also give you a little bit of lore. Like, Dumbo's just a really good card, and it helped bring him back a little bit there, I think, And the Into the Unknown was perfect timing, and taking out Mr. Arrow. So, I mean, it's good stuff.
Yeah.
That was I guess you can say that was some spicy stuff,
Well, actually.
So, how have you been enjoying CCS so far?
Oh my gosh. Look, listen, every single time, and I mean every single time, this is the third time I'm here.
Yeah.
It has been an absolute heavenly blast. Like, I cannot express how amazing the community is here in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Everyone's so friendly, so loving, so kind. Everyone here just wants everyone to have a good time. Obviously, we're playing for money, but it feels like people care more about their integrity than they do about the money.
Yeah,
which is an incredible feat to see.
I interviewed Cassie yesterday. She was saying she, she's as a woman, she feels a little bit different when she's playing, but she said that the guy actually helped her do some tax, and they end up killing his guy and like making him down one guy. And she's like, I like that. They're able to help me and stuff, and and that's just good community, So you don't get that from a lot of card games sometimes. And Disney had
the card game community is notably toxic.
Yeah.
Right?
For certain games, okay. But definitely Lorcana is definitely one of those friendly games. So
Absolutely.
It's always good to see good sportsmanship, in any sport.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I think one of the great things about the Lorcana community is just like everyone really like they just love Disney.
Oh,
and
yeah.
they love the art.
It's our
And so
childhood, man.
Yeah, it's just kind of reaching into that nostalgia a little bit and just enjoying the experience overall. And I mean, you could see it here from both of these players. Obviously they're very stoic and sit up here and trying really hard because they still got that 7K that they're trying to fight for.
Exactly.
So.
I'm kind of excited to see what's going to happen in this game. I mean, I can tell from his grip he's got a pretty good hand. He might ship back a few of those, maybe. Maybe it's Rhinos he's shipping back. It looks like he's got Lady, Daisy, Doc, Nala on the end there, but I can't see that one in the middle right there next to Doc.
I think it's the one-drop Rhino, and I think
Okay.
he's reconsidering
Ooh,
whether or not he's
like, am I
going
gonna
to
shift it or not?
His issue is just that there's a decent amount of unequals in his hand, so
Yeah.
kind of considering whether or not he wanted to hold on to that just to find something a little
But
bit
just
more useful for him. without
Lady
having to
Nala
ink
is just such a good play.
it. Yeah.
I used to think Lady Piglet was great, but now Nala's in there now. She's just good.
She's good. She's not conditional.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the difference is, though, is that she's not inkable. So, I mean, it is like, it's kind of what I love
gotta
about
take the good with the
Lorcana is,
bad.
yeah, every Lorcana, each card has its own choice.
Yeah.
Obviously, there are some choices that are, wrong, but there's a lot of really interesting choices to make, if that makes sense. In that, like, you have, like I said, Nala and Piglet. They kind of are essentially just a vanilla character
For sure.
that quests for 3, right? But they all have, right? She can give resist to herself, and then she loses 1 lore when she doesn't, or when she has 1 damage on her. But very typically, people are just attacking her for 3 anyways.
Yeah, for sure. You got to just get her off the board,
Yeah.
or she'll pin you down.
And then Piglet, you just need to have that wide board, so
Yeah.
it's not as good of a top deck as Nala, which is why I think a lot of these players are leaning towards her over the Piglet.
I gotta ask you this: you think he's got the Jafar card +2 draw a card in his hand?
The Hypnotic Strength.
There it was. Because he takes out the Daisy. Yeah.
Looks like the Daisy's just going to take it out there. And
Yeah, for sure.
honestly,
Ooh,
that is
is that a
got to
fin?
be a hurt, dude. And so what we were talking about earlier, that Nala going to be hitting onto the field here, Royal Guard needs to find a way to draw himself a couple more cards here because this Daisy's going to continue to quest and continue to strip away his answers.
Yeah, for sure. I just saw him ink a Sven. I didn't see that coming. I have seen some lists play a few of those, like 2, maybe. So that card's pretty good.
The 4 cost?
Yeah, Sven.
There's a couple of Svens. There's
He
the
unexerts
2/6
him?
one. Yeah, readies him.
Yeah, readies him. That's it. Yes.
SV.
Gotcha. There he is. There's my boy.
There's the boy. Yeah.
That's
okay,
a big
exactly
boy.
What I was thinking about.
Question for 2. Played a Tipo, of course, so we got to accelerate. We got to start getting some characters down until we can start making those big drops.
I like this Tipo a lot here, and let me explain to you why. Because the Royal Guard, all he has to do is just draw 1 additional card on this next turn, so he's going to be able to develop that Genie potentially, and then still be able to trade into into that Daisy if he so chooses. I mean, he also has the Nala, which I think at this point the Nala is slightly a bigger threat just because it does have that quest for 3 issue.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see exactly how Mitch navigates this turn here. Obviously, the Daisy just, questing and taking away hopefully one other card, but I think he was able to draw it off the reel there. Didn't quite see what it was.
What's scary about Amber Steel is they got such a great start, and always give him -2 attack. That's Rhino.
Yeah, Rhino, honestly, doing a lot of work here. So, is it Peggy? I want to say.
Oh, Penny.
Penny. Thank you.
Penny.
Yeah. So Penny got to come down here, and I believe she's able to give something.
She can resist one,
right?
and she also character. Here's your card right here. Remove 2 damage from chosen character.
Yeah. So she's going to give the resist 1 to the Daisy, if I'm not mistaken.
Because our Nala's already got resist 1, and then might as well have our Daisy have resist 1. Yeah. And then the other guy's got -2 attack. So even if he draws 2 cards, he's still got.
Yeah, he
-2
just
attack.
has
So I
no
gotta say that's some good plays.
Yeah, that Rhino just minusing that 1 attack, you wouldn't think has such a significant impact, but I think it actually might be game-breaking.
Look what's left in Mitchell's hand. He's got a Lady and a Doc. So I draw Ink, and I play Lady Doc, draw 2 cards.
This just explains even further why Lady is such an incredible tool.
For sure. No, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are like, oh, 3 mana just to get 1/2 cost or less. I don't see what the value of that is.
I see so much value.
Oh, my
Whoever those
goodness.
people are, I just need to know who they are because I don't want to be their friend. He inked Into the Unknown, which is it's kind of pretty significant right now. Like, I mean, I think Into the Unknown is a pretty big card, but maybe he has something else up his sleeve.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to decide how he wants to navigate this turn here. He's very much further behind here. He has no way to interact with either of these 2 characters. It's only essentially the Royal Guard's got 1 attack. The Tipo has 1 attack, so they literally don't do anything. He might even just consider questing for 2 here. It's kind of very difficult.
It's more than likely that what
situation
you
to
have
be
to
in.
do, especially with the Penny on the. And he got resist. He's got resist 1 though. Didn't he give it resist 1? Maybe he gave it to Nala.
I think he gave it to Nala just to be able to protect it that much further. So don't hate this line here at all, honestly, if that is the case. So the Elephant is going to come down, and 1 damage going to be put onto that Royal Guard. And now this Rhino actually is going to be able to take that trade fairly efficiently if he so chooses.
We're having a little bit of a fix right quick. I'm going to see if I can get this guy to fix this real quick.
Yep. So now Spice just looks like he's mulling over his turn still deciding how he wants to navigate the rest of it here. It looks like we're going on to Mitchell's turn. I'm just looking at the face cam, and it looks like that is going to be the line.
He did the Doc. Yeah, did the Doc.
Lady. And I mean, look, you could see it on Spice's face. He's trying so hard to stay stoic, but that chin to the shoulder right there just tells you everything you need to know.
There's a stack. He inked the strength, and then he did Lady Doc. He got Daisy Rhino. Not too bad. How much lower are we working with on there, Sasuke? 2, 3, 5, 7? 7. Plus at 14 if we quest.
Yeah. He's putting a lot of pressure on the field right
I
now.
think you got to keep.
I think
the
Rhino needs to trade with this Royal Guard while it is still available here.
I think so too,
Into
because
the Unknown's going to get sent to the bottom. Oh my God, that Daisy's getting so much value.
It is. He's going to go ahead and quest all out. I might have traded took out the Royal Guard because that way so I can like save another character. So I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
but I mean he's like, we're gonna go ahead and go out, but it looks like he's gonna take the game away. I don't think he could do either or play and still take it home. I feel like
the issue is if every single one of these exerted characters gets taken out, there's still 5 lower on the field with that Daisy, with that Lady. With
and there's the fist bump.
Yeah,
it just Amber Steel just gets away with it sometimes. Like it's hard to. They get so many characters on the board, you can't really if you're not taking them out consistently, you get behind.
The issue is Lady exists, Daisy exists, Doc exists, and I mean those are just the perfect tools for an aggro list.
No, for sure, yes, definitely. Those characters are just Amber Steel just can come out so powerful in the start, And Blurple, you got to have a good start, and you got to have a lot of answers to their stuff. And if you don't, you get too far behind, and then that's it. So
yeah, I mean, honestly, very, very well played for Mitchell, understanding exactly why this guy made it all the way to first seed here, and I mean. Gosh dang! How? Like I don't know how any Burp player is going to be able to beat that. He's got that first seed, which means that he's always going to be on that play there.
For sure, yeah. I mean that was a great match. It's just, sometimes Purple has some trouble with Hammer Steel, and he got a great start, especially with that. I love that play of Lady Doc. Doc is like my favorite card right now, and that's just, it's just so powerful, So,
Doc is one of the most efficient characters in the whole game, right?
For sure.
So,
yeah. Hi, I'm Brent. I'm just kidding. But yeah, no, we got more games coming up though. Kind of excited to see what we're gonna go into top 8. See what we're gonna end up getting some matches there. Get some stuff going there. Who's gonna get the invite? Who's gonna win that all that moolah? That's $7,000 per first place is just a lot of money, dude.
A lot.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you what I told Brent. I'm like, that's a lot of Dumbos, It's a lot of Dumbos.
It's at least 3 Dumbos.
Yeah, at least 3. Yeah, from what they're going for right now. But yeah, we got more games coming up and everything for you guys. So just stick around for a little bit, and we'll get you some stuff going around.
I got a question for you, Tubes, before we head out.
Go ahead. What you got?
Okay. So, who do you think made it to the top 8 besides, obviously, Mitch? You can give me lists or you can give me names. Either one.
I know. Okay, so we're gonna go with. I know a lot of people are playing Purple today, so I know Purple's gonna be in the top 8. I hope Emerald and Sapphire should made it, and that's kind of what I'm praying for that. And then Amber Steel's gonna make it, of course. But our Purple. But I'm really looking for Amber Steel. No, sorry, Emerald Steel. There we go.
Emerald Steel. Yeah.
Emerald Steel.
I hope that there was. I don't think that we got to see an Emerald Steel in the top 16. I know that there was a guy in the top seeds early on. I believe he was like 6-1.
We can only pray. We could only
made
pray for it. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're gonna shift over, and we'll have some more games for you guys in a minute. All right.
And we are here with an interview. Did you like my striking pose with Mitch?
I liked it a lot. I liked it
Thank
a
you.
lot.
That's so nice of you. The top seed, number 1 on. You tell the good folks at home.
Amber Steel Aggro.
Woo! Now, not a lot of people showed up yesterday with the Amber Steel Aggro. What made it the choice for you?
Yeah, it's a great question. I was not going to bring it.
Okay.
And, I was practicing a lot of blue steel, but mind you, I didn't have a lot of time to practice. I've had a very busy month.
Yeah.
I'm an Amber Steel Aggro player.
Yeah.
So 3 a.m. Saturday morning, I said, heck with it. I'm just putting this together. We'll see how it goes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said for better or worse, and it looks like it's for better.
Yes.
Now, top seed, number 1, that means that throughout this top 16 here, you'll get to be on the play. That is hugely important. Was that a part of the strategy? Did you play more games than you needed to when you could have ID'd?
That's a great question. I was going to ID in the last round. My opponent needed to play.
Yeah.
And so we played.
Oh, gotcha.
Yes.
You got paired down.
Yes. And so I can't be mad at the result. I'm very happy with going first. It is critical for this deck, like you mentioned. So it's helping a lot.
Was it a lot of the die rolls that you won yesterday? Was it a lot of you're on the draw, but this deck is actually finding some good power on the draw? Like, yeah, what did yesterday look like and the first 2 rounds of today look like for you?
Yeah. I think I won 1 dice roll. So I was playing.
You were on the draw?
I was playing on the draw a lot. So I have a lot that's very low to the ground.
Yeah.
A lot of the 1-drops, Mulans, Daisies. And so it's just like I hard mulligan. I'm very, very greedy with my mulligan.
Yeah.
I need to find Daisy. I need to find Nala. I need to find Lady with a 2-drop or a Tiana and just be super, super aggressive. There are some times where I'm going to hold Strength of the Raging Fire, or I do have 2 Fire the Cannons. Sometimes that gets me what I need because I could take care of a Rafiki or a Royal Guard and that sort of thing and then develop my board. So it's been rough. I played some great players. There's a lot of good folks here, but some luck is involved.
Mm-hmm.
Daisy is hitting a lot of actions for me and keeping me alive, sending them to the bottom of the deck. And so, yeah, it's been good. It's been good.
That second game that you played, because it did go the distance to the 3, but the second game was the most interesting to me. You still won, even on the draw, against Blurple, which should not usually be the case. But what was most interesting was you altered. When you altered, you kept 2 Strength of a Raging Fires. What was the ideology behind that? Sasuke and I were trying to figure it out.
Yes. So just it's been good to me these last couple days. And so I have a lot of struggle against Mim Elephant. And so if I can go wide, it can help take it out. It can take out a Genie or a Dumbo. And so, yeah, that was really the goal. I wasn't sold on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, sometimes it's worked for me. So
When you had the lady and the Strength of a Raging Fire in head, I was like, if you draw a 2-drop and then you drew into the Mr. Arrow, got it down, I was like, this game is done. This game is over. Your opponent definitely did a great job of minimizing the damage and then took that game. But game 1 and 3, you won very handily. Would you say on the play against Blurple, you're feeling really, really good?
I feel okay. I feel about 50-50. Dawson was a great player. He knew what he was doing. And so, yeah, a lot of times it can be coin flip. We practiced this matchup a lot this morning and late last night, and it's been 50-50, 50-50, 50-50 for hours.
On the play and on the draw?
Yeah, with my list. And so some of it's a little bit of luck.
Mitch, speaking of your list, I'd like to now do a little deck tech with you. Take a look at the list. Are you cool with that?
Let's do it.
All right, let's flip it over now to your list. We good? Okay, come on over.
Let's take a look.
Now, you have some interesting choices here. What stands out to me, right, is Mr. Arrow, first and foremost.
Sure.
There's a lot of great, 2-drop characters. Why Mr. Arrow?
It's just another 2-drop that quests for 2. That's it.
Yeah.
You know, it can come out with Lady, and it can help me cross the finish line because we need to go fast.
Right, that resist +1 also.
Yes.
Yeah.
A little more sticky.
No slouch. Jim Deere. Why the Jim Deere?
Great question. So if we can turn Tiana sideways and then play Lady and Jim Deere, it's difficult to get through Jim Deere, right? And so it's going to protect our Nalas, it's going to protect our Daisies. So yeah, it's simply there to come out with Lady, right? I have a lot of 2-drops that are just protecting your board and coming out with Lady.
Now, you sort of mentioned it, but this is an inclusion that really threw me off. The 2 of Fire the Cannons. Why Fire the Cannons? Why 2 of? Which matchups are you thinking that helps you out with?
I knew Blurple was going to be very, very present here.
Mm-hmm.
And so the Royal Guards, the Basils, it's just a lot of 1-drops out there that are designed to help against lists like this. And a lot of practice that I've done with my team was against Purple Steel. So similarly, Captain Hooks, etc.
Rafikis, yeah.
You got it.
So I guess if you turn 1, drop a Daisy, and then turn 2, they drop their Rafiki, they drop their Basil or whatever, their Royal Guard. You can turn 2, throw down another Daisy, hit them with Fire the Cannons. Now they got nothing.
And you
You're
better
questing
believe
for 2.
I was doing it. Yeah, it was great.
Of course.
Yes.
Now the last little spicy bit of tech, I'm sure you know where I'm going with this. This Sven right here, which is a phenomenal card, but in the 4-cost slot in an aggro deck. Take me through what your thoughts are on this.
Sven has won me a lot of games. And so what's really nice is you can sing, so you can quest, then stand something back up and sing your strength. Right, and so it's a solid tempo play, or if you hit it off the top, you can quest and then protect whatever your body was. So it just helps me stay out there. It's been fantastic for me.
That is phenomenal. This 60 cards right here has taken you to the tippity top. Right here, we started with over 450 players.
Yes.
You are standing seed number 1. My question is there anything you would change after seeing the Blurple meta? I'm sure you assumed there was going to be a lot, but any changes you would make now in practice, 9 rounds, 10 rounds in?
Great question. Let's see. We're only looking at 18 uninkables, so maybe I'll try and go for 20.
Yeah. Maybe 30. Just flex on them.
Yeah, let's do 50% uninkables.
Exactly. And one other thing, the Mulan, are you thinking I'm cycling in, I want to find my dock sometimes? Is that where does Mulan fit into this whole thing?
Yeah, so great transition. It's the uninkables. Because I have such a high count of uninkables, I just can't be stuck with a hand that's going to brick me. So she's strictly in there, so I can have something on turn 1 if I don't find the line, right?
Yeah.
She can help me cycle out an uninkable to find ink on turn 1 if I need it. And again, she can threaten a Captain Hook, a Royal Guard, et cetera, or not threaten, but just it can help deal with it.
That 2 strength, it means something. It really does, especially into this like Basil, Rafiki, Royal Guard meta here. Last question. I mean, when is it a smart idea when we play down that Rhino? I believe it was game 1. It might have been game 2, but I believe you played down the Rhino first. And then on turn 2, you had the shift Rhino, but you did not shift it yet. Instead, you played 2 Daisies. I believe this was the first game for sure, where you started really building the board out. Where do you make that choice? How do you make that decision?
That's a really great question. So because I was able to look at the deck list, I knew I was against Blurple. Because I've been betting on my luck this weekend and seeing Daisy just keep pitching songs to the bottom of the deck, I figure I can go wide. I'm going to quest more with 2 Daisies than I will with the Rhino, and it can help me get rid of some of the answers to what I'm doing, and it's been good to me. I know I'm saying that a lot because I give more credit to the deck than to myself.
Well, you're the pilot of the deck. You're the creator of the deck. You should, Anybody who's interested in playing Amber Steel aggro, any tips, tricks, anything at all that you would like to share with them?
Sometimes you just have to trust your gut, get a lot of reps, understand your matchups. This type of deck has the possibility to play itself, but there are some small nuances of understanding your lines. And so just practicing, recognizing what those are, understanding why you're doing X over Y, just like you asked about the Rhino. And so it really just comes with practice.
Absolutely. And last but not least, a lot of people, they say aggro. You just you play the cards down, you turn them sideways. I was seeing a lot of skill expression in what you chose to do and what you chose not to do. How do you feel? Like, what do you think about how this deck in particular allows players to express their skill? Like, where are the hardest choices for you in this deck when you are playing it?
It's the one thing I say is knowing when to go sideways or knowing when to stand up. Because a lot of aggro players feel incentivized to turn sideways every turn. And that can be a trap. A lot of times your stuff can get gobbled up. And so you have to know... you have to know what you're playing against. You have to know if they can rush something out. You have to know if they can buff what's currently on the board. understanding when do you stand up or when do you go for the finish line.
You have to play around to all of the threats. And I mean, you showcased exactly what was going through all of our minds in that second game when you didn't have exactly the strongest start, but then you turned it around, almost won. If they didn't have that Into the Unknown to ink that Tiana, I thought the game was already over, wasn't realizing, but man, you did a phenomenal job. You almost won on the draw against Blurble, which seems impossible, but what a fantastic deck. What great deck tech choices. I think they can only see this camera, so will you shake my hand right here?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Mitch, you've been a pleasure. Thank you so much for your time, man.
I appreciate everything. Thanks again.
Anything you want to shout out before we cut?
Hey, shout out to my team, Uninkables from Raleigh, to our sponsor, Unplugged Games, and my wife, Emily, at home. She's the best. I love her.
Some of the sickest jerseys in the biz. Let's go, Team Uninkables. Thanks for your time, Mitch.
Thanks again. I appreciate you.
All right, brother.
We're back with an interview here with Sailor, whose name is, I'm going to nail it perfectly, Pierre-Marc Duguay.
Oh, that's so good.
Did I do
man.
it? Did I do it? Oh, high five. That deserves a high five. All right. Sailor, dude, you're playing the Emerald Sapphire. I mean, why? Why Emerald Sapphire? Why now? Everybody's talking about Blurple. It's Amber Aggro, right? We're doing the Amethyst Steel. That's the rock, paper, scissors. What made you go, no, I'm denying all of that?
Yeah, I'm out of the game, right? I don't want to play the rock, paper, scissors. I want to go closer to a 50-50 matchup, but also have one that doesn't rely too much on the draw because it's a very real thing in this new environment. And that's all made possible because of the only board wipe that we have right now, which is the Under the Sea being sang by a shift target on turn 4, right? So that makes the aggro matchup feasible for as long as you see the right cards, right? So, and I was able to do it both times in this tournament on the draw versus both the Ember Steel deck aggro, right, Tiana list.
Wow.
Yeah, they started like Aurora, Tiana, Daisy by turn 3. Wow. And I was able to win on the draw with that.
But they're very weak to the Under the Sea.
Yes,
basically. Is that part of the reason why you saw that this was the perfect opportunity to bring it?
Yes, because there was a situation with the Blurple mirrors that I was not being comfortable with, is that we knew that it was going to be a lot of mirrors, and so there was an arms race about lowering the 1-drops, getting more second star to the right, and was basically getting more greedy about the list, right? As we call it, because then we're lowering our chances of winning the aggro matchups and trying to be better against the mirror, and then it becomes a lottery of like, do you have the right matchup for it?
Right.
And so I knew Ed was going to do it, and I knew a few other players were going to do it, and I was like, I don't want to sign up for this. Instead, I'm going to bring a deck that is very, very strong against Blurple, and as this line against aggro that if I get it, I'll win, right? And sometimes they won't get it either. I'll be able to play my John Silvers on turn 4 with the Pleakley.
Giving the reckless,
yeah, and then maybe I can win also like that if they have like a slow start. If they have the best start, I'm going to try to go for the Shift Clarabelle and Under the Sea and just, win on the spot, basically. And it works against Emerald Ember as well, the Sea Dogs deck. That's
those
from the West
nasty
Coast,
dogs,
right?
Shout out Colorless, I was there.
And so I was able to do the exact same thing against that player, having the crucial Under the Sea against them, and basically winning on the spot. And even he had the Sola, I had 2 Under the Sea in hand. I ran really hot. I lost 8 out of 9 die rolls, and so I went on the draw basically the whole tournament. Except for that round 8. And the first 4 rounds, I went 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0.
Wow.
I didn't get even to play on the play before the 5th round. It was an incredible, very nice story of a tournament. And then round 6, I did, round 5, I faced my teammate, Ryan. And then on round 7, I faced my other teammate.
Oh, no, no.
And it was a crushing, and then I drew versus Ed on the last round. Couldn't make it to top 16, but I'm very, very proud of the results.
Absolutely. I'm so sorry. I just want to make sure we're going to throw it back now? Okay. Sailor, is there anything you want to shout out before we throw it back?
Yeah, shout out to my team, Maelstrom. Shout out to our sponsor, EviPlay, and everybody who's supporting us, everybody who's watching, everybody who's organizing. Thank you so much for making this possible. Obviously, Charlie's for organizing the whole thing.
Hey, thank you so much for making the trip down. Throwing it back.
Sorry, I talked about it.
No, dude, no, that's exactly. Dude, if we're doing an interview and I'm doing.
Alrighty, guys. So we're off to it right into the altars right now. Obviously, Humble's still trying to decide what he wants to do here. 4th place versus 5th place. Jeebus, who do you think is going to win, Blurple or Blurple?
Blurple, probably.
Okay.
Now that I'm thinking about it. Well, I tried to get the other match on the camera, but I must have let them know about the wrong bracket, which is fine. Yeah. But I do know that Humble's list is a little different.
We got to see it earlier today, actually. With R&B, they kind of went over a little bit of a deck tech with it, So we got to know a lot of the cards in the list. We know that he's on 3 Rafiki. We know that he's on 3 Basil. So he's got a couple of interesting pieces that not every list is running. I know it's like not necessarily out of the realm of possibility, but it's definitely not stock standard.
One of the cards that I like a lot, actually, and which I think really does sort of rip open the mirror, is actually Baymax. So the 5-cost Baymax is one that we haven't really seen a lot this weekend.
True.
You know, we've seen a few 5-drops that really are trying to break it open. We saw Aurora at one point, which I think is really good in this matchup as well. But Baymax does something that these decks sort of have struggled with, and, you know, a few times that we commented on some of these mirrors, we're like, oh, nothing is going to happen for, you know, 6-7 turns, which is true. They're slow because it's anytime that they get a little ahead, the other side comes back, plays your Hades, play the Elsas, and then they sort of just rumble on the board for a while to get to position. With something like Baymax, not only do you get to remove damage, which can let you prevent things like Bell from being problematic, but it also gains lore each time. It's a 2/6, so it's pretty large. It's, you know, Hades-sized body, but on a much less expensive card.
Right. And so here, actually, we saw Humble just throw away both of his hypnotic strengths, unfortunately for him, which means that this Yago is going to be sticking around for quite some time here. That said, though, there is going to be that second Sail the Azurite Sea being placed down here, so going to be able to get ahead on parity in terms of ink, but definitely don't. Oh, there is a third hypnotic strength in hand here. Holy cow, manages to get away from this Iago too. So now Ivan rather, is actually kind of worse for wear here. I mean, the fact that he's just going to continue to ramp here, he's going to continue to gain this advantage of just drawing cards, finding the cards that he's looking for actually, and Ivan's not able to progress his board any further.
What's kind of crazy here, right? Because we had the 2 hypnotics that we were able to send to the Inkwell, right? You're almost baiting them to play an Iago. You're saying, oh, I'm going to use these. I need these for ink, so I can't hold them. Now I'm out of ways of answering your Iagos for free. You're baiting them into playing that. Oh, we just have a third one, takes it out. That's a big beating, right? That removes their entire turn 4 play. That's always the downside of Iago, right? That vanish is real.
Yep. And so here, Hades going to come down just to be able to get rid of one of those threats there in that Robin Hood, which does have evasive on your turn. So don't want to deal with that. It is also a 2-lure quester as well as a 4/4 body, which is fairly difficult for Blurple to deal with in general. It's just a lot of damage to deal with, and not a lot of characters have that kind of willpower to deal with. So in response here, Ivan just going to continue to look for answers, develops a Dumbo here, definitely doesn't feel bad about it at all. Understands that this TikTok is going to be able to get some work done, but, you know, 2 hypnotic strength have been used, so you kind of expect that there's not going to be some sort of pump effect available for Humble to be able to get rid of this Elsa here. Just going to get her exerted. I mean, there is Bell in the list, so maybe just TikTok and then Bell it down. That is a possibility.
Yeah.
Besides that, though, I feel like this Dumbo is kind of really your biggest threat to deal with right now.
Dumbo's scary. Now, any Elsa is a pretty huge beating, because either one allows them to exert the Dumbo, and then either TikTok could deal with it, or, you know, you combine them together to deal with it. But just drawing 5 cards with second star to the right is the real mirror breaker. You know, and in talking with several of the Blurple players this weekend, although second star to the right is a little awkward in that it's uninkable, it costs 10. You know, in order to sing it, you have to have a pretty developed board of characters. You don't have enough room in your deck list to run more card draw, right? To run more dedicated, like, Finders, Keepers, and things like that. Just a lot of cards that don't help on the board. So because second star to the right is functionally +4 as far as how many cards you end up with, it is just a very dense amount of cards, because 5 is just a ton of cards, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to lose 2 lore to draw a card every day
For
of
sure.
the week. 3, sometimes I'm willing to lose 3 lore to draw a card, but not every day of the week. So, I mean, the fact that you're just losing 2 or 3 lore usually at a time to draw 5 cards, I mean...
Yeah. It adds up really fast.
Holy.
It adds up really fast. But luckily, the deck is not very fast. Again, most of our characters don't quest for an enormous amount individually. So we're just trying to get into this position where we can make 2 or 3 big haymaker plays per turn. You know, a Hades as well as a Dumbo in a turn, or, you know, an Elsa shift in combination with just another character. And that's how you gain advantage, especially in these mirrors. You know, we look at Humble here, we have more ink, we have more cards in hand. Even though this Dumbo has been ticking a little bit, like, it is a very real cost to pay 1 each turn to just pick up 1 card. You know, we're not able to commit a handful because we just don't have the evasives in play.
Right. Yeah, and I really like this play here from Humble, just, you know, getting that second use out of that Hades there.
Yeah.
You know, that's really what the purpose of playing this Madam Mim is. There's not very many ways to return cards or essentially buy back cards from your hand. So just getting that second use out of that Hades is going to be... Words are hard, okay, chat? Don't judge me. The fact is that this Dumbo is going to be putting in a lot of work, and just being able to strip that away as well as get that second use out of that Hades is going to provide a lot of value. So a second into the unknown is going to strip away yet another card here from Humble, but that does mean that his ink pool gets that much bigger. And I mean, he's sitting at 6-9 ink already. So even if he, you know, is a little bit behind, he's going to be at 10 ink next turn. He has plenty of options to find his way back into this game.
Right, and you know, I still do think that the driver's seat is here for Humble, because so we know that we have another Hades in hand. We can take out this Dumbo. We can very easily deal with this whole board. If we have a Bell, we can challenge the Dumbo, move the damage over. Like, that takes care of it pretty easily. We still get to get some damage onto the Elephant, which almost certainly is what we're doing here. Yeah, we shift the damage over. Dumbo gets taken out. We challenge here. We clean up the whole board. You know, Basil being gone is a disaster, because that's what allows you to clean up some of the breakpoint problems.
Mm-hmm.
You know, most of the characters, especially the ones that have rush, right? We have an empty board. So your Elsa being a 2/5 does nothing here. You know, a 4, you know, a 4/5, you can actually take out Bell. You know, you can crash into a Genie. But at only 2, like, if we have no support, this is a really rough board. And here we have it. Here's the Elsa. Now, they're going to have to use a Hypnotic in order to actually get enough strength, you know, with the challenge to be able to take this Bell out. So it's just not as clean as they might have liked.
Yeah, and I mean, on top of the fact that this Elephant here is going to be able to deal with this Bell on the following turn, it just makes things really painful here for Ivan to want to make this trade into this Bell. But obviously, this is his only option, as if if Humble manages to find that second star to the right, I feel like the game is stalled but dusted, really. So the fact that this Elephant is going to be able to get the value that Humble really wants here, he's going to be able to decide how he wants to use it. He's going to just get rid of that Royal Guard instead. And I kind of tend to agree with him here, right? Just use the Elsa to get rid of the other Elsa. It's not a huge issue.
Yeah.
And you have a Genie that you can play on top of the fact. I mean, this is really just feeling Humble's game to lose.
And here's where we now develop a several different, you know, lore dense threats. Really, we can put a Dumbo in that gives us the ability to draw cards next turn. So, like, now they have a problematic threat in Dumbo, right? Because there's several evasive characters. Like, let's draw a bunch of cards, gain a bunch of lore. We also put out a Genie, so now we have a total of 5 lore pressure on the board. That's not that many turns of questing before this game just ends. Even if we decide to use the Genie just to draw cards, being able to take out 2 characters every turn, especially since we're up so many cards with second star, like, you don't want to be casting this, right? You don't want to be effectively time walking yourself, you know, for lack of a better term. You're deleting your entire turn to refill your hand. There's too much stuff on the other side of the board to really be able to get away with that.
Absolutely. I mean, and the fact that this Dumbo's already on board, it just adds worse for wear here. I mean, he's going to be able to gain at least 3 lore if he chooses and draw 3 cards if he chooses. So going to do 2 of them right now, obviously deciding whether or not he wants that one little bit of extra lore,
think
that second
I don't think
card.
that one lore matters at all. I think he's just gonna draw the card. Like cards matter way more than a single lore here. Because again, we're not closing the game out fast. You know, that one is not gonna make the difference in whether we win the game, but the card might. You know, having another Hades in hand, having, you know, another elephant to rebuy one of our characters or whatever, that is gonna matter a lot more. They don't have the ability to get rid of the cards in your hand. They can't interact with what you have at all. There's no maximum hand size. There's no reason not to just like have a big grip. Gives you way more choices.
Absolutely.
And we'll just win eventually. We'll win in a couple of turns. It was going to be a couple of turns anyway. May as well have extra cards about it.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with you here, especially because of the fact that there's just no way at all for Blurple to catch up when they're this far behind on board. I mean, the fact that this a second Dumbo is going to hit the field here, 3 ink has been exerted just for the cards to draw, and now Humble is deciding whether or not he wants to drop down another evasive, which he will end up doing here. So, I mean, he basically gets the second star to the right on the next turn if he chooses, but it cost him 5. So I guess
Just pay 5, gain 5 lore, draw 5 cards, and then still have enough to play a Hades. Like, this game is so over.
Listen, it's like second star to the right, and this is my family.
Yeah, this is my second star to the right. Yeah, and the fact that we played the redundant Dumbo, sure, they take them both out. We gain 2 more ink. Like, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah,
you know, we have the Hades in hand.
Only action is really just play a Hades and get rid of a Dumbo. Just really goes to show the fact that he's just so far behind. I mean, we know that that Humble had bought back one of his Hades already, so that Hades is going to get stripped away, and now he's going to quest for an additional 5 lore, already up to 11. And this is coming to this situation where
does he just play the elephant and bounce the Hades now? I wouldn't hate that.
Looks like that is going to be the case. I think he tends to agree with
Yeah,
you
you just
here.
like, we only have the one Hades. It is the best card here by miles because, again, we've seen this time and time and time again this weekend. Blurple doesn't have the ability to do a bunch of stuff in a turn. They can't deal with a bunch of things at all. They just don't have the cards that do that. Nothing in their deck can deal with 5 permanents. Period. They just don't have it. So their best thing that they can do is play a Hades, right, to try and deal with the thing and add something to the board. You respond to it with your own Hades that you've reused 2-3 times. They're just never going to have enough cards to be able to keep up with that. Because even if by some miracle you forget to quest, you forget to gain your lore a bunch of turns, and they clean up the whole board, you still have 3 more Hades in your deck. That is just going to bury them. Between that and there's just nothing. This game is over. I appreciate battling it out. You know, there's no reason not to. They're untimed rounds, and we're in the top 8. You know, you see if there's any additional tech that you might be able to discover. There's no reason not to keep fighting. I mean, he cleaned up a lot of the board, right? But we still have that Hades. You know, we have these 2 elephants. We're questing to 14.
Yeah, I mean, he's just got a plethora of answers here. He's got 2 Into the Unknowns in his hand already here.
Just
He's
delete
got
this whole
enough
board,
ink.
go to 14. Easy.
Yep, and it looks like that's exactly what he's doing here. The Hades going to come down more, and now this Elsa going to get taken away as well from this Into the Unknown. And I mean, Humble just keeps on, keeping on here, just trucking along. 14 lore is the total for him, and he just needs to have 1 more lore on the board to be able to present Lorthal here on this next turn. Decides, look, I don't really need to rush anything. I have everything I could possibly ask for here. He's got a second Hades, a Bell, and a second Into the Unknown in hand. So now, Ivan, I just don't know how you're supposed to find a way in.
Like, there's a universe in these decks where if the lore total is a lot closer, you know, the tempo of Elsa is very high. You know, the big Spirit of Winter, Quest for 3, you know, you tapped on the board, like that's something that can happen. But we've used these Hades so much, like it just deploying 1 threat try and slow the game down enough so you can quest just isn't going to matter at all. And Humble could quest out and win next turn if all of our characters live and we just like rip the shift. I believe that's enough then. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But we would have to shift the Elsa next turn to be able to close out. Otherwise, we just quest twice and then it's also over.
True, but there is actually a secret other way to win here. If never mind.
Is it
No
Baymax?
It was Baymax.
It was
It is no
Baymax.
longer Baymax.
Yeah. That's okay. We can quest for 2 turns and win that way, and that's fine too. Because we'll exactly what happened the turn before, where we into the unknown and Hades. We're just going to do that this turn, and then the game's going to be over. So.
Yep, and then it looks like the Elsa is going to get picked up there, so don't even need to do that, really. So Into the Unknown, if he so chooses, is a viable option just because Elsa is evasive. But, I mean, now he's just going to drop down his own Elsa, tap down that bell.
Just double elephant it.
Smack it with them elephants, and probably Into the Unknown if he so chooses. I mean, he's really just got everything he could ever possibly ask for here. The fact that the bells are going to be placed down here just means that those elephants are going to be able to remove something on the following turn if he decides to do so. So it just kind of further cements his lead, the fact that he's able to get both of these elephants onto the board here. Or the fact that he has.
Like he has a bell in hand, he might use the bell. But I really just like challenging both, putting a bunch of damage, and then you can bell and move 3 to the Elsa. And then just challenge it that way. Like, I think that's a better way of killing it than using the Into the Unknown. Because then you still have all this, you can move 3 onto a character with your elephants, and then, we add more lore pressure this way because the bell does quest for 2. And that is presenting lethal in a couple of different ways.
Absolutely, yeah. So Ivan here just going to send it back. I mean, it really just felt like as soon as Humble kind of got that second sail, the Azurite Sea, and was able to kind of bait him into that false sense of security with that Yago line, it just felt like it was just too much, too quick.
Yeah, it gave them enough time. Humble was able to sing the second star, and I had talked to him a little bit because we've been trying to get him the deck tech for a little bit. And we just didn't sneak it in earlier in the day, but I talked to him about it a little bit. And the second star, there's not that many in the deck. You can dig pretty far through the deck basically every game. But in this matchup specifically, like, the most important thing is just having more resources than your opponent. Almost all your stuff is just 1-for-1ing in this matchup. And if you just rip 5 cards and you're able to 1-for-1, sometimes 2-for-1 with the Bell, 2-for-1 with the Hades, you're just going to bury your opponent if they don't have second star. Even something like Finders Keepers is so dramatically worse than second star because you're only getting +2 on the card advantage versus +4.
Well, I mean, it's not just that though, right? It's the fact that I don't have to spend my ink to play
it. If you have the ability to sing it too, it's even worse for them because now it's the whole new world aspect, right? Where you're able to sing it instead of just pay for it, and then you just get to take advantage of it immediately. The Hades that I just ripped, we get to play it. You think Visions is good, you get to look at 5 cards and pick one. What if we just looked at 5 cards and then they went into our hand immediately? Like,
I like that second option more, actually.
Yeah, I do too.
Oh.
We'll just take it all. This game will be game 2 of the top 8. Humble should be up 1 currently game shell.
Wait, what? Who's game shell?
From our YouTube.
From the
YouTube.
Okay. Yep. Sorry, Game Shell. Apparently, I suffer from
blindness. Yeah, that's all right. You know what I can do here? I'll give you the big zoom. It's too much zoom. Less zoom. I ruined it. It's too much zoom.
Okay. Just leave it as is. It's fine. Alrighty, boys. Basil, going to be turn 1 here for Ivan. Going to be able to get himself up to 1 lore. I think they forgot to hit the reset button, so I will be right back and make sure that gets done. Hold
on. Yeah, let me see if I can get the paper deck list, and then I'll start adding them into Dreamborn here. I do have digital copies of them, so. But I will see what I can do as far as getting them into a deck list form that I can actually do.
Alrighty, so Ivan here going to be at 1 lore, going to be able to sail the Azurite Sea, and so now it's going to be up to Humble to hopefully respond in kind, but instead has the Tipo. Does have the sail the Azurite Sea in hand, just wants to stop that free lore from happening here, so Basil no longer able to quest for free. Makes a lot of sense. You don't want to let them get that massive or significant lore lead so that they can just start racing and kind of ignore your field and just hope that you don't do anything for the rest of the game kind of deal. And that's kind of where Basil is, right? It's one of those cards that it's not great, but it's not bad, if that makes perfect sense here. So Tipo just going to quest here for 1. So now we'll assume...
Basil in this mirror is really important, especially on the play. You won't generally see it quest, but it does let you, okay, let's say that Humble plays a Genie here. Then all of a sudden your follow-up Elsa allows you to just quest with the Basil, take out the Genie. And that's a line that we've seen a lot with the Basil this weekend, is just hitting that 4 breakpoint. The Elephant throws that up for a loop a little bit, and we're going to get to ramp a little bit more with the Tipo. So I like this play. We did have a Genie in hand, but this is just recognizing that because there's the Basil in play, we can't afford to just have our character deleted for free. So we have to be a little bit more conservative with the Genie and do something with that on the following turn.
Absolutely. So Scrooge McDuck going to get developed here. Just a nice vanilla 5/5 with that quests for 2 here. Really, it's just one of those cards that you're using just kind of to not necessarily break the mirror, but really just to be able to answer a lot of the early game threats that come out. Just a 5/5 body is able to fight really well. The fact that it can quest for 2 allows you to keep up in case things don't go your way here. So Sail the Azurite Sea going to come down. Genie going to follow here. I like this a lot here from Humble. He understands that, look, if my Genie gets bobbed, I need to have something onto the board to be able to fight back. And although that is going to be the case, and the fact that this Basil is going to most likely get exerted in order to, as like a way to deal with this Madam Mim Elephant, or as a way to deal with the Genie, means that this Madam Mim Elephant has a way to deal with the Basil, which means that it's a pretty ebb and flow-esque kind of deal here. So I think Ivan is hoping that Humble isn't just doesn't have that Baymax in hand. We saw him the first one. We know that he's running 2 of them, so just might not be playing around that second one here. It looks like this Genie is going to get exerted, so maybe the Scrooge McDuck will exert herself, and if that is the case, that Hypnotic Strength is going to get a ton of value.
It'll be very good. It wouldn't surprise me if we see the Basil get in here, but the Elephant can just clean that up kind of for free as well. The Elephant, I think, was a really smart play. Yeah, deciding to keep the Basil back to protect it a little bit from that Elephant.
Yeah, I like this patient play here from Ivan. He kind of recognizes the fact that there are a couple of outs, and that would be a mistake if he did do that. So Humble's going to have to go back to the drawing board and hopefully find something a little bit more useful here. So just going to use it, develop your brain to try and find something a little bit more useful. As for people who are like, oh, is Visions of the Future better, or is Develop Your Brain better? I asked Humble this question here and why he chose to run the Develops over the Visions, and his answer is, I almost never have 2 extra ink, but I almost always have 1 extra ink.
Sure. Yeah, and it's a lot of your cards are kind of expensive individually, and you really want to be double casting as often as you can. You just don't have a ton. Like we look here, there's 1 extra, right?
Right.
And I get it. Like Visions is very strong, but sometimes you have to make concessions.
So now 3 cards remain in Humble's hand. It looks like he's just going to opt not to ink. He says, I have enough ink for now. Enough cards are going to be put into my inkwell that I don't mind too much. So second Genie going to be developed here. Find Ivan yet another card. And Ivan's board is quite strong, and Humble just doesn't have enough in the gas tank as of yet. So Ivan.
The 5/5, I'm surprised that we're not doing anything with it, but I understand why. You know, we can afford to be a little bit more patient because it does threaten the elephant if it ever tries to get in and interact in the board. You can kind of cleanly take the elephant out, and you don't want to give it free damage for no reason. Like, we know that there's Baymax in there. We know that there's the Elsas. You know, elephant can shift damage on its own. So it's okay to be a little bit safer. You know, I'm not even sure how good this Iago is, knowing that not a lot of Hypnotics have gone out yet.
Yeah,
we have to develop what we have.
Yeah, I'm just really weary of what's going on here on the side of Humble's board state, because it feels like Ivan's just pulling further and further ahead. The fact that he is going to be able to sing along and develop a second star from the right is definitely a pretty devastating situation to be in if that so happens here for Humble. And I feel like at that point, it'll just be one of those situations where you're waiting for the game to end. And because there's no time limit, it definitely doesn't feel like there's a good reason to concede unless you know you don't have the answer and then they have the Lorthful on the field.
Yeah, if all they need to do is untap and quest, at this point in the event, you have to assume that your opponent is going to be consistent enough to be able to quest and close out the game, for sure.
But until that happens, I mean, for me personally, it just feels like there's no reason to quit.
Yeah. You play to your outs. You know, if there is a chance and you're not up against the clock, you don't necessarily have any real demand on you needing to, you know, get out of the game a little bit sooner.
So right now I'm just doing a quick search here to see how many second stars from the right each player has.
So I know that Humble is on 2.
Yes.
And we saw that from the deck tech.
He's running, okay, so Ivan's on 1 second star.
Okay, so that, I mean, very well could be the decider here. Like, we know that it is a very powerful card. And if you are able to get that much of an advantage over your opponent, like, there just aren't as many incredible top decks that Ivan's going to have to pull away. You know, obviously, we have enough evasives that Dumbo would be very good here. But we don't quite have the, you know, exert 2 characters, draw 5 cards.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even if it's just 3 characters, right? Because, I mean, Humble has 3/4 costs in hand, or on the board here. It looks like he's got something. I didn't quite see what those 2 cards in hand were. But yeah, Elsa going to be exerted here into the unknown on herself. Interesting. So he's going to into the unknown his own Elsa just so he can draw a card with this Robin Hood, hopefully finding something a little bit more useful for himself. I think he's just trying to dig and find himself Dumbo, because right now he's kind of like both players are struggling on cards in hand, and I just saw it, and there it goes. I think he's going to exert him right now. Here comes the bell. 3 characters going to get exerted. It's second star from the right going to be sung, and at this point in time, Ivan's got to be feeling pretty bad about the situation.
It could be that Ivan's just trying to set up for a second star and didn't want to, like, actually just exert every character to be able to do it, because we would have needed to exert the Basil plus the Elsa plus the Scrooge, which may have been an overcommitment into the double elephant.
But wouldn't it have been better to just exert the Scrooge?
It could have been. It could have been. We'll have to see what the next few turns look like as far as the board development, now that he has the additional ink as well. You know, it could be that the whole hand is just into the unknowns and you just, like, can't afford that many of them.
Yep. And so Humble is now going to develop his own Basil. I'm not really sure why he decided to get rid of his 5 cost if he's trying to get that thing together. I mean, again, Ivan's only on 1 second star to the right, which means that he's going to struggle twice as hard to find it, which is honestly a very difficult situation to be in. I mean, how do you get yourself out of a situation like this when your opponent's got way more cards than you? He's got an equal amount of cards on the board as well, and on top of the fact that most of his characters are bigger bodies than yours as well, makes things increasingly difficult. This Basil's just not going to be able to find any value anytime soon. I mean, he can quest with the Scrooge and take out one of the elephants, and I think really that's just feels like his best line.
But is that even really that good? Maybe that's the real question. Sure, you can take that out, but where does that leave you afterwards?
I mean, that leaves you in a pile of poop.
It's not
being
great.
honest.
It's
Yeah.
definitely not great.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that I think he's considering it right now, just questing with the Basil to be able to make that trade with the elephant while that opportunity is still available. I mean, also the other option that you could have is using Robin Hood to trade with the Bell itself. I mean, it feels like after the second star hit, everything went to everything just went out the door, and now Ivan's struggling to find himself back into the game. He's got 2 cards in hand compared to what feels like 7 or 8 in Humbles. So the fact that this board is so wide, the fact that you don't really have any tools left to answer, it just makes things so difficult here for Ivan. And I mean, look at him. He's sitting there. He's mulling. He's thinking about every single possible out he could have. And Humble just playing patiently. He understands that there's really nothing he's too concerned about. I mean, really the only thing that he should be concerned about is that second star from the right. And the fact that it's not available right now is devastating.
Yeah, and then this is the difference of having 1 versus 2. I mean, it makes you more consistent against a lot of the other decks where the draw 5 is not as important.
Right.
But in this matchup where it is probably one of the most important things to do, not having that second copy means you're just going to see it so much less often. Even with the Visions digging, you're looking at 5 cards. You may not have the luxury of being able to just take a draw spell, right? You may have to take a Hades or a Bell to be able to interact with what's going on the board.
Yeah, and well, I have to say, I mean, this feels pretty good here for Ivan. A whole bunch of characters are getting exerted. This Elsa isn't going to get too much value. I don't know how. Oh, okay, she's going to get the Basil trigger. So, I mean, really, what felt like a pretty devastating board state for Ivan just kind of turned around. And while Ivan has no cards in hand, he's got an incredibly strong board state. It's just the fact that he's only at 5 lore makes this board state not feel quite as good, because Hummel has plenty of time to be able to recover from this. So he's going to find out how to do so. He's got a couple of removal tools in his hand. I believe he has a Hades as well as an Into the Unknown. So we'll have to see how Humble decides to navigate this turn. But I feel like he's in a pretty commanding position regardless.
The extra cards have helped a lot. Now, that was a very good turn to be able to deal with both of the elephants. This is one of the things, there's only so many rush characters to be able to, clean up the Elsa here, clean up the genie. So having just 1 willpower, for the most part, isn't that bad. We want to be able to get rid of this Basil so that they're not trading up as easily. We just don't have that many characters. I mean, I would assume an Into the Unknown is going to come down. They haven't really had an opportunity to leverage that a ton from Humble's side. But we'll see. It looks like there's maybe an Elsa Spirit of Winter in there as well. It may be that we challenge a few with what we have, and then Spirit of Winter a few of them, so that the crackback is a lot less severe.
I mean, that makes perfect sense for me here. So 5 ink is going to get exerted. Bell is going to come down here. Okay, and so the damage from the genie is going to get removed to get rid of Robin Hood here. And so now 3 more ink for this Into the Unknown. I assume it's going to hit this Scrooge McDuck. And so finally, Scourge McDuck going to get sent into the Inkwell, and now TikTok going to be able to clean up that Genie. And then finally, Yago going to be able to clean up that Elsa. And so Basil just going to take out Basil, and now all of a sudden both players just kind of out of luck. You know, I mean, Humble still has about a few cards in hand, and Ivan just sitting at 0. So this is one of those situations that I was talking about, right? I mean, his board state looked really strong. It's just the fact that there are so many catch-up mechanics and removal tools available to the Blurple lists that a wide board state like that isn't going to do everything forever. And that's why this second Start of the Right is such a back-breaking card. So now, Ivan trying to figure out what he can do to get himself out of the situation. The fact that he's got one card in hand isn't very helpful to him, so he's going to spend 5 ink, going to drop down a second bell, just going to move some damage over onto the TikTok. And, I mean, really just trying to put a damper on everything that can be done on Humble's side of the field. The problem is that Humble still has a full grip of cards. He's drew a Develop Your Brain, so he's got 1 extra ink to work with, very likely, and it's going to be used on that Develop. Finds himself a Hades, very likely.
I think if he could get a Spirit of Winter down this turn, it would probably be very powerful. Hades also obviously very good, but I think it is just exert and just clean up the board and then start getting some pressure. Right? We added a lot of lore to the board. Also can quest for 3. But at the same time, we also cleaned up everything on the other side by exerting 2 characters. Like, that's a huge beating here.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Humble just navigated this game just perfectly here. I think a lot of players would have gotten a little bit nervous and felt like they wouldn't be able to do anything here. But the fact that Humble just played this as patiently as he did, found that second Start of the right when he needed it, and then now this Elsa, like you had mentioned, just going to come down, cleared out everything, added a whole bunch of lore, and all of a sudden, it feels like everything in this game is all but done and dusted. I mean, there's 8 lore on the field. Humble's at 10 lore already, and so now Visions of the Future going to come down. Going to be able to get himself another 1 card, and that Hypnotic Strength is at least going to be able to get rid of 1 Yago. But still 7 lore on the field, still that 2-turn clock available. Hades finally going to find his way onto the field, and now, while Bell is a very, very powerful tool, not quite as powerful as Elsa, but the Hades available that we saw off of that Develop going to be deployed now. And so Humble presenting Lorthel, Ivan has to find something quick, but with 1 card a turn, it's just not going to be enough in my eyes.
I really can't see how 1 card a turn is going to be enough. By the time that Ivan would be able to catch up, like, we're just questing for 6. Most of the characters in that mid-range area quest for 2, right? So we're, we have this board with just double Bell and a Hades. That's 6. The game's over. The pressure ends up being very high. Some of the earlier characters, your Elsa 5th Spirits, your Tipo, things like that only quest for 1. So early on, it just doesn't matter as much. It feels very similar to a lot of the previous, like, Sapphire Steel lists, where they don't really need to necessarily put a lot of pressure on. You just wait until you fill the board with a bunch of 2 lore questers, and then you close out the game in 2 or 3 turns. You're getting it in big chunks as opposed to sort of that chip damage over time. So
yeah, I mean, Humble just taking game 2 here, already won game 1, and I mean, it felt so.
It's brutal.
It almost felt like the fact that Humble had built his list to be able to beat the Blurple Mirror, it felt like he just did exactly what he was trying to do this whole time.
I would agree.
And yeah, I mean, I just don't know how he was supposed to find his footing. I mean, Ivan was definitely not teched for the Mirror. He did incredibly well, made an incredibly high run, better than most players would have done. I think percentage-wise, top 0.5% of players. I mean, that was
still did very, very well
for him.
I would say that between the 2 deck lists for specifically this Mirror, I think that Humble was massively favored.
Right.
Having an additional copy of
Second
Star, like, even just looking at the Ivan's list, which I'm just whipping up right now, he only had 3 Hades in the list, right?
wow.
So one of the cards that I would consider to be one of the more important things to be doing once you get to that mid to late game.
Right.
You know, there are 2 Yzmas in the list, which, you know, 2 Yzmas and 2 Robin Hoods, and those are certainly helpful in this matchup. But there's also 8 1-drops in Ivan's list, so your top decks are just worse. You know, you don't have the incredible end game stuff, so you're trying to play more of this like sort of early game, mid-rangey style, where you don't have as many draw 5 cards. You don't have as many Hades chains that you can sort of pop off with. That's tough. It's tough to be in those positions because you're just not going to win when your opponent is doing a lot of that and you're not.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to add there because it was just absolute domination here from Humble. Again, like I said, he had built the list to be able to beat the Blurple Mirror, and it felt like he just ran into the mirror, and he was really happy to see it and kind of took over from there. And both games, it really just came down to who got the first, second start of the right, and both times it was Humble. I mean, game 1, he had it super fast, and Ivan just could not react to it. And then game 2 here, both of these players are kind of jockeying for position for most of the game, and while there was that stalemate happening, Humble managed to top deck the second star from the right and really just took over the game from there. And while Ivan did have the better overall board position, he just kind of got drowned by card advantage, which is the name of the game in this matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, there's no elephants in his list either, from what I'm seeing. So a lot of the things that you're doing, you know, we reuse that Hades as many times as the opponent had Hades in their deck, period. So, you know, the elephant also, like, body-wise, just being a massive, you know, health sponge. It slows down the game because you can't just get characters in, because then you put damage on it, and then all of a sudden they're able to move even more things for free. You're reusing a few of the characters, like that's really tough. That is a really tough spot to be, and I think they did have a great run. I mean, we saw them on camera several times here, sort of leveraging, you know, they had Yzmas, they had some Scrooge. You get to attack on several different angles, which it definitely can be very powerful. But if they don't all line up and your opponent is more teched for the mirror, it's going to fall off. And that's what we saw here. And I think we're going to see a lot more decks that are favored in the mirror, only because I feel like you really have to lean into that a little bit more if you are trying to win a big event like this with so much representation of this
color pairing.
type of this color pairing. Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of tend to agree with you here, right? I mean, Humble made it all the way in, and then now he's into the semifinals here, so hopefully he can take it all the way. Yeah, the tech, by the way, King Marku? I don't know. The tech was earlier today, I want to say about hour and a half ago, maybe. It was right before the top 16. So it was while we were waiting for that top 16 that the tech happened. It was with R&B. R&B unfortunately wasn't able to make it into the top 16. He had a very good run, but just kind of fell short at the last 2 footholds. Kind of got unlucky, I think, as far as I understood it. And that just happens, you know. I mean, there are tons of really, really talented players. They just get either a bad matchup, don't quite get the cards that they're looking for. I mean, players like Endel Burdett were eliminated. Ed Chu eliminated before the top 16. I mean, the competition here today is stiff.
It's tough. It's hard out here. A lot of good players. A lot of good players from a lot of teams as well. You know, and not necessarily knowing exactly what tech everybody is bringing to try and battle everybody else. I mean, this is always something with Ruby Amethyst as well. You just don't know what fancy thing they're going to try to do to beat you. Are they running 3 spell books? Are they running just random nonsense that you're not prepared for? And if you run into that, you just lose. You can't afford to give up that much of a percentage in the mirror. But at the same time, you also still have to be able to win your other games. You can't just be giving up your games against matchups that would be considered okay or good against, say, you know, Amber Steel. You have to still win those while running into the mirror half the day. I really like the Chromicon deck as far as something that was surprising. It did very well into Blurple. I don't know if it is able to do as well into some of the other.
I think it went 6-1.
Yeah, so it did have a deep run, just not quite.
Just not enough
quite
to finish.
enough.
Yeah, and just not
Yeah.
enough to go over the finish line there. Probably in the top 32 is that green steel list. I want to assume so. Like I said, I think it went 6-1, which should be quite or right in that range of in that top 32.
621, I believe, should be top 32.
It should be like right at the bottom, if not like 34.
Yeah, somewhere in that range.
Yeah.
So a good run for such a large event. The cut was pretty rough. It was pretty harsh. You needed to be 7-2, or you're not even in the bubble range. Like it's tough out there.
Oh yeah, what is that? That's so you have to have a 66% win rate over 7 series. So that means, yeah, you need like a 70% win rate or higher just to be able to hope. And then even then, that's probably still not enough most of the time. And you got to get a little bit of luck involved there. But that kind of is the situation with life. You know, I mean, you roll a quarter. What, you rolled a quarter, or you flip a coin 7 times, you expect it to be 4 and 3. Sometimes it's 7 and 1 or 6 and 1. You know, it's just, it is what it is. It's the name of the game, and it's supposed to be random on purpose. So, I'm excited to see what this top 4 is looking like. We know that there's obviously one Blurple in it right now. In that Humble is in there, and then we got. We know that there was Amethyst Steel, an Amethyst Steel mirror going on as well. And I believe it was Emerald, Sapphire, and Blurple facing each other as well. So we have all 4 of the all 4 lists being played. I'm not sure if the Amethyst Steel Mirror is finished. I don't know who won that series.
I believe that they are already ready to go.
Oh well, there you
go. So then I would assume that the Emerald Sapphire won, given that we're battling into it here, which meant that the
names haven't swapped yet.
One of the yeah, they're still getting that squared away, but we can sit here and talk while I keep trying to get some of these deck lists updated. But it'll be interesting to see how the next couple, because we know that there's one Blurple here for sure because there was a mirror.
Right.
It's very possible that we just have a non-Sapphire finals even. Was a possibility with some of the run-out. We'll have to see how the other half of the bracket went, but that is very real, very potentially a possibility. So,
yeah, absolutely. I mean, well, we know that it's Jeremy right here on the Sapphire Emerald list. I don't know what Tiago is on. I think this is actually might be a mirror. Very curious. Okay, so they're still messing with the names. Jeebus, I need to make a quick. I need to run out real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. I will keep an eye on this here while I'm trying to square away some of these Dreamborn lists. It is a lot of Blurple, but they're not all the same, and they're not all in the same order. So I have to, double check and make sure that all the characters are added fully here. Because they're all close, but not exactly the same. Yeah, I'll get them all in there. It may just take a minute. Again, if I was at home on my computer, this would be a lot faster, of course. We are winging it a little bit with what I've got. Mostly just because I'm on, a streaming laptop instead of a full machine, right? But that's okay. We will get it all set up while the players are shuffling up here. They will fix it looks like they're fixing the names and the colors right now. Purple Steel versus Blurple. That would make sense to me, given that the other side of this bracket was an Amethyst Steel Mirror, and that Humble was the other one that we were just watching and won, so...
Yep. Alrighty, guys. So, here's a question for you, Jeebus.
Mm-hmm.
Which meta has been your favorite thus far?
Interesting. I do generally enjoy Control quite a bit. It may have been, like, I liked set 1 for different reasons. You know, a lot of the metas towards, like, the Emerald Bucky nonsense I maybe didn't like as much, but there were quite a few that had just different time periods. You know, Ruby Amethyst was really powerful. You know, sets 2, set 3. A lot of interesting games. You know, similar to this, but maybe less haymakery, right? And there was room to develop with them because we just didn't have very big card pools. You know, I honestly think that the meta that I'm going to like the most is probably the one that we get when Whispers comes out, because it'll be sort of a lower power, because a lot of the really impactful, like, set 1 cards are gone.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully we'll get a little bit more of our removal tools back so that we're not just only challenging. You know, maybe we'll have a little bit more to work with, right?
Right.
But I that's what I'm actually looking forward to. I've enjoyed most of the metas outside of, like, when Bucky was really at its worst, like right after Diablo came out. Like, that one was pretty terrible.
Are you not a Bucky enjoyer?
I'm not a Bucky enjoyer.
That's fair. You know, honestly, I use that as an insult.
I feel like enjoying it is an insult to humanity.
Listen, all I'm saying is, if you're a Lorcana player, you just don't want to be labeled a Bucky enjoyer. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. True. You don't want to. You just don't want to be that guy. You know.
You don't. You don't at all. And so now here we go. Purple Steel versus Sapphire Emerald. I feel like this is going to be a fairly interesting matchup here. Jeremy 14th, Tiago the 2nd seed, so he's going to be on the play here. I guess potentially not, because he did his alters what looks like 2nd. No. Okay, so he is on the play. Okay, that didn't make sense to me. I was like, what?
Wow, that's crazy. One of the Blurple lists just wasn't playing Genies, it looks like.
Interesting.
Just like at all.
I feel like Genie is kind of, like, with Rabbit no longer existing in the meta, I feel like Genie is the best 4-drop in the game right now.
Is it? I don't know. It just, in this matchup, gets banished really easily by Elsa 5th Spirit, so it's possible that there's just a world where you just don't need it.
Yeah, I mean, really, so what's your number 1 pick for best 4-drop in core constructed?
Right now, Dumbo probably.
I don't think Dumbo's better than Genie.
I mean, you gotta look at the price tag, right?
Well, that's just because it's new.
Well,
and it's also a legendary.
If it's new, it's better. That's all that it is. That's how it works. I don't make the rules, but that checks out.
But them's the breaks.
I really wish that the players would have organized their deck lists by, like, ascending cost or something, so that I could actually look at the better. But it's all right. We're getting close to some of them being done at least.
All right, so Dumbo going to get inked here for Tiago, and so Jeremy just going to respond in kind with a Clarabelle 1-drop of his own here. And now, very likely, Calhoun going to hit the field. So Clarabelle very unlikely going to be exerted in this matchup here. So Light on her hooves going to be put into the inkwell. I believe he has a 3rd one in hand. So 3 Light on her hooves in hand, which is definitely unfortunate because you want to be able to see multiple throughout the game, just not all 3 at once. So I'm excited to see how the rest of this matchup turns out here because both these players are playing fairly slow. White Rose going to be developed and very likely just going to pass the turn after the fact here. Right back to Jeremy. And so now turn 4 available. Baymax also available if he chooses. But instead, Scrooge McDuck going to hit the field. I like this a little bit more here because it kind of enables more cards available in the future for Jeremy. And the fact that he's already low on cards in hand makes things that much easier for him. So Tiago does have a strength of a Raging Fire in hand. He is going to be able to get rid of that Clarabelle if he so chooses, which I do think that you do need to do so. Just not allowing that shift line is going to be critical, I think, overall in the longevity of this game for Tiago. And so now a second Calhoun going to hit the field. White Rose going to sing that Strength of a Raging Fire onto that Clarabelle there. Now Jeremy just going to ready himself. And interestingly enough, no ink for Tiago here on the 4th turn. Just going to play on this low curve here. Going to ink this Clarabelle. Afraid of having it removed again. Just need to be able to get that availability as soon as possible. So Baymax going to be shifted. I like this a lot. He's going to quest himself up to 4. He understands that, yes, these Calhouns might have the capability to get some value here, but they are going to have to get sent away. And, you know, a 2-for-1 doesn't feel too bad. So Jeremy just playing this patiently. Is at 4 lore, just hasn't updated it with the app.
Bunch of 5/5s, you know.
Bunch of 5/5s, exactly. Does find himself another Strength of a Raging Fire, so potentially going to be able to use that here in these next couple of turns. Just going to continue to play this patiently, I assume, but instead just wants to get rid of this while it's available. Going to be able to gain 2 lore.
Yeah, you kind of want to get rid of the Baymax. It does have the ability to sing for 6, which is a little tricky. You don't want them to be able to under the sea. You don't want them to be able to head held high, just actually running it out for 6 and then sing under the sea, because that just wipes your whole board out and you don't have a chance to challenge anything back.
Yep, absolutely. And so Basil just going to get set in the inkwell here. Understands that there's really not much he needs to do. He's down to just about 1 card in hand, 2 exactly, it looks like. So Hypnotic Strength going to be used here. Gave that Calhoun that extra little bit of reach that it needs. A new Calhoun going to be developed, and Scrooge McDuck going to be taken away. So now Tiago up to 6 lore, or 7 lore in total, as he's going to be able to quest here with that Genie Wish Fulfilled. So now that You're Welcome going to be played, and so 7 ink exerted, and Clarabelle Light on the Hood's going to be developed. So 2 more cards going to get picked up here from Jeremy. Finally able to get that Clarabelle online. Such a huge body at that as well.
We were able to draw a few cards with it. You know, Tiago has not ran out nearly as many as you would expect. Strength plus the Calhoun, able to still get a little bit of lore gain, you know, but being able to leverage these Calhouns at all in this matchup is a huge boon, because normally they're not at their best, because they just don't have the right amount of stats that you need to be able to deal with these larger characters. But Under the Sea, you know, not a lot of characters taken out, but all of them.
Not a lot of characters left, but all of them gone now. So a new Wish Fulfilled going to hit the field here. Just going to be able to draw him yet another card. Finds himself a Captain Hook. So just plays that down and passes the turn right back. So 3 cards still remain in Jeremy's hand. Going to give that Genie Reckless, no longer able to quest here. Going to make things a little bit awkward for Tiago. Instead, he has that Dumbo. So he's just going to be able to draw a card, gain that lore. Dumbo really kind of negating everything that John Silver wants to do, which is kind of disappointing. So Captain Hook obviously not going to be exerted until it is ready to be used, but Jeremy definitely not feeling good about his game state.
I can't imagine that you are. There's, especially with so much lore already gained, you know, anytime that they're adding, you know, 2 or 4 additional lore pressure to the board can be really bad for you. Now, with the Dumbo, it wouldn't surprise me if we just take every character that we can and just try to draw up to a new hand just in case we get wiped again, so that you can, kind of sweep everything out. And it's really hard with this John Silver. Like, all we can do is force them to use the Dumbo on the Genie. Right, or with the Genie, right? So that instead of gaining 2 lore, they only gain 1. Like, that's the best that this John Silver is going to be able to do. Like, maybe you do it on the Captain Hook, but that just doesn't feel great.
Yeah, and this Scrooge deck going to get developed here. It looks like a You're Welcome, however, going to be used onto the Dumbo. So now, while he isn't going to be able to draw 2 cards off of that You're Welcome, that means that the Dumbo no longer online. So hopefully, Jeremy's hoping that he doesn't find 2 more or another Dumbo off of this. So we know that 1 was sent into the inkwell. We know that we just shuffled 1 back. So 3 more Dumbos to be able to find potentially is going to have it back in hand. It is just kind of an RNG thing here, but if that Dumbo is picked up, that Genie just does get to survive yet 1 more turn. And it is going to be up to Tiago to find a way back into this. I mean, he does have a plethora of answers at this point, does also pick himself up a Strength of a Raging Fire. So as long as he's able to develop 3 characters this turn, he will be able to get rid of this John Silver with just that strength, and doesn't actually need to worry about this Reckless.
Yeah, the Reckless is good, right? But when every character's a 5/5, but you only ever have 1 exerted at a time, you're just going to lose your character a lot. And the fact that it doesn't stop singing is a little rough. If it prevented the ability to do anything other than challenge, if that was available, that would be one thing. But you can still exert it with something else like Dumbo. You can still sing a song like we see here with the Strength. So yeah, it hit the Genie, and it made it so that we had a little bit more forced play that we had to do with an alternative to challenging. Like, it just lives. And that's not really what you want in this scenario, unless we have another Under the Sea.
Yeah, and I can't quite see what Jeremy has in his hand. I believe he's got 2 cards in hand, so 1 card. He's going to be able to drop down this Visions of the Future, hopefully find himself something a little bit more useful than what he's had here. But his last You're Welcome going to be picked up here. He's considering taking it, I think. It's either that or the John Silver as the pick here, and it looks like he's going to opt for John Silver instead. Just going to put that You're Welcome on top, hopefully find a way to get back to it here in these future turns. But going to quest himself up to 10 just to make sure to stay on parity with this Amethyst Steel list. As the longer this game goes, the more lore that this Amethyst Steel player is able to develop. Does have another Genie Wish Fulfilled in hand, as well as an Elsa Fifth Spirit. Has a lot of answers in hand if he so chooses. So he's going to go for this Fifth Spirit, going to be able to exert that Clarabelle, get rid of it while it's available, and then just going to quest himself up 3, bring himself all the way up to 13. And while Jeremy is still able to stay slightly on parity, he's just falling further and further behind on board. Needs to be able to find himself an Under the Sea here shortly, because if he doesn't find it right
it's just
now,
too wide,
it
the
feels
board.
like it's just not going to be enough. So just going to attack this Genie while it's available here.
I mean, Under the Sea would be incredible here. Yeah, very, very good. I mean, that keeps us in the game. We don't have the fastest clock ever. There are still 2 cards in hand for Tiago, but I mean, that's what you need in these spots is honestly another Under the Sea. If we have the ability to run it out, would be awesome. Or if they only run out 1 threat, that would be exactly what you'd hope for here, so that now we can do something like a Hades and then actually start questing and putting more lore pressure to be able to actually potentially race.
Yeah, I tend to agree.
That's
with you
not
here.
even that terrible. If we're able to use this Scrooge to trade with the Genie, I think that would be fine.
I actually tend to agree with you here. The fact that the Scrooge is just like, yes, yes, it trades, but I think you're okay with that. You got the 2-for-1. You were able to quest for, I think, about 6 with the Scrooge deck, so it's gotten all the value in the world here. And so now Tiago, you can tell he's getting a little bit more nervous as he's shuffling his cards and fiddling with them a little bit more as these turns continue on. The fact that this Genie Wish Fulfilled is not going to be able to quest here really hurts him, and the fact that he just has only Raja and White Roses left in hand doesn't feel good either. So John Silver just putting a wall down, saying, hey, look, you will not be able to quest here at all with these Genie Wish Fulfilleds. The fact that this other Genie Wish Fulfilled is going to be threatened here by this John Silver makes things that much worse. So finds himself another Raja, just going to ink that Raja, play the other one, and take the trade because that's really all that's available to him on this turn. And now Jeremy is going to be able to pass it back to, or get passed back to himself, and hopefully find another set of answers here, as we know that this John Silver is very likely to just make this Genie Wish Fulfilled reckless again. So going
Didn't
to
quest
play
with it.
the Basil, very likely return the Raja to hand. I think he's deciding
Sure.
which character he wants to. Oh, that's the 6-drop.
That's the 6-drop, where when you ink, you get to exert 1 and make them discard. That makes sense.
Yep, so never mind on that. So I guess Raja plus Genie is going to be able to get rid of what's happening on this side of the field, but that Dumbo pickup is going to be pretty huge here. So now Genie is going to be able to survive another turn. Tiago going to be able to pick himself up another card. The parity is just so close between these two players. He doesn't have quite enough reach as he would like. So instead, just going to pass the turn while he has that opportunity. Going to consider potentially using this Raja just to quest. I don't think that that's necessarily correct. But yeah, this is very difficult here for Tiago. This John has just been putting a lot of work, man.
Yeah, the Johns have always historically been very good against these character-based decks, because not only does giving Reckless prevent them from questing for that turn, but a lot of times it also makes them banish themselves by just crashing into a character that's too large. You know, the Amethyst Steel lists generally don't have huge characters. I mean, none of the Amethyst characters are particularly huge. That was why Fox was so good for so long, because it was pretty big. You know, Jeremy's out here just playing like 5/5s and then being like, oh, your 2/4s have to challenge into my 5/5s. Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, this is just so difficult here. He's just getting bodied by the straight-up stats, and the fact that these John Silvers keep coming down and keep preventing Tiago from questing and winning this game here makes things so uncomfortable for him. So the fact that this Raja can't quest, the fact that this Genie can't quest really puts a hamper on Tiago's ability to play this game here, and his hand is now hitting his head as he's doing a lot of thinking. Understand that the writing is on the wall here. Jeremy's all the way up to 18 lore. He has no way to get himself up to that 9 or up to that 20 lore anymore, where he did have a potential opportunity if with the Dumbo, if that Raja was still able to quest. And so now he has to figure out how he's supposed to get himself out of this situation. And the fact of the matter is, I think right now you just can't.
That seems very likely here. Now, if we can get a little bit more lore, or could have gotten a little bit more lore earlier, there are some ways of gaining reach. Now, I'd have to look at the deck list to see if we had like Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom. Could have been that they were miming Gathering Knowledge to just gain 2 directly. That card has not had a lot of favor recently because it is only a lore burst type of card. But there are worlds. Cobra would have done it as a similar effect to that. You know, so we weren't just out of it in that spot. We got to 18. That's pretty close, and a Cobra would have taken it out. In this list, I think you're right, Shadow. A Cobra probably would have been the out there, given that Gather has not really seen much play.
Yeah. So, I mean, he had 2 draws to try and find himself a Cobra. I don't quite have Tiago's list up on my area right now. I believe he is the 2nd seed, so.
What do we want with Tiago?
To see if he's even running Cobra, or if he is.
I mean, there are Cobras. You don't really run this color combo and not play Cobra. Especially when he's got Treasure Guardian. We saw deck tech with Tiago. You have 11 actual illusions between the Giant Cobra, the Raja, the Palace Guard. So you get to take advantage then of the Treasure Guardian to like just pick up an extra card.
So Shadow, he actually did not have the 2nd draw, otherwise he would not have had the ink to play the Cobra. So he had exactly enough to draw 1 card with the Dumbo, not 2. Yeah, I mean, just the fact that John Silver was able to deny the Raja from questing alone and force the Genie not to be able to quest for 2 there really just was that back-breaking moment. I mean, it was just such a nail-biter of a game for both of these players, and the fact that Jeremy was able to pick up that win here on the draw, especially into a semi-aggro list in this purple-steel list. Obviously, it had kind of a slow start there. No one-drop here for Tiago. But was able to get a lot of mid-game pressure, which is kind of the name of the game of that archetype in general. As a lover of purple steel, or amethyst steel rather, it has been a delight to see that Amethyst Steel is making it all the way to the 2nd seed, as well as making it to the semifinals here. So Jeremy making an incredible run here with this Sapphire Emerald list. And we'll have to see if it's going to be utilized a little bit more here in these future turns. But right now, Pete Games referee not really making a splash at all, as Blurple has been the main big bad. And the fact that this Sapphire list has been doing so well, I feel like the meta is going to make a shift for next week.
Oh, it's going to have to. I mean, now that a lot of these cards are known and that there are ways of attacking it, you know, people are going to work under the assumption, especially if they don't have Dumbos, which, you know, most of the players, I think, if they want the Dumbos and are really looking to compete, are going to have them already. But, like, not every single person will, certainly.
No, there's going to be plenty of players that are still scrambling to get them where the day of, but they will get them.
Oh, absolutely. They'll get them. They'll get them, and they're certainly going to come down a little in price leading into the DLC, just because there's going to be more product available. But, you know, there's these other decks that exist that can attack the metagame, basically.
Yeah. So I would like to see here Jeremy be able to find that kind of early game start that he was able to find in game number 1. That Scrooge McDuck obviously putting a hamper on pretty much everything that Tiago wanted to do for the very first set of turns. And obviously he did have the answer for that first Scrooge McDuck, but that second one, able to quest for 6, able to take out 2 characters and kind of just reset the whole field. And from there, those John Silvers were able to take over and win game number 1. So I doubt that Jeremy is going to be able to find 3 John Silvers again, but he is going to be able to find himself a couple of cards here. Hopefully that'll give him a position that he's looking for in this early game. We do see that Tipo shirtless boy, so very likely going to see a turn 1 hook here from Tiago, and that is going to be the case. And now it is going to be up to Jeremy to be able to find that turn 1 play. Does have it in that Basil, and going to pass the turn right back. So now Calhoun very likely going to be the response here from Tiago, is going to be able to find a dock, which he wasn't able to at all last game, nor was he able to find that giant Cobra. So one of these strengths going to get taken away. Captain Hook just going to quest right now while it is available. Very likely not going to take the trade is Jeremy. Just wants to be able to utilize that Basil for a little bit more later on. Actually, you know, now that I say that, he might just do it anyways, just because really there's not too much that he wants to do in the early game to be able to fight what's going on. So considering just passing here, might just take the trade while it's available. That is going to be the case. Again, Steel and Amethyst not known for having huge characters, or characters with huge amounts of willpower. So the support isn't too valuable. So just got to take that trade while it's available.
Yeah, I think just slowing the game down as much as possible. The longer that it goes, the better it is for you. And if you're just removing some questing power off the board, I think that's okay. Because you know that they do have reach in these decks. They have the Cobra, they have the White Rose. So you can't really get them into that 13-14 range, because that's already, like, you have to remove my whole board every turn. So I don't mind removing it here. Like, the Calhoun isn't a particularly aggressive threat, so it's not that big of a deal in this spot. So getting rid of a dock here leads me to believe that they probably have a second one.
Yep, they got 2 docks in hand. Or they had 2 docks in hand and a Calhoun, so just a plethora of uninkables. I like this Cobra line a lot. Just allows you to develop the dock next turn if you find that inkable. So Jeremy just going to play the Sail the Azurite Sea. He's got the time to do so. Only 3 ink available for Tiago. Doesn't want to exert that Calhoun, surprisingly, just to be able to quest. I guess I'm not sure what card he is playing around, as I don't know what Sapphire Emerald has to be able to give that Tipo the reach that he is afraid of, per se. So instead, Clarabelle just going to get dropped down.
Baymax, you can just shift it on the Tipo.
That's right, the Baymax, thank you. So just playing around Baymax, which is absolutely proper to do so here. Going to drop down those that Calhoun and that Doc, just set himself up for this next turn. And I would like to see him quest with this Cobra, because the longer this game goes, the worse it's going to get for him. So now finally going to decide to take that quest with Calhoun. Understands that even if this Baymax happens, I still have another Calhoun to be able to answer it. And now it's going to be up to Jeremy to find something a little bit more useful than a Clarabelle shift. So just going to sail the Azurite Sea, continue to ramp up here, continue to find hopefully some more useful cards. Going to ink that Basil, probably one of the worst cards in this matchup. A 2-1 that does not really do anything. I just don't see support being very, very much useful. Yes, you have a couple of low strength characters in blue, Bleen.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. So now Jeremy just deciding what he wants to do with the rest of his turn. Going to ink and just pass. So just to sail the Azurite Sea, not too threatened with what is happening on the board, or potentially just doesn't have the answers as of yet. So just going to continue to slow roll while he has the opportunity to do so. And so now this Dumbo going to very likely hit the field here. There it is. And now Strength of a Raging Fire, just going to take out that Clarabelle and going to quest for 3, bring himself all the way up to 8. And so now Tiago feels like he's in a pretty commanding position here. I don't know how you're supposed to deal with this entire set of board here. So just going to return that Dumbo back to hand with the Basil. I like this a lot here. Understands that this board state is kind of scary, but not the worst in the world. He does have, I believe, a Baymax in hand as well. So probably just going to drop it down again in this Dumbo. I'd have to assume, just because it is going to be able to provide him consistent value as these turns continue. Potentially even just going to play the hook, just so that even if there is a Clarabelle, there's no point in playing it, because he's not going to be able to draw any cards off of it. So going to bring himself all the way up to 12, and Jeremy still at 0 lore, not going to be able to maintain the parity that he's been needing to. So has 1 card in hand, has a Baymax in hand, I believe. So going to drop down that Clarabelle, hopefully find something a little bit more useful. Doesn't seem to find it. Going to shift down what I assume is going to be that Baymax here. And hopefully get rid of one of the Calhouns, or even potentially the Doc.
Yeah, you really have to be careful from Tiago's side, not letting just random 5/5s take out too many of your characters for free. You know, even though the Calhouns themselves are not incredible at questing on their own, because we have 2 of them, you have to just be cognizant of the fact that even if they take 1 out, that you can still... Oh, okay, so we decided to quest to make them discard a card.
A hook. Definitely not what you want to see sent into the discard pile, so... Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty difficult position to be in here if you are Jeremy. I mean, you're behind 10 lore. The deck basically known for being able to gain all the lore in the world from hand. So, I mean, really all you're doing here as this Amethyst Steel player is just trying to hopefully get to about 15, 16 lore before your opponent really gets the opportunity to respond, and it just feels like he's managed to do so. It really is going to come down to, I feel like, this game number 3 between these 2 players here, as it feels like Tiago has just too commanding of a position for Jeremy to come back. There might be some sort of out possible, but it just doesn't feel like that is the way for right now. So looks like he's going to drop down himself a Genie, might even decide to just drop down a... instead just decides to continue to slow roll it here. He understands he's got the time to do so. The problem is that if there is that song that you're talking about, that keep your hands held, or your heads held high, and an Under the Sea, which he does find here off of the visions. He finds both of them. So if he has one of the 2 pieces, he might be able to do something pretty interesting here and just wipe the field. And then Tiago, with just 2 cards in hand, might not have enough left in the gas tank to be able to do something about it. So I'd like to see Jeremy hopefully have a 3rd card in hand to be able to ink, play that heads held high, and then double sing together for the...
Doesn't look like it.
Yep, and it doesn't seem to be the case. So just going to continue to slow roll while he has the opportunity to do so. Going to pay 2 ink for nothing because he wants to.
Fair. Fair.
So now that means that Dumbo is going to be able to draw him a couple more cards. He can just dump his hand. He's got a dock, so I mean, he's just got all the card draw in the world right now. Is Tiago, considering everything available for himself, just going to be able to draw a card off this Genie with the Dumbo's effect? Going to do it again here with that same effect. Now he's at that 15 range that we were talking about, this absolute danger zone here. So now he's just going to quest, bring himself all the way up to 17. I like this a lot. He's like, look, at this point, there's just nothing you can do. I kind of win this game here. He's going to drop down a White Rose, bring himself all the way to 18. And so now Jeremy, if at any point in time in the rest of this game, if Tiago draws a Cobra, you lose the game. So he's going to hopefully find a heads. Man, I don't know why that card is so difficult for me to say, but heads held high. So gonna hard cast it, sing together, wipe the entire board here from Jeremy. The problem is, or from Tiago, and the problem is that there's still a dock in hand. There's still 3 cards in hand. He's got at most 6 ink available on the next turn as well. So going to be able to find a Genie Wish Fulfilled. Might not use it this turn, might use it this turn. We don't know. Looks like that is going to be the case. Finds himself another Genie Wish Fulfilled, decides to pass the turn, and now all of a sudden, for the rest of this game, it just feels like Jeremy's just on the back foot always and forever. And if there's any time where a card can quest, or if he just draws a Cobra, the game is done. So, yep, Jeremy doesn't find the card that he was looking for, so we're going to go all the way to game number 3 here. And I feel like it really just comes down to that fact that, you know, Tiago played this incredibly patiently, was able to get that lore lead that he's been looking for. And it is what it is. So, yeah, I mean, that Triple H, you're absolutely right, is very, very difficult for my mouth.
It is. This is a very tough matchup, I think, for the Emerald Sapphire. If you don't get the early, like, a 5/5 on turn 3, a 5/5 on turn 4, you know, maybe a Baymax on turn 6, sorry, a Basil on turn 6, you know, bounce something, or a John, so that you're really putting pressure on just like the generic, you know, one lore questers that are on the board. Because if you're not putting that pressure, they're just able to sort of chip in some lore gain. And then, exactly like we saw there, they get to just a little bit too much. And now you're at the mercy of, I have to remove every single threat every turn for forever. And that's just too hard. That's just too hard to do in these spots.
Yeah. Well, I mean, finally, for the first time in the series, Jeremy is going to be able to be on the play here. And I feel like Amethyst Steel is one of those lists, as somebody who has played it since set 2, you know, one of the people that really helped bring it to the light. I have to tell you, you know, it does significantly worse on the draw than it does on the play. I mean, there are so many reasons why. One of them is singing songs. The fact that you're just not able to sing these songs at all really hurts. So hopefully, you know, Jeremy is going to have a little bit better of a start here. And yeah, I mean, Tiago is going to have to find a way to surmount this issue of being on the draw here. Don't get me wrong, Amethyst Steel can win on the draw. It almost feels like it loses like 5 or 6% chance to win just being on the draw.
It's really rough being on the draw. You want to be able to be deploying your threats and sort of be ahead on what your opponent is doing. Because, again, if they get to a little bit too low, you know, too high on the lore, you just don't have any wiggle room left, because a single Cobra just like, and then what?
Yeah.
And that's where we were, even in the game that we won so far, that we were a Cobra away from not winning.
This is true. I mean, as well as Jeremy was able to navigate that game, it really was just coming down to the fact that Tiago didn't have that Cobra. So 6 cards going to get sent away here from Jeremy. It looks like he's only holding on to the 3-drop Clarabelle to hopefully find some cards that he needs in the mid game. But Tiago obviously has not let him at all this series shift onto that Clarabelle on turn 4. So Tiago hopefully finding himself the cards that he was looking for. Jeremy, the same to him. I mean, I feel like for me, the script here for Jeremy to be able to take this game out is the turn 1 Basil, the turn 2 Tipo, the turn 3 Baymax into that Under the Sea, and just use that tempo to take over the rest of the game here. Hopefully he can find something similar to that. I doubt that he's going to get that godly of a draw. Most of the time, stuff like that does not happen as well. Your opponent does have those opportunities to interact. That said, that is a turn 3 Under the Sea, which means that there is no way for Tiago to sing a song, but he might have some sort of interaction like a Fire the Cannons.
I mean, there's even a world where you just, again, play several 5/5s and you just slow the game down a little bit, and then having that Under the Sea is good enough, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, Jeremy on the play here. Tiago definitely needs to be able to drop down that Obedient Raven as quickly as possible. And now, Basil thrown into the Inkwell. Clarabelle, turn 1. Definitely an ideal start here for Jeremy. Definitely not going for that Baymax shift line is Jeremy. So very likely just going to try and find a way to shift that Clarabelle as soon as possible. But that Diablo got to come down here. Not going to do too much in the ways of being able to interact with this Clarabelle. So I think Jeremy is pretty happy with that. Tipo going to be played here, just going to throw that Baymax into the Inkwell. And now it's going to go right back to Tiago. He manages to find himself with Strength for Raging Fire. I believe he has himself a Calhoun in hand, so might just opt to play that here for his turn 2. Would like that a lot here, actually. Very, very strong card. Was able to get a lot of value in both of the games that were played here. So now Diablo, considering just questing, he's like, look, I'll present the trade. I don't really care. You can eat my dude. I'll draw a card, gain that lore. Basically just do a Dumbo interaction and be happy with it, because that does enable the Calhoun. It does allow that Calhoun to get that value out of that resist 1. So now Jeremy, considering all of his options, understands that he's at 4 ink, decides to ink that Clarabelle that he kept, the only Clarabelle that he kept, the only card that he kept in his opening hand. Doesn't manage to find what looks like the card he was looking for. So actually does have a second Clarabelle, draws himself a card, doesn't find everything that he was looking for. We do see that Under the Sea in hand, and it's starting to get to dangerous territories here for Tiago. Just going to take out that Diablo while it's available. Doesn't want to allow him to get that second lore. I definitely agree with this here. Unfortunately for him, that does mean that that Calhoun is going to be able to get that second, be able to get 2 lore here. That said, though, that does reduce the effectiveness of the Strength of Raging Fires coming out in these following turns. So Tiago mulling out over everything he has available to him. Does want to be able to drop down a 3-drop so he can sing that Strength on the following turn if necessary. But yeah, looks like it's going to be a Giant Cobra. He's just going to discard what looks like to be Genie. Yeah, so now
I'm surprised about the quest here, actually.
He's not questing.
Oh, he's challenging the Tipo, sure. This does let us use the Clarabelle to actually... if we have either the Shift Clarabelle or the Shift Baymax, we can take it out. I think ideally from Tiago's perspective, we would rather that they do the Clarabelle, because then you can take it out with the Cobra pretty easily. The Baymax is a little trickier. Obviously, you can still deal with it with the Cobra, but not exactly what you want to be doing, ideally.
Yep, and so that Strength is
Strength
going
a little
to come
better
down.
there, I would think, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't feel bad about using that Strength there. Just being able to get rid of that that Baymax is definitely pretty important here. So just going to ink what I did not see and just going to pass. Definitely not a good situation here for Jeremy. And unfortunately for him, that means that this Dumbo does get to draw if he so chooses. He might even just opt. Okay. is going to draw, doesn't want to use the dock as of yet. Finds himself a card I could not read the name of. And it's going to strength down that Clarabelle. So now 7 cards in hand, or 7 ink available. I'm just going to continue to pass here. Jeremy is definitely not finding the cards that he wants to be able to find here, and this is definitely pretty devastating here. I mean, the fact that he did this for 2 turns straight just means that Tiago is about to run away with this game here. Dumbo going to be able to draw him 2 more cards, finds himself another Cobra, and this is just making things go from bad to worse. Look at that. I mean, able to get that perfect value out of that dock there. All the way up to 10 lore here is Tiago, 11 lore in fact, and at 5 ink, a bunch of cards in hand. That Basil going to come down, but it feels like it's just too late. Dumbo going to come or get sent back to the hand, but definitely doesn't feel great. And another strength going to get found, which means that this Dumbo going to come straight down. Genie's just going to draw a card, and one of these Cobras is just going to take out that Basil. And I think with that point, I think at that point, the game is pretty much over here. So all the way up to 13 lore is Tiago. Jeremy has no answers available, and hopefully, hoping to find something soon, just puts down a duck because he's got nothing better.
And it's really just, it's really rough. The multiple strengths, like being able to play ink up on realistically your ramp opponent just because you're able to sing a song, basically delete what play they made and still quest with your characters, makes this a very difficult matchup to win, especially given that they've been Dumboing for so many turns. They just have all these extra cards. Not only are you buried on card advantage, they have the same amount or more ink as you. They have a board of several characters. Like, there just aren't ways of dealing with this many characters this wide in these lists. You know, even under the C is not enough. Everything is a 3 or 4 strength in this case. So this is a pretty rough draw for Jeremy and a very good draw for Tiago. So it was kind of lopsided here.
Yeah, I kind of tend to agree with you here. So unfortunately for Jeremy, not able to get it here in this best of 3 series. But I mean, he had an incredible run. Able to make it to the top 4 in a 450-player tournament, which means that he's going to get paid out fairly well on top of the fact. So, you know, I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it's not bad. So finally finds that Clarabelle, just does not find it, and reveals the cards in his hand and says, well played, Tiago. And yeah, I mean, Tiago making it all the way to finals here with the Purple Steel list as a Purple Steel enjoyer. Well done, Tiago.
Yeah, Amethyst proving to be, yes, Dumbo is incredibly powerful and seems to be sort of the new card to beat. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's the end-all, be-all card. It's nice in this style of deck, used a little bit differently than I think it is in Blurple, right? It is used as a way to not only pick up a little bit of extra cards, but it gives you lore without necessarily needing all of your characters to be great questers, because you're okay picking up more cards because you have the, you know, the Cobra to turn them into more lore later. It lets you just play a couple ones, lets you sing a little bit better so that your strength is more powerful. All in all, I mean, a lot of these characters that are able to get evasive on your turn only have been very impressive this weekend from every deck that's ran them. You know, Genie looking real good there, able to draw a bunch of cards, and it's just like a pretty big body. It's good in spots where you need to deal with opposing Dumbos. So a very well played, obviously some good draws certainly don't hurt, but a well-navigated game to not leave themselves dead in game 1. You know, there were still outs to be able to close that one out. But I would say that overall, this is probably an okay matchup for these sort of control-y decks, just because they don't quite have a consistent enough way to stop them from just kind of going wide, even with the Under the Sea.
Right. I mean, we just saw it here, right? I mean, game number 1, he was able to get that value out of it. I mean, game number 2, he was able to get that huge sweep with the Under the Sea. But the problem was was too little, too late. And while that did end up happening, I think he got 5 characters swept under the rug with that Under the Sea.
Yeah.
It still didn't matter because Tiago was at 15 lore. He had 5 cards in hand, just dropped down a Genie, or 18 lore rather, dropped down a Genie, dropped down a hook, and then it just didn't matter. So,
yeah.
It
ends up being a little too many. The double Cobra is nice. You know, obviously, every time that they quest, it's even more devastating. Just gaining 2 is already sort of problematic. Being a 4/4 body, like, that allows you to sing. You know, Tiago did do a deck tech yesterday, kind of showed off the cards if you want to check that out. Yeah, we'll have to see in the finals what this looks like. You know, if it ends up being Blurple, it Humble's, I think, still in it, right? So could be that.
Yeah,
could
I think it's Amber Steel versus Humble. So.
Yeah, so I mean, we're gonna in theory get a good game either way, and we may see an only Dumbo finals. That's a possibility, but I mean, I would say that the way that this deck uses it and the way that Blurple's using it are different, because it's using it more aggressively here, where in the Blurple list, like, they really don't want to be running it out on 4 if they don't have to, because it just doesn't do that much for them. And here, you know, you play 1, 2, 3, and then you're just like Dumbo. And then if they ever let you on tap with it, you don't really need to ink that many more things. You just do all of your evasives. You just draw cards with them until they stop you.
Right. And yeah, I mean, really, my heart goes out to Jeremy there. You know, game number 3, really just didn't find the cards he was looking for. Had one of those games where you just have bad RNG and your opponent has decent RNG. And the fact that, you know, he had the Dumbo was great, but Jeremy never found a way to deal with it. And, I mean, that deck obviously has ways to deal with Dumbo, because it wouldn't have made it this far without dealing with Dumbo. So
yeah, for sure. So the aggressive lore gain early in combination with, you know, the Dumbo engine, as well as the reach that you get out of the Cobras and the White Rose, is just a little bit too much. And, you know, not to mention a few well-timed strengths sneaking in there to kind of shut the door on some of the additional potential comeback.
Right.
Kind of seals the deal. Let's see where they're at on the last game here. Let's go ahead and go to a quick break. I think they're gonna get the players ready for the finals, and then we will cut back when we can here.
All right, let's do it. So, guys,
Hello.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. We are up. We are live. And for everybody who has been living under a rock, we've got not second string. What's the word?
I can do it.
We have the number 2 seed, Thiago, against number 9 seed, William. Thiago will be on the play here. And everybody who was saying, you know, I don't want to see no blurple mirror matches. Thiago. He's
the same guy who won the tournament last weekend at Southwest Games, something like that. I can't saw on the tip of my tongue. I saw it earlier. He's playing a different list. He changed the list a little bit. We got a deck tech with him actually yesterday.
Thiago is the winner of the SSG last week.
Yeah. He's got a plan like on the same list. Yeah. And we did deck tech with him yesterday, so the deck tech's up. If anybody wants to look at it, I know they're going to put the top 8 list up soon, but if you guys...
Do you remember any spice, anything at all, any single cards that we're not used to seeing?
Let me see. I'm trying to remember. I did a few deck techs yesterday. I'm trying to remember most of them.
No problemo. I don't want to put you on the spot. We are coming in to our first turn here of the finals. We have $7K up for grabs.
A lot. That's a lot of money.
Place. That's a lot of moolah.
And a lot of what?
Dumbos, baby. You know how we do the
It's like you did a Diablo on Diablo.
Diablo into Diablo, a very, very popular play here. William is going to go ahead and ink the white rose. So all of you who were saying, you know, we don't want to see no blurple mirror matches, I got good news and I got bad news. The good news is it's not a blurple, but the bad news is it is a mirror match, and that is not bad news. I'm only joking around.
I got to say, I love this card, Happy.
Yep, Amethyst Steel. It dissuades the Diablo from questing. You don't want to let it get away. If you throw your own Diablo down instead, then Thiago gets to get ahead, right?
Yeah.
But you throw down something that makes you go, I don't want it. Now Thiago goes, well, you want to throw down something that makes you not want to. I'm going to throw down something that makes you not want to quest in the form of Calhoun. And William says, I'm going to mirror you right back, bro. It's a Calhoun versus Calhoun situation. Neither of these players are going to be turning their cards sideways first. It's kind of a matchup.
It's Care Bear stare.
Yeah, the old Care Bear stare.
Yeah.
The old standoff, if you will. It's sort of like who blinks first. Who's going to get that strength of a raging fire in there first, right? So we're going to turn all of our things sideways here.
Look,
and
they're just mimicking each other almost, like doing like the same thing. Like you said, whoever gets the strength and is able to take out a few guys, whoever turns your guys sideways is gonna get wrecked a little bit.
Absolutely.
So right now we are at a Care Bear stare standoff right now.
We are. I mean, it's a popular chess term is called when do we break the tension? This genie coming down is huge. We're going to sing strength onto their genie.
And then now we got some action.
That's the end of the Care Bear stare there, because now William is real behind. And this is showing why in the mirror matches it's so critical to go first. These Amethyst Steel mirror matches I don't think are nearly as swingy as the Blurple matches, but that's yet to be seen. As the Dumbo comes down, that's not the card that we really want to see here, because you're staring in the face of a genie that has 3/4 stat line, which means that if you turn that Dumbo sideways, that genie is going to eat it up for free.
Yeah, for breakfast, man.
3 damage on it.
Yeah, we're in dinner time. We're in dinner time.
You know, pizza in the morning, pizza in the evening, pizza
That
at
card has
supper
been
time.
so hot this weekend. It's been able to give your guy evasive during your turn. That's why I can eat it up, but still, like, that's just a good solid card for 3 costs, and you got a 3/4.
Absolutely,
they can go evasive. Like you know, it's just good.
All the best players have been talking about that card.
He played his own
Dumbo.
Dumbo.
Is coming down, and
he played his own Dumbo.
I mean, Thiago is just an incredible player. I was standing outside there. I was chatting with Sailor, one of the prolific, voices within the community, one of the best players in the world, a world's qualified player. And you know what he told me?
What did he say?
He said, Amethyst Steel into Emerald Sapphire, which was Jeremy Betrioni of the Club Lorcana podcast.
Yeah.
That matchup last round, Emerald Sapphire should take it. But he said, but Thiago's built different.
Yeah.
No, and Thiago took it. We are now looking at the Amethyst Steel finals. I mean, and he's got the hot hands here.
Yeah,
he's got the hot hands.
When you're running hot, you're running hot.
I'm telling you,
and,
man.
It's not just running hot. It's also utilizing your ability of your cards.
Yep.
How you're playing them. Looking at those next plays that are like, that we can't see,
Yep.
That these other players can't see. Like, it's just being like, you know what? I have this in my hand. I'm going to do this play instead and do this. And be like, my opponent could have this in hand, and if he has this, I'm good,
Yeah. these players thinking about the play lines. I mean, I was just casting the humble game, and the number of times it felt like he knew what was in the hand of his opponent was absolutely insane. I'm like, it's like he knows, but that's how good these players are. And when you are that good at the tip top, and then you draw like this,
look at him. He's using his mental powers.
Curve. I mean, we're talking about Genie, right? Then into Dumbo, then having enough ink to turn the Genie sideways, exert it, draw a card, gain a lore. I mean, William, look, we're on turn 5 for William.
Yeah.
And in an absolutely critical position here. You are behind on lore, you are behind in cards, you are behind
never
on the
want it
board.
to go really far, because then, like, you know, it can start getting like the Elsas and stuff like that.
We are going to, oh, wow.
There it is. That's the turn.
And that's the turn. That's the turn that could swing everything in the favor here of William.
Looks
but
like that
Tiago,
Genie can take out that Dumbo, though.
wow, the strength of a Raging Fire there. Being able to, oh, wow, this is high-level play
What is
here.
that he got in his hand? Can you see?
I can't see what he has in his hand.
Anticipation's kill. Oh,
Here's a Genie. Yep. You draw first. That's the sequencing.
Looks like you got a Raja.
Is
that three
Rajas, 3 illusions in hand. We're going to drop another one here. I got to imagine, yep, these Rajas.
Calhoun takes out Calhoun.
Yep, you get that sweet 2 lore. The first Calhoun blinked first, and now Tiago back up on the board in terms of lore.
Did William, he got pretty hasty on that last play, you know, and you know, he wanted to make a little bit of plays and stuff, and I mean, you know, it's you know, he kind of sees something we don't, but he's got a Genie coming out.
He's got a Genie coming out, and now
looks like he's got another Elsa in hand and maybe a Calhoun.
I think there was a strength of a Raging Fire.
Oh, a strength?
Actually.
Okay.
I could be wrong though. I mean,
no, they all these steel cards look the same. He's got green behind them.
Yep. You were right, though, on the Calhoun. So
Was
there's
I?
a Calhoun and a Strength of a Raging Fire in hand here. Yep, we're able to take out the Genie. So now taking out the threat to your own Genie. Absolutely huge
Genie,
here.
is that Doc and Raja?
It looks like a Genie, Doc, and Raja. I think you nailed it. So
got the eyes of an eagle.
What do we do?
The mind of a sloth.
So you will have enough to play the Genie, ink the Raja, play
Let's
the
go,
Doc,
Doc.
and then
Let's draw
maybe
2.
if you draw like a 2 cost, then you can
another
string together
Raja?
a Palace Guard, I think, is what I'm seeing here.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. Tiago electing to play this illusion style. Now, something to note is that these illusions have the effect of vanish, which means that they can be targeted at any time, and if they are targeted by your opponent's action, they will immediately go to your discard pile, and you know, making cards like Hypnotic Strength have 2 purposes. And you are extra cautious about that if you are Tiago, because you have so many illusions. Now, why play this many illusions? Not only are they high-statted characters, I mean, a 1 for a 1/4, right? The quest for 1, that's pretty good. However, I believe that
Treasure
Tiago
Guardian
is playing the Treasure Guardian. You got there ahead of me, right? Taking this illusions route, I mean, showcasing exactly why this, I mean, showcasing why he won last week. And
he said he made a few changes to his list. You know, he was playing around with a little bit.
Wow.
I wish I could remember it completely verbatim, but I mean, I would just go back and just look after round 6 or something like that. That's when we did it. So.
Yep. And this is interesting here, because now you can challenge into the Elsa with your Genie, or you can challenge both of your Genies into the opposing William Genie. Which do you choose?
Seeing those lines, Brent, I like it.
Yeah, I got to imagine, though, that you go after the Genie because it represents 2 lore.
Yeah, 2 lore.
But, I mean, is that the better play?
I mean, we're only at 4 lore right now. I mean, we're not almost there. Like, when we start getting up there, like around 12, 15, it's getting a little kind of scary.
That's the thing, though. With these Amethyst Steel decks, with things like the Cobra, with things like the White Rose, right? At any point, things can start getting out of hand in one turn.
You're right.
It could go swingy.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, okay, so we're going to go.
I think right now is board removal, getting the board under control, like putting more guys out than the other person.
Oh, the bell comes down,
that's good.
And now,
that's it. Yeah,
just like that, right? Like we were talking about the swings. I enjoy these mirror matches in particular because
how you attack and like how you and you're like I attack this guy, but I also got my guy's gonna take 2 damage, but I got a bell, so I'll be able to finish off that other dude, you know.
And it's never over. The math on these types of deck are so important. Now I don't know how much playtesting you've gotten in, but I was able to play in the 6K last weekend with an Amethyst Steel deck.
Oh,
this
okay.
was before I got to see everybody, all the smart people were like, you need 4 Dumbos. But I was on the list where I was like, no, you don't need 4 Dumbos.
Mine are still in layaway. I can't play them now.
You just play some Lilos and we're good, right? I need 4 Lilos.
Yeah.
No, the answer now that we know definitively through the data is these Amethyst Steel decks work so well with a Dumbo here, and you want to have things to contest that Dumbo.
For sure.
Oh, boy.
Tiago's just got so much board presence right now. You know, it's hard. You know, William doesn't have, you know, any like thing, a global effect. You know, we don't have to be prepared, nothing like that. So like, it's all about doing the trades and doing the best math you can do. And that's.
But how do you do that smart math when you're only at 6 ink? We're sitting here with, I believe, 3 cards in hand. And now Tiago has put you in a position where you have all of these. You've figured out a way to go wide. And that's what we were talking about on stream in the last match. The Amethyst Steel into Blurple match, the way that you win that is you go as wide as possible with some of your 1 and 2 cost characters. Tiago may be choosing to grab these Rajas and Palace Guards, understanding that he can go even wider, so the mirror match is favorable for him. Now, the Dumbo is going to take out the Doc, but we still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore on board, which would take Tiago to 13. I'm sure that he's not just going to.
Man, you got to take that genie with that Dumbo. You got to run it in there. You know?
I think so, right? You gotta. I mean, you're gonna leave your own genie vulnerable to. Oh, Bell's gonna be able to take out the Calhoun. This Elsa's gonna be able to rush into the Dumbo, and then that genie's gonna be able to go into the Elsa. I mean, we're clearing the board.
Yeah, we are.
We are clearing the board here, and then we get 2 lore to boot. It's gonna be 9-4. Tiago in a firm position to win here. Toop, I mean, if you're William, what card are we looking for even?
Dude, I have no idea.
I know what we're looking for. We're looking for be prepared.
I'm looking for a scoop. That's what I'm looking for. I'm like, yeah, I think you got this, buddy.
Yeah, we're looking for 2 scoops of high lose. Unfortunately for William, was not able to contend with Tiago. Tiago drawing exactly what he needed, exactly when he needed it, with the awareness of going so wide on board that he was able to just establish this dominant position. Oh my gosh. If that's game 1, I can't wait to see what game 2 is going to hold here. I mean, if you're William, what kind of start are we looking for here? Do you know anything about William's deck?
I have not seen it at all yet. I haven't seen the list.
Okay.
Oh, we had a good list.
I believe I can pull up the list here and we can take
you got
a nice firm look at it. I do not believe that I saw any illusion characters in William's list.
I think Tiago's mainly playing just illusion deck. Probably illusion purple steel.
Yeah, he is playing that exact version here. So let me pull this up here.
We got it right here.
Let me pull up. Okay.
There we go.
You have yours. I have mine. So let's take a look here.
He's playing a Madam Mim.
He was playing
the 6-drop.
No, the 2-drop Madam Mim.
Okay.
Is he playing that?
It says 6-drop on here.
Wow.
What you got?
Maybe that's a mistake. Maybe it's not.
It's a 2-drop. It's
Madam
a 2-drop.
Mim Tiny Adversary. I was like, that is very spicy.
I guess it was a different one here. They clicked the wrong Madam Mim on it.
Yes, I mean, both of these players had to knock out notable members of the community in Jeremy Bertrioni as well as Humble. Is who William defeated in order to get to this finals. There was no easy path.
He's playing 4 2-drop Jafars to attack evasive.
Yep. He's all about attacking
Calhoun.
the evasives
He's like
here.
just aggro.
He wants to challenge in. He's got this Captain Hooks.
He's like, I'm not going to lose to Amber Steel at all or anything.
I gotta say though, I think Tiago's build is really good into this. Right? Yeah. Am I incorrect? And funny because we are scaling back on the Lilos. Neither player, I believe, is playing any of the new Lilos.
No new Lilos.
Wow. Wowie.
Thank you.
Wow. The players are going to shuffle up the cards. It looks like we're waiting on something. What exactly that is, I don't know. But Toop, I mean, how's the weekend been treating you, man?
It's been pretty good, man. I've been enjoying it, hanging out with my friends and stuff. Again, it's the first time we met. It's great hanging out with you and stuff.
Dude, you've been chill. It's been chill. It's been a fun time.
Yeah.
Okay, these players are drawing their cards here, and this is really the crucial part of the match, right?
It is.
Because if one player goes, I'm going to alter 7 cards, the other player goes, I'm going to keep. That's a huge tell as it is. Williams first to go this time because he did lose. He was on the draw last turn, but now he will be on the play. Do you know if this is a best of 5 or a best of 3? I believe it is a best of 3.
I think it's a best of 3 too.
Okay, perfect. I just want to set the
stage
for the audience.
We got 4 stars
here.
up there. It's got to be the best of 3.
Absolutely. We're going to see how many William throws back. Is it going to be 1? Is it going to be 2? I love it when players do this. Sometimes they put cards down and then they put the rest of their hand in, so you think, oh, they're only going to alter 1, and then they end up altering 6. They're like, let me put this down. I'm keeping that. Yeah, exactly. I'm always like, oh, they got me. So both players reshuffling in for 3 cards here.
William did. I mean, Tiago did.
It looks like Tiago did 4. Just as I said it, Tiago did the same thing.
Yeah.
He went, nope, I'm keeping these ones that I put face down. For those of you just tuning in, let me set the stage here. We are at Charlie's Collectible Show here in Stone Mountain, Georgia. We started with 450 plus players. You heard that right. 450 plus players all in here in Stone Mountain, Georgia, flying in, driving in from all over the place. The 25K weekend with $7,000 at the top.
Yeah, and these are
for the winner.
These are the 2 best people of the weekend.
This is the 2 best people of the weekend. The 2
going
best players going at it in the finals. There is no stakes higher than this right now. We are cutting up. We are ready to get started. William is down 0-1 on Tiago here in a must-win situation. Best of 3 on the play. Let's go.
He's up to 1. If he wins this, if Tiago wins this next one, he's done back-to-back wins with the deck. Same purple steel.
Absolutely. What a heater.
I know.
mean, so here we go. Diablo is going to come down. Palace Guard is going to be the answer there. All right. William's going to draw a card here. And again, this Palace Guard, an illusion character with the Vanish, which means that William, I mean, a possible play for William here is to, throw down a Hypnotic Strength, draw a card, target the Palace Guard, and even when you target the Palace Guard for something that would usually benefit them, they would go into the discard pile. However, William not going to do that. No need to do that. Probably better illusion
Let's
cards.
save that for somebody.
Exactly. So the Jafar Royal Vizier comes down, a 3-2 that is evasive on William's turn. And Tiago's got maybe a decision to make here. He's going to ink the Diablo. He's going to play Calhoun. Yeah, that feels right. Calhoun.
I love that card.
It's such a good card. People talk about the play-draw disparity, right? About so many cards being better on the play. This is one of those cards where you actually kind of want it on the draw, and it helps dissuade your opponent, so it lets you catch up.
She's a good aggro. She's good aggressive at attacking the board, She's
Absolutely.
Really
a 3-2 with resist 1.
Yeah.
That every time you banish a character, you're gaining 2 lore. I mean,
that's ridiculous.
Absolutely.
No wonder it's uninkable.
It makes you not want to turn your cards sideways, which means even if you go first like William, Tiago immediately identifying that Calhoun is probably the best second drop in the whole deck in order to combat that. Being on the draw. So the White Rose is going to hit the discard. The Giant Cobra is going to be played. We're going to get 2 lore because we discard the Captain Hook. Now you have a 4/4 body on board. I mean, this is, if William does have a Hypnotic Strength in hand, that Giant Cobra standing at 4/4 might be the exact card that you want to target and get rid of right away. But he says, no, I got a Dumbo. I got the Dumbo, but he doesn't even want to turn the Jafar or the Genie sideways because of the threat of the Giant Cobra
Gatekeeper guy and draw a card.
Calhoun.
Oh, there it is.
Treasure Guardian.
Treasure
there
Guardian.
You go.
Yep.
We draw a card, and Tiago showcasing the power of these illusions, looking like the man himself, Jafar,
Here it comes.
with all
Strength.
these illusions. The strength comes down and hits the Dumbo. That's huge. Tubes, that's huge.
I know it is huge.
There's only 4 Dumbos in the deck, and one of them's in the discard. From William here, Tiago with 4 Dumbos of his own. Let's see what they do here.
Looks like William's got a bell in his hand.
Does he? It's hard. This angle's
a bell
little tough
and a
to
Captain
see.
Hook.
Well, now Captain Hook.
I didn't see the other one.
Captain Hook is hitting the inkwell. It is a bell, but you can't get the value out of the damage counters because no one's turning sideways again.
He's got to get some board presence. That's probably why he's playing it. It's always it just hurts a little bit when you got to do that,
This is the toughest part of this matchup, and this is the toughest part. When I'm sitting here and I'm Tiago and I'm going, oh my gosh, I have 4 characters. Oh my gosh, they have 4 characters. When is it all right for me to quest? What should I quest? How many different lines of play are there? What could my opponent have? It gives
another
strength that's going to be hard cast.
Is this another strength?
Another strength onto the Genie.
3 strengths?
Tiago just drawing the nuts here, being able to establish a wide board. But only 1 card in hand for Tiago, 1 card in hand for William. If this card is like a dock or something,
Wow.
right? If this looks like the dock play. This is a dock. It's a huge one. We get a thumbs up from Tiago. He knows what's up. And even though Tiago is ahead on the board, ahead in the lore, look at him. The body language has changed because now William, with the power, showcasing the power of this dock, able to kind of draw more cards here. Tiago looking like he's wishing he had a dock himself, because if with 1 card in hand, if you top deck, right? If you get to a point where you're only top decking, you are in trouble.
Yeah, for sure. No. That strength play was great, but then William Roboto great with the dock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
If anything can help him right now, it's the dock.
And on top of that,
the Madam Mim.
Look at this Madam Mim, tiny
she's
adversary, is
pumping everybody up.
+1 challenger.
Yeah.
So now your 3-2 becomes a 4-2.
That
We
Diablo can
challenge
attack
into
somebody too.
Ooh, we go into the Palace Guard. Very smart. I thought he was going to maybe make that trade with the Cobra. Oh yeah, that Diablo could make the trade, but you're not going to be doing 1 damage to anything just for no reason. So elects not to do anything with that Diablo. I always am like, when do I sing this song? When do I do that? Right? It's like the tension gets to me. It's when do you break the tension? Can you see what Tiago has in hand? It's hard for me. Can you see anything? Yeah. I mean, if you're Tiago, you're sitting here. What do you wish you have right now? What card?
I don't. Let me think here. Oh, and Elsa is pretty good.
That Elsa is fantastic.
Elsa's pretty good. Let's take out that Madam Mim.
Yeah, the Calhoun probably going to go into the Madam Mim. Won't take any damage back. Yep, we're going to gain 2 lore here. Tiago,
really good.
I mean, Tiago here, even with less cards in hand.
I think William has another dock in hand too, if I'm not mistaken.
Does he? If
think
that
so.
could be
I saw
the
a steel
game
card.
changer.
I think it looked like a dock, but I don't know.
Could absolutely be the game changer here. But Tiago, out of
Either
nowhere.
dock or happy.
I mean, he's just up to 11 out of nowhere. That snuck up on me, Toop.
Yeah.
I wasn't paying attention. I blinked for a second.
I know, you blinked and then something happened.
Look at this. He's up to 11.
Here we go.
Another Dumbo hits. Oh, but the dock into the dock. He had 2 docks in hand, and that's never what you want to see.
Yeah, he chose to discard the dock too. I mean, normally some players will be like activate, not activate, play the next
Yeah,
dock.
but do you
But
really
he
want to
really-
pay 2 to play out just a dock,
You're right,
a vanilla
you're
1-3
right, you're
dock?
right, you're right.
You probably.
If I had Madam Mim, man, I'd probably think about it though, because then they're.
Ooh, you're right, because your stat
my
line
dots
is a lot
my
better
dots are
now.
able to die, but they can trade with other stuff too. So, Doc's gonna come in here and start trying to pick off people.
But even then,
he served his purpose.
You're from behind, and the trades that you're making are not good trades. We can't.
Right.
There's no good answer for this Calhoun, right, or this giant Cobra. We haven't drawn an action card to activate onto the Cobra yet.
I know
this game might be over.
It might be,
Tubes.
but we don't know yet. We don't know. It's any person's game.
We don't know yet.
yeah.
But man, I mean, when
It ain't
Sailor,
over till it's over.
Put this in quotes. When Sailor says Tiago is built different, that is no small feat, because Sailor is one of the best players in the world. For him to say something like that about a player sitting in front of us, putting on a showcase of the Amethyst Steel, this looks
14.
over. Meanwhile, William is at 0, and he was the one on the play. He was the one who found 2 docks.
Yeah.
I mean, the builds of this, I'm imagining everybody.
Look at Tiago. He's like, all right.
And he's locked in.
Yeah.
He is locked in. Look at him.
Look how he's doing the Professor X thing,
He
like,
is,
yeah.
He's
trying to read
everybody's mind.
Yeah.
He's
like, it's too much. I can't read everyone's mind.
Yeah.
Control it, Tiago. Control it.
Oh, no, Tiago.
No, but like you said, he is locked in. He's like, I've been watching him play the weekend. He's definitely a different breed.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, this is looking not just dire, but just downright impossible right now. What do we do? Okay, so first we had to minimize the damage, but
we can't attack evasive.
I mean, we can go 3. That happy
can take
out the Elsa.
He can take out
or
the Elsa.
take out the Calhoun.
Calhoun, yeah.
Probably we want to take out the Calhoun, though, right?
More than likely, yeah. Because then it's going to gain you 2.
And even then, William, I don't think has played anything yet.
But even if you take out the Calhoun, he's going to quest for 3, go to 17.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yep.
Oh.
And now the Raja is going to turn sideways, be exerted here.
Oh, you can
We're
go
gonna
there.
Go
take
into
that out.
There. Yep.
Okay.
We can happy into the Calhoun.
Yep.
Yep. But now, I mean, like,
Are you gonna trade? Oh, he's not gonna trade 2 for
Yeah, I mean, Rock in a hard place. Maybe there's a world where you even quest that.
Oh
And he
my
finds the
God,
dock.
he's running hot.
Tiago just finds the
hot.
dock.
Look at William. He's like, yep.
Yeah.
I get it sometimes, you know.
Yeah. You know that feeling. You know exactly.
God,
that
that's
feeling,
always
man.
such a sick play. Whenever you got no cards in hand, you draw a dock.
Yeah, and you're like, okay, well, we're both top decking, so
Yeah.
it's gonna be fun. Oh, a dock!
Yeah.
No, that wasn't
Yeah.
the script. Oh, but Tiago
give Raja
changing his
+2.
own script. Yep, give Raja
Is that Raja +2 until next turn, or is it just for this turn?
just for this turn.
Okay.
So yeah, that Jafar really being thrown down here gives Challenger
quest for
+2,
2.
but more importantly, quest for 2. You know, that's that's a tall order, and now Tiago at 16, he needs to take out. So okay, let's do the math here. He can take out the Raja with the Elsa. He can then do nothing. I mean, what? I mean, Toop. What do you do? What are we looking for here? Even in just taking out.
I'm trying to do the math, and I'm coming up with nothing.
Even just taking out the Raja or just taking out the Cobra,
It's still enough.
there's too much damage on the Elsa already. So if you're going to move damage, even if you have the bell, you can't really do a whole lot, right? I mean, you don't have. Oh boy, yeah. I mean, he's thinking through it. He needs exactly like what? Strength of a Raging Fire here.
3 the Raja. And then
And then even then.
Wait, what's he got? What's he got? He's got 5.
5 Bell, maybe?
Yeah, he's gonna. Is that a
Bell
bell?
going to.
Oh no!
No. So
he's
got to
take out the 2 quester. Yeah.
We're going to take out the Jafar.
And that Jafar's got 2 defense, so he can take it out with that.
Yep. He can take it out with the dock, or do you want to? Nope. Okay, we say no. I mean, that else is going to
double hit
the
Raja.
Raja. Oh no, because you have the Mad
Oh yeah,
Mim,
plus the Mim, yeah.
+1.
So we go there.
So you can take it out, but
Oh,
this
and then we can Cobra it.
Still a
We can
problem.
Cobra it. Both our guys are there. Team attack.
And we're wow. I mean that's just nasty. We're having to trade both in.
But you have to, man. Like right now, you know, it's whoever's gonna top deck Doc next. You know, he's got a Cobra.
He's got the Cobra. It's over. It's over. Oh no, it's not over. It's
Calm
not
down.
over.
Calm down.
Oh, I thought Tiago was at 18. No, but it's about to be over because he's about to quest here. He's going to get to 17. William doesn't know.
William doesn't know that he has a Cobra in
the
hand.
Cobra is in hand, but you
He can
kind
just
of got to
discard.
play as if he does and find a way to remove everything off the board. There's nothing with Rush. There's nothing. We're getting.
He thinks he's still got one more turn, but then it's
no,
Cobra.
It's just Cobra.
He's gonna
time.
show it to him, and he's go.
And it is
That's
done
the game.
just like that. 2 games. Tiago comes in and says, "Game 3. What's that?" Takes it all, and now we have a back-to-back champion, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Amethyst
Playing the
Steel,
same deck.
the same guy playing the same deck.
Yeah.
Yo, everybody, maybe it's time to dust off those foil Rajas. It's time to dust off those foil Palace Guards.
Yeah.
Right? You got those Treasure Guardians that you said, oh, I can't believe I
my box,
pulled
just
out
put to the
this
side.
Treasure Guardian. Now, we're looking at a meta that might be shaped by one man, and that man's name is Tiago.
Tiago.
You
Sounds so
know?
good. Sounds so good saying it. Tiago.
It does. It sounds like Iago.
Yeah,
also.
it does. It kind of sounds like Tiago. Yeah.
You know, he's playing an illusions Jafarish kind of
Yeah.
deck. Like what a fitting end here
Yeah.
to this tournament. I mean, oh my gosh, thoughts. You know, what are you thinking after all of this, man? What a dominating match.
I don't know.
On the play and on the draw, man.
Next week I'm playing next week, and I don't know what should I play, like Purple Steel, or should I just go for the Blurple? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what I should do. And this Purple Steel deck looks really good. You know.
I'm gonna tell you, man. Amethyst Steel won last week at the 6K in Orange County. It won, obviously, with Tiago over in Florida at SSG.
Yeah.
And then again, today, the same man with the same pilot. I mean, are we looking at the best deck of the format? Is Illusions Amethyst Steel the best deck of the format? I'm asking. I don't know the answer, but I'll tell you what, it definitely looks like it. I'll bet the Kronk on my shoulder that we're going to be seeing a lot more Amethyst Steel coming our way.
That's a big bet. I know how much you love that thing.
I do. He's the one who's keeping me clean here. But Toop, what a weekend, man.
Yeah, what a great weekend.
What a great weekend. Your champion has been crowned. I'm sure we're going to be getting an interview in, but we are just hanging out in the meantime. Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, please, 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 just give it up for Tiago. I mean, man, what a dominating performance, back-to-back weekends, taking it in some of the toughest fields in the world. I mean, just the amount of players that were here, the amount of DLC, Nats qualified, Worlds qualified. I mean, forget Nats. We're talking about Worlds qualified players here today. And yet, it was Tiago.
It was.
Who had the last laugh.
Tiago.
My gosh. Illusions.
I
Who
gotta,
knew?
I know. I gotta say, this is like my first time casting. You're doing a great job, dude. You're a great caster.
Really? Thank you, man.
I love the
appreciate
energy.
it.
That's what I love to see. A lot of energy, you know. I'm passionate about the game.
Yeah.
And you bring that. So I want to say that
I just
to everybody.
scream a lot, man. That's the big secret.
I know. I get a little scared sometimes. but
The number of times Toop was flinching every time.
It was a lot. Yeah.
Every time a Dumbo hit the field that I screamed.
Yeah, I'm like this.
Oh no.
But yeah, no, it's definitely exciting. That's what brings makes the game more fun. Seeing somebody who's excited to watch a game and talk about it. So again, first weekend ever, casting with Brent, great job.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much for having me. I mean,
For
20
sure,
Lore
man.
Pro, shout outs. Let's talk about man, we're here in the present. We just watched one of the greatest matches. That match is now in the past. Let's talk about the future.
Oh, yeah.
Of these Lorcana events. What's going on? I mean, next weekend, you're going to be there.
Denver, yeah.
You're going to
PPG
be
Denver.
playing.
Yep.
Denver.
Yep.
It's where PPG is putting on.
Yeah, it's a 5K and isn't it a 10K Saturday and then a
15K Saturday, I believe.
and then 5K Sunday with sealed.
But the most important fact we haven't even said yet is the first American CCQ.
Yes, that's
which
correct.
is humongous. We're getting support from Ravensburger. We have been asking, we have been begging, and they have listened and they have said, yes, we will give support. And yes, it's going to be happening next weekend in Colorado. It's still not too late. If you want to join, then please do. But let's go ahead.
We're about to do an interview.
And throw it to the interview. Your champion, Tiago. Ladies and gentlemen.
Get out of here.
Get out, yeah.
Get out of here.
I thought it was going to switch, but it didn't. Your champion.
Try it now.
Okay, third time's the charm. You know what they say.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Tiago, your CCS 25K weekend champion.
Woo!
Oh man, I thought I had it.
The production team's doing this on purpose.
Thought we
They're
had
doing that
it.
on purpose.
They're trolling us.
Yeah, they're
now.
trolling us. We're
us,
so sick of those guys asking us questions. We're not gonna switch it over yet.
All right, your champion, Tiago.
Quick question. Did you win with Purple Steel last week?
Yes.
Hi guys, Sasuke here. I am joined with the winner of CCS, Tiago. Congratulations, first of all, and I understand that you won last week with the same, style list. I don't know if exactly the same list, but how's it feel?
Yeah, I mean, it feels great. I got to practice way more for last week than this week, but thankfully a lot of the practice carried over to this week, and got lucky when I needed to and was able to take it down.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, so this week was a lot of illusions. It felt like Palace Guard, Raja. I mean, we saw it getting value there with the Treasure Guardian. So that's a very interesting piece. I don't think a lot of people really looked at that and thought of it as a serious contender for a card. What turned you onto it?
I mean, I think it's obviously not a game-breaking card, but I think it's pretty integral to the game plan that you have in a lot of these matchups, where so many of your cards recycle themselves. They give you a body and then they draw you into another card, which gives you another body. And with the lack of removal spells and efficient answers that people have in this meta, it lets you go super wide, and it lets you quest with 9 characters when they have 4 characters to challenge back. And so you'll have a handful of characters surviving the next turn to quest again. And we don't have a ton of lore gain, so you really need to make these boards where your guys are questing multiple times because they're all one questers.
Okay, makes perfect sense. Yeah, I mean, I played a lot of Purple Steel myself. I've been playing it since set 2, and I mean, it's changed a lot over the years, but it still kind of maintains that core mid-rangey feel. Do you feel like you were a little bit more under the meta, or were you just like straight mid-range still feeling that?
Yeah, I think I was dead in the middle. I think Purple Steel's pretty tricky right now because it's really hard to build a deck that's good into Amber Steel and into Blurple. And now with these like blue-green decks that are coming out, which make you go even smaller, I think the way to build Purple Steel is not by building it to go under these Blurple decks. Like Blurple is by far the most represented deck here. Among the best players, it was even more represented than in the general population, so you really have to have a game plan for Blurple, and I think trying to go under them when they have Rafikis and Palace Guard and Basil and Madam Mim Elephant, it's really, really tricky, and you just have to try to manufacture a game state where they can't keep up with how many things you have, and so I think you really have to just like build the deck very, very able to go into the late game.
Fair enough, fair enough. So, any key cards that, like, besides obviously Dumbo, that you felt like were integral to kind of your game plan with the Purple Steel list?
Yeah, I mean, the deck is always going to be built around these, like, really the strongest cards in the meta, which are Genie, Elsa, Strength, and Doc. Those are really what the deck revolves around. Everything else is, like, sort of fitting in what plays the best with these cards. And so Genie makes you play a certain way, and Doc especially makes you play a certain way. So everything is kind of filtering itself around that. You get your curve, get some top end, some burn for the late game, and yeah, I think the Dumbo is a nice addition. It really helped me in my top 4 match against Jeremy, but I've seen people have success without it, and that's perfectly fine.
Great. So, you know, you won last week, you won this week. I mean, this has been a good month for you. Are you planning on going to Denver next week? Like, what's the game plan for you?
As of 20 minutes ago, I'm planning to go to Denver, right? They're like, you have a bye, do you want to go? I was like, yeah, okay. I mean, I bought my ticket for this tournament 10:40 p.m. on Thursday and flew out 6 a.m. on Friday, so it was very, very impulsive and last minute. So I guess I'm doing it again next week, but we'll see.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, congratulations on the win.
Appreciate it.
Again, and any shout-outs you want to give before we send it off?
Yeah, shout out to my dad, who was always testing with me, and he first got me into playing this game, so big shout out to him. Shout out to everybody who practiced with me. Shout out to the buffers. Shout out to my house, Kendall, RMB, and Corey. We started the tournament off like 16-0 between the 4 of us, and at some point we were like 20-1 or something, so we were killing it. And I was going to play Blurple today, but since we played some practice games on Friday, that really convinced me to play Purple Steel. So, yeah, shut up.
Fair enough. All right, well, thank you, guys. We'll bring it right back to the casters and leave it at that.
Well, there we go. There we go. We are back. What a wonderful interview with Tiago and Sasuke. I mean, everybody here at the 20 Lore Pro, I mean, doing the job, right? They are getting this entire event covered and doing phenomenal. I'm honored to be a part of the team here at the Charlie's Collectibles Show, 25K weekend. Jeebus jumping in here. How do you feel, man?
Good. I'm tired, you know, always.
Yeah.
Like I was hoping to see a little something different at the top tables, but not surprised by the outcome. You know, it's hard to really know where the actual best deck is when, you know, I always kind of think you have to take player ability into account a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, how many horseshoes have they rubbed lately? You know, do they donate a lot of their time, money?
Yeah.
That
How much
kind of thing.
goodwill do they have?
Do
How much
they got
karma?
Where's their karma at
Yeah.
lately? You know, that kind of thing. So, you know, what it's looking like is we have 2, maybe 3 decks in 3 total colors. And then sometimes you sprinkle in a little bit of emerald if you're feeling like you want to gamble on the only removal spell in the game that hits more than one thing at a time. Does that feel super healthy yet? Not necessarily. You know, it would be nice to have a little bit of Ruby anywhere at all for any reason. Not quite there right now. Feels like.
How much contribution is it that we're so young into the format? I mean, this is literally the first official weekend, right?
That does play a role. You know, some of the necessary components to having, you know, a meta attacking deck or meta countering deck is your early meta game. You can't really level something that isn't real yet. So a lot of these decks are going to be sort of that level 0, level 1, where it's like, okay, I put these things into the deck. And then your level 1 is going to be, all right, I'm putting my Blurple deck together, and then I'm adding, you know, the Basils instead of the Rafikis, or I'm sprinkling in a few more of the Aurora type cards, or whatever, some little techie pieces to improve the mirror, maybe more second star, just because you're going to run into the mirror a lot, and you need to have that little bit of an edge. You know, those are going to be beating that sort of like level 0, day 0 kind of decks, where they scooped up 4 Dumbos, they shuffled them into an existing Blurple deck, and, you know, here's what I got, right? When we go into next weekend, right, it's going to be a bigger event. The stakes are, I don't know, arguably higher. It's hard to say.
I mean, getting qualified to nationals right away, I think absolutely.
For a lot of people, I think Nat Qualifier is worth more than just some money.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. Yep, couldn't have said it better myself.
So I would say that the stakes for winning, at the very least, are a little higher, right? So they want to do well. And the question then becomes, for people that are able to tweak decks, to make decks, do you have to go up to level 2? Do you have to go up to level 3 to try and beat, you know, if you stick with the Blurple, or if you stick with, you know, Amethyst Steel, do you have to go to a level where you're beating the decks that beat the early Blurple lists? Are you trying to go one above this, and then above this, and then above this? Or are you fine just at that level 2 doing well into a metagame like we're looking at right now? That would just be one step up, right? But do we need to make sure that we're going above that one? It's hard to say. And those are the deck builders and the players that do really well at these events, and they look like they're just absolute geniuses.
Yeah.
Because they're looking at all this data, and they're crunching it, and they're coming up with a deck that just balances that fine line between like what we know, what we don't know, what people may adjust based on what we've seen,
right?
And then being just like a little above where that is at, because that's enough then to still be able to beat, like, you know, the known meta. You know, people are gonna scoop up the decks that did well here, and they're just gonna shuffle them up straight up and play.
You're basically even now, Tiago back to back winning first at SSG, now here at CCS. I mean, I got to imagine that to stay, you want to stay like a half jump ahead of the meta, right?
Yeah.
You're trying your best to now figure out, okay, what are people going to be seeing about my deck, because it's going to be everywhere. And now people are going to be looking at both of the decks, right? Like, it makes it much harder, because now people are probably going to be teching, looking out for exactly what you have, maybe adding more actions that target. If we're looking at a lot of people probably being in this illusion treasure guardian, so then maybe the next step is, okay, when they do that, then what's the little bit of spice that I can add? Maybe the treasure guardians aren't as useful anymore now that it's,
so that gets shifted
less
out
of
a little
surprise,
bit,
right? Like
maybe the illusion package is too powerful on its own, too many stats.
Yeah.
And then you have to assume that people are going to bring more of those. We'll call them like cantrips. You know, they replace themselves, but do a small effect when you target, and then it makes the existing Blurple decks remove the Iagos altogether, because they are just worse, because there's just more things that target because of a different deck that has too many illusions in it.
Right.
So, you know, we're not as worried about the 2 or 3 Iagos. We just can't keep up with 8 targeted spells that deal with illusions in our list. So those are the questions of, like, do we make them hold a random, you know, hypnotic in their hand, worrying about this Iago to be able to get this great advantage on us, when we're just not playing into the deck at all? And we put something else in that's better in the mirror. You know, you replace that same slot perhaps with just a bunch of Auroras, and then all of a sudden you just like are bullying other Dumbo decks all day, because none of their interaction works on you at all.
Right, the Aurora is phenomenal in the mirrors,
and you still have these targeted things taking out their Iagos and things like that, and then, you know, we don't really know what that's going to look like. But those are things that the players that I think are going to do really well are going to have to think about, is what do we do to look at that sort of next step.
I mean, Jeebus, You are a player through and through. You have a brain for these types of games. I am still very new to the TCG space. I am going to put you on the spot just a teensy bit. Feel free to say, no way. I don't want to answer that question. I don't want to put myself out there like that. But if you were going, are you going to Colorado next week?
I am.
Are you going to play?
I don't believe so.
But if you were, what would you be bringing? What would you be thinking about? What would you be like? How do you what? Give us newer players a little bit of insight into how deep this iceberg goes.
Like, I really do feel like as a card, the Shift Mulan is underplayed.
The Ruby Steel.
The Ruby Steel.
Yeah.
Even just Ruby something. You know, it could be Ruby Amethyst, and you are leveraging some of the efficient cards alongside the Mulan. You know, you're doing some of the Amethyst stuff, and then you still have the Mulan. That shift can make it so that even just the idea of threatening it, now Hades can just never quest ever again.
We're talking about the sharpshooter, the one
we're talking about the sharpshooter. We're talking, or not sharpshooter. It's elite archer.
Elite archer. That's
elite archer. So the elite archer has the triple shot. So you shift it out. It's got 5 strength. Anything that you challenge and banish, now you get to hit 2 other targets with that damage that you don't have to be able to actually challenge them. They can be ready. They can be evasive. None of that matters. You just blow up their board. It's one of the very few sort of AoE type effects that we have in Lorcana right now in core. So I think if you're able to find a Ruby list that is passable into, you know, some of these evasive decks.
Yeah.
Whether you combine it with Steel, which then makes it functional against a lot of the aggro decks, or whether you pair it with Amethyst, which will make it functional against most of the other stuff. I don't know if that part matters as much as just finding a way to make the Ruby cards playable. Because what Ruby did we see all weekend? None.
Almost none.
There was a little bit out there, and then it lost. Right? There's some dabbling of it, but it's not as easy to build as the Amethyst decks. You look at Amethyst, and you're like, okay, we pick from one of like 3 or 4 1-drops that are all decent enough. They're all playable.
Yeah.
We look at our 2-drop slot, and there's a bunch of options that are playable. We look at our 3-drop slot, there's several options that are playable. You get to 4, and you're having to choose which ones you're not running.
Right.
You know, you got Genie draws a card. You got Dumbo draws 30 cards. All the way up the curve, it's pretty easy to like put some of these in there, and you can't be that wrong if you're putting these characters in there.
Yeah.
When you have decks that don't necessarily have as much card draw, or they don't have as efficient ways of getting this advantage, your margins are a lot more narrow. You can't get bailed out by dock into dock into dock.
Yeah.
You can't get bailed out by, you know, ripping a 5 off the top with second star necessarily to just have a grip of cards and then just like figure it out.
Right.
2 for 1 yourself a couple times, it's fine.
Right.
You know, if you need every piece of your deck to fully function every game, it's a lot harder to piece all that together because you can't really miss on your cards as much, where you can kind of play whatever feels right.
It's less of a combo deck and more of a I'm going to draw enough cards anyway, so we're just going to win.
You'll figure it out whether you play you know, a Jafar or just like a different thing that does a similar. It's just characters. There's plenty of them that all do similar effects. Like if you don't want to run Genie, you can run the 2-drop that also just is a 3/2 that has evasive sometimes. You know, it's probably worse, but you can run it. You can run them both. That's an option. You just like can do whatever feels right at the time, whatever you think the meta is going to be. You have a lot of options to adapt. Ruby's one of the most shallow colors right now, and I think it always has been. I don't think it's ever been that deep of a color, unfortunately. It was just carried by a few heavy hitters that all rotated, and none of them came back outside of Mulan, which was overshadowed previously a lot, by the way, by these same, you know, Be Prepared and Sisu and even Maui, right? These are cards that were just so much better. The ladies in chairs, you know, your Tremaine, your Medusa.
And we got none of it back.
All of that stuff is just so much better than Mulan because you don't jump through any hoops for any of that stuff. You just blow up their stuff. Oh, I got enough to play it. I got get your thing.
Yep.
You
Brawl. Here you go.
Medusa your thing. Brawl your thing. Like we just had so many options that were good enough that Mulan wasn't worth doing the effect of like I have to shift it. I have to find another way to give it strength, give it rush, whatever the case might be. Now our options are so minimal, so lacking for that type of an effect to do the wide damage that it might be good enough if you can make it work.
Yeah.
That as long as the rest of your deck isn't embarrassing, it's fine.
And nobody's going to see it coming.
And they won't be able to see it coming because like how do you prepare for that? There's no Ruby in the metagame at all.
Yeah. The
Anywhere.
element of surprise.
There's nothing that they can do to prepare for it because it'll make their deck terrible.
And catching your opponents off guard, I mean, there is no shortage of...
It's good value.
it's
If
huge
they're not ready
amounts.
for it and they don't know what to do, like how to approach it,
right.
You're going to 2-0 them really quickly because they're struggling to figure out what you're actually doing, and then you just go next.
Okay. I hope that we see at the DLC a Ruby X champion, and we can
That'd be
clip
cool.
this.
And then we'll
and
send
you'll
it
be
back.
like, Jeebus knew all along.
It'll be Ed probably. He'll have Ruby Amethyst again
with the libraries.
He'll have libraries, the whole package, and then like he'll just have the Mulan. Sometimes he'll just shift it out, blow up the whole Dumbo world, and then be like, it's so easy. You guys suck at this game.
Exactly.
You
Have
know,
4 libraries out.
Never didn't have
16
it.
lore. Yeah.
You know, they try to under the sea the board, and you're like, okay, library, go. You know.
Oh man.
That would be cool to see, but
that would be insane.
It wouldn't surprise me that much if at the very least one like sneaks in and does well. They tech to be able to beat Dumbos a little bit, which isn't that hard to do, right?
Yeah.
And then you just blow them out with Mulan for 6-7 rounds in a row, and then you just make the cut, and then you just hope that that's good enough once they know what your deck is, because obviously in the cut it's generally open deck list. So that might be a little trickier to close out with, but it would be cool to at least see one make a deep run.
Jeebus, I got one final question for you, and then I think we wrap up. Is that
Sure,
it?
absolutely.
Are we ever going to see a Ruby Amber Racers deck, man? Am I just spinning my wheels? Pun intended.
We might actually.
It feels like there's a lot of good stuff there.
I mean, do you think that the cards aren't going to be racers?
You mean when in 2026 when we get Pixar, they're all going to be racers? Yeah, who knows what happens then?
I would think that they are. I mean, at least most of them. You know, some of them might not be racers if they're not part of the race. But like, maybe
I don't know.
They'll be legal, right?
Who knows? They will be legal.
They'll be legal. We'll be we'll be getting Lightning McQueen back with our Wreck-It Ralph, and we'll just be throwing them at the opponent. Everything will have rush all the time, and maybe I wouldn't count it out.
Yeah, when we see the Mater Wreck-It Ralph
Mater
combo,
control.
Yeah, we are going to use this. Clip it. Everybody,
Clip them all. Clip them all. It's gonna be you're gonna be out here looping King Candies.
Yeah.
Get back your Tomaters over and over.
It might be infinity 20 years from now, but clip this very moment.
Tomater might also get eraser back, so like you're just looping those back and forth forever.
That would be great. Yeah, gaining a lore somehow from some other
Gain
character.
a lore. Oh, one of my characters died. I guess I gain a lore. That's too bad.
All right. I think that we are ready to end the stream. But before we do, I just want to shout out Charlie's Collectible Show, 20 Lore Pro, Disney Lorcana, as well as the Lone Star Open happening in Waco, Texas at Nexus. 20 Lore Pro is going to be there broadcasting all of the coverage for you. Also, we got the CCQ coming up in Denver. You won't want to miss that. We got some amazing casters on the roster. Stick around for that next week in Denver. The meta might shift again, or the meta might just reveal itself to be Amethyst Steel. And then, before the DLC in Milwaukee, Thursday night, October 23rd, you're going to want to hang out with world-class cards. All your favorites are going to be there. We got DKP. We got Frank Karsten, right? We got the whole rest of the gang. We're going to be partying. We're going to be, doing karaoke. There's going to be some fun. So come on down a day before the DLC. Come hang out. Jeebus, is there anything, less final words before we end off tonight?
No, I think the Enchanted Evening should be awesome. It'll lead into a great DLC. You know, I think everybody's looking forward to that. I mean, we had essentially half a DLC here today, and this weekend everybody seemed to love it. You know, even on the second day, we've got several tournaments running that people are having a great time with, and we're just hungry for you know, playing Lorcana. I'm here for it. I'm ready for it.
Me too. All right, Jeebus, thank you so much, and thank you all for watching. Have a great rest of your night.